choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Tell it how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just pain off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Tell it how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just pain off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Telling how you can see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love in a world filled with hate. Show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Greetings, guys. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate the people who have already tuned in. If you can hear me, could you please press 1? Hey, Barnosphere, good to see you. Have you been going live? I haven't seen you live in a minute. I pray all is well. Shout out to you, Irby, for the continued support. I appreciate you. I'm going to drop the link. Normally when I do my streams alone, I drop the link early. You guys feel free to come up at any time and share your thoughts. Okay, thank you so much. Hey, 84, shout out to you. Yeah, feel free to come up and share your thoughts. So tonight's topic is what would happen if we starve our distractions and face ourselves. It's such a good video that I wanted to show. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do the share screen and all of that. I'll figure it out. Yeah, so and I'll be coming from Romans 8:5-7. And as you all come in, please hit the like. Please feel free to share the stream. I appreciate when my stream is shared. It helps to grow my platform. And please feel free to hit the Cash App if you feel led, MoLove8686, or hit the Super Chat. Ari said, How does it feel hosting by yourself so far? It feels good. It gets me back out of my comfort zone. I initially did my streams alone, and then I started streaming with Freezy. Then I started streaming with Bolo. It's different. It's an adjustment, but I'm okay. It can feel a little weird for me. I feel like I'm talking to myself sometimes, but I know I'm not. This is all about, God getting the glory. So yeah, again, the topic is what would happen if we starved our distractions and faced ourselves. Yeah, this is like a call to self-reflect for myself, for all of us. And I would say, because if we're honest, a lot of us will, so many times I'm guilty too, we'll sit up and blame everything else around us before we ever look at the things that we're actually feeding. So for example, we'll say things like we're stressed, or we'll blame other people for the position that we may be in. um and we'll just blame it on life being hard. And don't get me wrong, life does have its challenges. But if we're really honest, some of the things we continue to go through, it's because we are helping those things stay alive by what we keep feeding. And that's a very hard truth at times, because it's easier to stay comfortable than it is to face the truth. So we'll sit up and say things like, oh, we want peace so bad, but we keep going back to the very things that disturbs us. And then we'll complain about being tired of certain things, but we keep choosing the things that also drain us. And another one we do pertaining to friendships, romantic relationships, whatever, we'll say things like, well, we're done with a certain thing, or we're done with a person. And we'll keep that door open a little bit, if we're honest. 84 said, you need StreamYard training. I know, because there was a video that inspired me to do this stream, and yeah, unfortunately, I can't show it. Yeah, but if you come up, I could send it to you, and then maybe you could show it. Yeah, so let me start with prayer. Lord, I thank you for tonight. And God, I ask that you just help us to be honest with ourselves, and help us to not be defensive, help us to not pretend, Lord, and help us to just simply be real. And I ask that you show us where we've been feeding things that are costing us our peace. And I ask that you give us the strength to face it and not run from it. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Long as I have people in my chat, I have no problem up there talking. I know you do so good. You did such a good job. I have no problem up there talking. Love my solo on stage. Oh, I gotta get back used to it. But that's good. Yeah, so the scripture reference again is Romans 8, 5, and 6. And it reads, for they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the spirit, the things of the spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Okay. So this particular scripture shows us that this is not just about doing wrong. It's actually about what your mind keeps going back to, because whatever your mind keeps going towards, that's what you start feeding. If we're honest, whatever your mind goes towards, because I always say everything starts with a thought, and whatever you feed long enough starts shaping how you live. So when the Bible says carnal mind, it's talking about a mindset that says, man, I know this is not best for me, but it's what I want right now. So that's what I'm going to lean towards. And we've all been there. Some of us may be in that stage right now, and that moment where you already know better. This is not us not knowing or being ignorant to the fact. It's us choosing what feels easier. And again, we're all guilty of that. So, and how does that pertain to today? So if we're real, this is how a lot of people are living right now. And we don't always choose what's right. We choose what feels better in the moment. And then later we sit back and try to figure out, dang, why do I feel so stuck? Why do I feel like this? So now I'm going to give 5 points that actually talks about what would happen if we starved our distractions and faced ourselves. And again, it's from Romans 8:5-7. Hey, Prime. Good to see you. Again, you guys can come up at any time. So the first point is we blame outcomes, but don't look at what we keep feeding. And think about that. We'll look at just the outcome of a situation, how bad it is, but we never looked at the part that we played in that. So we'll say things like, why does this keep happening to me, Lord? Why am I still feeling so horrible? Why do I feel trapped inside of a certain situation? But we never ask, what am I doing that keeps this going? That's the harder part. It's easier for us to blame a particular person or the situation. Thank you so much, Irby. I appreciate you for sharing. It's easier for us to blame a particular situation or a person. Hey, Prime, what's up?
Not much. Uh, yeah,
You
keep
at
doing your
work?
thing. It's loud where I'm at. Yeah,
Is my music too loud or is it cool?
I can't even hear it because it's so loud where I'm at.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, so the first point, have you been guilty of this? We blame the outcomes, but we don't look at what we keep feeding.
Yeah, of course. But it takes a little
Mhm.
while. You know,
It does.
like the breakup with my ex. You know what I'm saying? I kept
Mm-hmm.
blaming that, but I wasn't looking at historically what's been going on.
Mm. So once you were out of it, was it easier for you to see like where you went wrong and where she went wrong?
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and sometimes that can be uncomfortable. But back to point one, so we'll ask like why does this certain thing keep happening to me, but we don't ask and look in the mirror and say, what part did I play? We'll just blame the person or we'll continue to blame the situation um or our past, and we won't talk about how we may have kept responding to it or how we continue to go back to these things that only lead to hurt, pain, and destruction. And we'll continue to entertain it and we'll ignore basically the red flags. Again, we're all guilty. Hey, Scam, good to see you. We're all guilty of this. And I'm not saying like to blame yourself for everything, because sometimes it very well may be the other person, but everything does involve your participation at some point is what I'm saying. So self accountability is also a huge part of rightfully,
I
I
mean, it
guess,
takes a
identifying
certain
what the
degree of
issue.
narcissism to never look at yourself, man.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. That's facts. uh Why would I look in the mirror when I can just blame women? Man, do you hear me
You
when
know
I tell you
what?
I'm so
He got a
tired of
point.
that? But he's being sarcastic. He's talking about
No,
these
he
men
not.
that always
No, he
blame
not.
everything on women.
No, he
Yes,
not.
he is. Scam always check. Just scam is fair, okay? Um, yeah, because it's easier again to blame the other party. So yeah, the issue is we want different results, but we don't want to change what we keep feeding, and we'll never get those different results as long as we stay in the same position. So point two, we say we want peace, but we keep choosing what disturbs it. This one right here is real. So we'll say I want peace in my life, but then we keep checking on people we know we need space from. They are the very people that leads us down a path of emotional instability or frustration, again, we'll kind of keep them in the loop. And we'll keep going back into conversations that we know trigger us. I'm very guilty. Okay. I ask myself, like, why am I here? I know this is really going to frustrate me. Yeah. And you can't get growth from things like that. Or we'll keep putting ourselves in situations that drain us. And then we say, I don't know why I feel like this. But if we're real, we do know. We know. Because admitting it means we have to change it, right? Yeah, and a lot of people don't want the change. Scam said people don't want peace. They want a two-piece. I cannot. I'm trying to be serious, damn. People don't want peace. They want a two-piece of fried gizzard gums and butter biscuits. That sounds so nasty. Gizzard, I don't know if I think I have had gizzard in like some dressing or something. Yeah, but gizzards are disgusting to me. Yeah, so again, we're not we can obtain peace, but we have to realize that peace is sometimes not missing. It's not that we can't obtain it, we just keep choosing the very things that interrupt it. Point 3, starving the flesh means you don't get to do everything you feel. And this is such a difficult part of our walk with the Lord. It's easy, right, to stay comfortable and do the things that you feel. But again, if you choose to starve your flesh, you have to become comfortable with the uncomfortable. And that's a challenge. And this is where most of us struggle, because we live in a time where everything is about do what you feel, follow your heart. But if your feelings are not healed, it becomes a very dangerous thing. And because if your feelings are not healed and you're doing what you feel, then that will lead you wrong. So starving the flesh, what does that actually look like? Just say if you feel like texting a certain person that you know is not good for you, you choose to finally say, you know what? I gotta just bottle those feelings down. I need to pray. Let me write in my journal. Let me tell my journal what I feel, or tell the Lord what I feel versus telling this person, especially if you want different results. And then what does it look like? You feel like going back to a certain thing. It doesn't always have to be a person. Some of us are addicted to food. Some of us are addicted to different substances. But you choose to sit with that thing. You choose to sit with the part of it that's uncomfortable. You say, God, this is difficult. If I'm going to ignore the carnal parts of me, I need you to show up. Help me with this, Lord. That's what being active in your walk with Christ and not giving in to the flesh looks like. And another one, you feel like reacting. It's so easy to cuss people out and go off. My God. Okay? That's the easiest thing to do. But instead of that, what do you say? Oh, Jesus, help me. Write it down. A lot of times I be on panels. I'm going, you're so calm, all up. No, I'm pressing mute. I'm going off too, but not the way that I used to. So that's me pausing and praying or saying what I think, dealing with me, but not always out loud. And another one would be you feel like just escaping the situation, but you sit there. So instead of you giving in to getting high 24/7 or getting drunk 24/7, you look in the mirror and you deal with you, those broken parts. And that takes work. And it's so much easier to just not sit still. It's so much easier to give into the things that are comfortable, because when you face truth, that's not always a good feeling. Again, it's uncomfortable and it can be very painful. So you have to make up your mind, God, I'm going to face this process, but you got to lead me. There's no way that I can do this alone. So it's all about vulnerability and transparency with the Lord. And you have to also be patient with yourself. This is a process. That's the part we forget too. We want instant relief. And it doesn't work that way all the time. Scam said, I don't even know what a gizzard is. That is too funny. I know what a gizzard is, but miss me. I don't understand the obsession with um, humans and gizzards at times. Yeah, but that's what active starving the flesh looks like. And again, it's not easy because we're so used to doing what we feel. Um, so now it feels like you're fighting with yourself. And basically, you are. I say it all the time. This is a spiritual warfare. It's not going to be easy. But you have to understand it's worth the fight because you're fighting for your mind, your peace of mind. Yeah. So, in order to experience growth, understand that growth will start when you stop giving every feeling permission to make decisions for you because your feelings are not always intact. They're not always going to lead you down a path of peace. Okay, 9 times out of 10, they'll lead you down a path of dysfunction, confusion, and emotional instability, and they separate you from your relationship with the Lord. It may be very slow, like the scriptures say. Satan desires to sift you as wheat. Oh, baby, he's very patient. So just be mindful. Hey, Black Lexicon, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please hit the like as y'all come in. Yeah, and feel free to share the stream. Feel free to support the stream. Hey, Smitty, shout out to you. I didn't see you in the chat, but I appreciate you so much for the Cash App. Y'all, if y'all missed my stream with Smitty, like I think it's been like 2 weeks ago. It was so good. Please go back and watch it. I'm gonna make sure I post it on my wall again this week. But it was just so encouraging and inspirational. Shout out to you, Smitty. Thank you so much for your continued support. Ooh. Thank you again. I appreciate it. So the fourth point, and bear with me because I have to go from this page to something, another page that I wrote in. The fourth point, we use distraction so we don't have to deal with ourselves. That's really the basis of what tonight's stream is about. Again, point 4, we use distractions so we don't have to deal with ourselves. So sometimes it's not even about what we're doing, it's about the why behind us doing it. So, for example, we'll stay busy so we don't have to sit with ourselves. We'll stay connected to certain things so we don't feel alone. We'll stay connected to certain things and also people. And we stay entertained, right? We're distracted by entertainment. So we don't have to think too hard and deal with the difficult things. Because the moment everything slows down, what does that mean? We have to face how we really feel. And we have to face the things that we've been avoiding and what we know needs to change. And a lot of people don't want that moment. It's too difficult. It's easier to just go with the flow and, do the things that are comfortable. So again, a lot of people don't want that moment. So they keep feeding the distraction. And it's not because they don't know better. Again, this is not because, someone may be ignorant to the fact. It's because they don't want to feel what's underneath, So some of the things we call habits are really just ways we avoid dealing with ourselves. And that's where, let me go to my other notes. The one where we don't want to be still and deal with ourselves. Lord Jesus, I got so many notes. Is this right? Nope, not that one. Where are you, notes? Oh, okay. So this is some of it. So Romans 8, 5, and 6 aligns with what I said about pain. Y'all know what I said. We don't want to face ourselves. Like it's easier to go with the flow and not sit still. So Romans 8, 5, and 6. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the spirit, the things of the spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. And the word mind matters. It means what your mind is set on is what it will keep returning to. And whatever it values, it will feed on. So again, the word mind matters because it means sometimes the distraction is not because you're bored. Sometimes that distraction is the flesh saying, I don't want silence, because silence will make me face whatever that conviction is. And then you'll tell yourself, I don't want stillness, because stillness will expose those painful things, And then we won't pray because prayer will require us to surrender. And we don't want discipline, because what does discipline do? Discipline will interrupt your comfort. And so many of us are not willing to sit with that. Again, it's a process. It takes work. And you have to be willing to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. And that is why the carnal mind loves noise. Think about noise. It gives the flesh somewhere to hide. But remember that a distracted person can stay busy and still be spiritually empty. They can have a full schedule and still no peace, and also have entertainment all day long and still feel so dead inside. And this is why I love the word in Romans, because it says the carnal mind produces death for a reason. It really does. So the dangers is that it's not always a physical death. This is the part that we miss. But death in clarity of your thoughts. This could be why your mind is all over the place. And think about it, death and conviction. So when everything begins to feel normal because you have been operating out of the carnal mind for so long, again, that's where that death of conviction comes in. And then death in discipline. So when you say, nope, that's too uncomfortable, I'll just stay here. It could also be death in peace, where you're always in a space of imbalance. There's always an undertone of depression or lack of peace. That's the death that the Bible was talking about. Again, it's not always physical. And it could be death in spiritual sensitivity, like when you know the very things that are wrong, but you justify it and you choose what feels good instead of the things that build you. And as long as the mind stays carnal, the outcomes will stay consistent. Oh yeah, this was another part of my notes. And the crazy part is God never hides the formula. He told us what a carnal mind does. It creates death, which is confusion, instability, and a lack of peace. And the spiritual mind creates life and peace. So if we keep getting chaos, we have to be honest enough to ask, am I really seeking peace? Am I? Or am I just telling the Lord that I want it, but I'm not willing to do the work? Or am I protecting the very mindset that keeps me from it? And again, it takes a level of vulnerability and honesty, you know? So again, and this is not about judging anybody, right? Because we all fall short in a way. It's just about accountability, because once you see that your outcomes are connected to your mindset, then it's easier for you to just stop blaming life. Now let me go back to, so that was my fourth point. Yeah, so the fourth one was we use distractions so we don't have to deal with ourselves. The fifth point is this is a real fight, but it's how you get your life back. So again, it's a fight, because once you decide I'm not feeding this anymore, that's when the real work comes in, and everything in you is going to want to go back. That's when it gets really hard. When you say, I'm done giving in to this. So that's when that urge will come back even stronger. That thought will begin to deepen, and that pull will grow as well. And again, it's a very real feeling. But what's also real is that every time you don't go back, you get stronger. If you could just fight those feelings for a moment, whatever the issue is, and every time you don't react to whatever that thing is, whatever that person is, you gain more control. And every time you choose differently, you break a pattern. And that's a very uncomfortable thing too, because we go back to what we're familiar with, That's why we deal with so many patterns in life. And over time, once you break those patterns and you start to choose differently, you start noticing that you may not be as reactive, and you become less dependent on that thing, and you don't need the same things, and you notice how much more stable you are. And that's what the scripture means by life and peace. So again, the fight feels hard in the moment. Those moments can be so intense, but it's the very thing that gives you your life back. So basically what I'm saying is face it. That's what this title is about. What would happen if we starved our distractions and faced ourselves, So tonight, again, just be honest with you. And it's between you and God. It's between you and the Lord. Be honest. What do I continue to choose? Why do I continue to choose the very things that hurt me? Why am I making the same decisions expecting a completely different outcome? Why is it so hard for me to sit still with myself? What trauma am I refusing to deal with? Why do I continue to run to the pills for relief? Why do I feel like I don't have peace of mind unless I smoke? Why do I feel like I can't really say the things that I feel unless I'm drunk as a skunk? Like, let's keep it real. We all have something. Why do I only feel whole if I give my body up? Or why do I only feel whole if I'm getting attention from men, even if it's negative? Like, why do we downplay the very things that lead to destruction and try to make sense of it like it's normal? It's not. It's not. Hey, Brandon, good to see you. Hi, Randy. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Dang, I wish I could show this video. That video was so good. But I don't know how to, yeah, it sucks. She gave some really good points. What did Brandon say? A gizzard is a digestive organ found in poultry. They gotta be meticulously cleaned before eating and slow cooked. But they're gross. I remember like Thanksgiving dressing. My mom would put like sliced gizzards or something, like cut up real fine. But I'm just like, girl, You don't have to do that. But my dad liked it. So I'm like, ma'am, can you just cook this without this? This is gross. Yes, Randy, I just talked about that. The need to feel comfortable. That is so true.
You
What's
still
up,
having
Ron?
problems with trying to share videos?
I don't know how to do all of that.
Oh, it's right there at the bottom. It's a little share button. You know, on your StreamYard, going on the, it should be like right there at the bottom.
I
You'll
see
see.
it,
Yeah.
and then what do I do?
Damn, it's been a while.
Uh, Look at you. You don't even know what to do.
Um, you either there's one that you can actually upload it onto your StreamYard and you can use it as a clip, and then there's one where you can just share your web browser.
Hmm. That didn't help me much.
Are you clicking the little computer icon?
Nope, I'm not. First, I'm trying to find the right video.
Oh,
Oh, I think that is it. Let's see. Okay, you said go to. Yes, Brandon, you are a nerd, but nothing's wrong with that.
eh,
Go to the face.
nerd means that you specialize in the knowledge of one thing. So I don't know. I just hate how people use that term like the wrong way.
But I don't think have been on the panel with Brandon?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you
Back
said
in our
I can
freezy
just
days.
that is funny. Last year. Early well, made it last year, yeah. Um, let me see. So the
What
screen
up,
at the
B Nut?
Oh, you do remember Brandon then. Okay, so let me see. So what did you say do again?
You should see like a little computer icon or something that's like a
Yes,
square.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
And then it's going to give you the option to either upload it onto your StreamYard so you can use it as a clip, and or you can share your browser,
It
your
says
web browser.
slides and PDFs, extra camera, video file, image file, share screen.
There you go. See. So the
Share
share screen
screen.
is if you want to share like the web browser, like if you got the page pulled up.
Yeah, I got the page pulled up.
All right, so you can hit that and you can select it.
Let's see here. Okay, I think I got it. I think I learned something new tonight.
That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I low
that's
key
what I
kind of
do.
knew. No, I'm playing.
Uh,
Okay, so share
uh, uh, uh,
screen.
Low
It
key
says
kind of
select
new,
a
but
tab, Chrome tab, window, entire screen.
yeah, you can pick which one.
I don't know what to pick.
You want to just share the tab with the video on it? Just share the tab.
Chrome tab. Hmm. I don't know what that means. It says select a tab to share.
Yeah, select whatever
You
the
can't. I
tab
just
the
can't
video is
send you the
on.
video and then you show it.
Nah, I'm on the
Oh dang! I
my
forgot.
phone, but you gotta know how to do this. Though. It's not that hard.
You breaking up? Okay, share screen. I just
Hold on, my Wi-Fi ain't even on. Wi-Fi ain't even on right now.
let's see. I don't know what none of this means. Microsoft OneDrive. What? I'm gonna just do StreamYard Studio and see where I end up. Is that what people normally share?
No, so you don't see the tab that has the video that.
Yes, I have another tab open.
No, I'm saying, but it's not giving you the option to share that one.
Unless I'm missing it. It has entire screen, Chrome tab. Maybe it's Chrome tab.
It's probably Chrome tab.
Select the tab, but it's not giving me the option. That's what I'm saying.
Mm. Okay, okay.
Thanks for
Let's
nothing,
see.
Rob. No plan. I just don't know. Randy said someone I knew long ago
It's
introduced me
not that hard.
and he was country as hell. I know, I see the share screen, but I don't know which one to share. That's where I'm having an issue.
Let's see. Let me see if I can get on my work computer.
Okay, cool.
Ew, they want me to sign in? No, no, no.
Okay, this is another point while you're figuring that out. So this will be point 6. We protect what's hurting us because it still feels familiar. So some of the things we need to let go of, we protect, and it's not because they're good, of course, it's because they're familiar. So, for example, we'll defend a person that keeps confusing us. We'll definitely defend habits that keep draining us and patterns that keep repeating and a mindset that keeps limiting us. And if someone challenges it, we get defensive. Have you been guilty of that, Prime?
Points that you talking about like constructive criticism in a way.
Yeah, or somebody saying, well, that person is not good for you, or you should stop doing this because it's altering your brain, or it's causing your judgment to be very clouded, things like that.
Nobody's ever told me that before.
Oh, well, maybe not that in particular, but do you feel that maybe you've gotten defensive about certain things if people share an honest truth with you, a hard truth with you?
Nah, I've never gotten defensive before a day in my life.
So you just gonna sit up, you just gonna sit up here and lie, huh? Okay. Yeah. Um,
Hold
well,
on,
I know
I'm
me. I've gotten defensive before,
yeah.
Um, and so many times it's not just about letting something go, it's about losing something we've gotten so used to. And that's another reason why, again, we protect those things because it's familiar. Did you figure it out?
Yeah, I'm joining. Coming up right now.
Okay.
It's gonna be my other one. Um, oh,
Okay. Oh,
here it
maybe
is.
84 can do it too. Okay, I see it.
All right.
You
Then,
good?
night. Damn it. Hold on.
You got it.
Mute,
I got to
mute
drop
the.
that
There we
out.
go. All right. I had to mute the other one. All right.
Okay.
So we got share screen. All right. Don't show this again. And then you got.
So I can just put it in the bag.
All right. So I don't have anything else on my Chrome tab. Let me see this worlds. Let's try Google.com. See if I want to share that. Yeah, and then it gives me the option to share Google.
I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
You know what I'm saying? And now I have my Google screen up. All right.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up for you.
Randy, that's very true.
Remember, you hit share screen, and then on the Chrome tab,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to show the tab that's. Matter of fact, I could probably look. Yeah, I can just show you
Mine says something about Microsoft and
back camera. Here you go. So look, let's do it step by step. All right.
okay. Let me
So we're gonna click. Dang it. Why is it mirrored? Confusing me. All right. So you're gonna click this little present, little computer icon.
mm-hmm.
Dang.
Yeah, clean that screen.
That
Okay.
thing was atrocious, wasn't it?
It was.
All right.
Okay. Share
Um,
screen.
then share screen, and then this is the first thing that'll pop up right here. Just gonna click that.
The Chrome tab, and you just clicked at the top where the YouTube icon is.
Yeah, just click the
Okay.
Chrome tab because the whatever other tab you have on your Chrome is gonna pop up right here, and then you hit share screen, and then make sure you also have the Audible.
Got it. Hey, Truth. Good to see you. I'm learning how to share my screen. Something I should already know. But StreamYard changed so much. Oh, you have it. Okay. This is the video that really blessed me and it inspired this stream.
You gotta watch this.
I challenge y'all to stop smoking, stop drinking, stop partying, and stop being lustful. Just try it, because once you do, you're gonna realize something nobody warned you about. You actually have nothing in common with a lot of people you're surrounded by. Stay with me. Meaning, some relationships only survive on distraction, alcohol, sex, nightlife, trauma bonding, and vices. Take those away, and there's no substance left. No depth, no purpose, no real connection. And let's be real, a lot of the stuff people are doing anyway is sin. The Bible already told us that. Lust, drunkenness, living for pleasure. It says the flesh wants what goes against the spirit, and that's Galatians 5:17. So when you stop feeding the flesh, everything starts getting exposed. That's why people get uncomfortable when you start changing. It's not because you think you're better. It's because your sobriety exposes what they're using to cope. When you remove the noise, you start hearing truth, and truth is quiet. You start realizing that you don't laugh at the same things anymore. You don't crave the same environments anymore. You don't want conversations that go nowhere anymore. Not because you're boring, but because you're awake. The Bible says, come out from among them and be separate. And that's in 2 Corinthians 6:17. Meaning growth requires separation. Some people were never meant to grow with you. They were only meant to distract you until you forces them to look at themselves. When you stop partying, you realize how empty it was. When you stop lusting, you realize how much it controlled you. When you stop numbing yourself, you realize how much pain you were avoiding. And not everybody is ready to sit with themselves. So yeah, when you start choosing discipline, your circle gets smaller. But it gets real, because peace costs you people, clarity costs you company, and obedience costs you access. But what you gain is your mind back, your purpose back, your authority back. And that's the fair trade. Sit with it.
What y'all think? Was that facts or not?
Man, that was facts, man. The lack of discipline will cost you your life.
Gosh.
Literally.
That's what I'm saying. And it's not the easiest thing, but it's definitely worth it. Let me put my thank you for sharing. Let me put my dang, I don't even have a overlay. Somebody named Chef Anderson was in the back. Who is that? Hey, who's this? Is that you, Smitty? I think so. Yes, okay. I was like, Chef Anderson. Oh, Chef Handsome. Okay.
You good.
Just trying to make sure it's not a a pee bomber, because I've had a couple of those. Did you want to add to the conversation? Did you see the video? The video I just played. Hey, 84, you first. 84 was here first. My bad. You're just so quiet.
Yeah, you know I be chilling. Mo, what's going on? What's going on to everybody on the panel? Truth, I see you in the building, dog. What up, Truth? I mean, some of them things are you know, I'll say this. In order to be disciplined, you may have to cut out some of those things, but understand that, some of those things are enjoyable and they're meant to be enjoyed in moderation. You know what I mean? Or in the right environments. You can't have it where you just doing those things like all the time. Because, if you're doing it, you're not being disciplined and doing it, then yeah, it could become a problem.
Being led by those things. I'm not saying just indulging in a little drink here and there, or I'm not talking about that. I'm saying people literally being spiritually blind on purpose because they know that it's very hard to deal with themselves. So they continue to choose the distractions over facing themselves. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. Did you want to add anything else? I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, that's all, family. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing. Smitty, did you want to add anything?
You're welcome, Mo. You're welcome.
So the video that you just played, right?
Yes.
Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you sound a little low, but I can hear you.
Yeah. It might be the Bluetooth. So she's speaking about addiction.
It's just if we starved our distractions, whatever that may look like to whoever. It could be, being addicted to a person, being addicted to a substance, just being addicted to anything that keeps you in a state of comfortability. Basically, not being comfortable with facing the uncomfortable for the sake of growth and change.
Okay. Well, the first thing that I would have to assess is addiction always bad? It's the very first thing, right? And the reason why I say that is because people will say, well, I'm just going to quit drinking, I'm going to quit smoking, I'm going to quit watching this type of sitcom or what have you. But what you always have to do is you gotta know how to replace that. So my point in what I'm saying is, to make a long story short, is that you gotta know how to, like, if you say I'm gonna put this down, you're gonna pick something else up. If you stop drinking soda as much, then maybe you'll start drinking water a lot. Too much water can be unhealthy. So my point is that is addiction always unhealthy? What are you getting ready to pick up when you put that down? You can't just say I'm gonna stop doing something and you don't have anything to replace it, is my point. A lot of people don't think about that stuff. They think I'm gonna just stop doing something and you just gonna sit there and twiddle your thumbs. And it generally doesn't work that way with any form of distraction, addiction, however you want to word it. You gotta have something to fill that in. Now, what you're about to fill in, is it healthy, right? And if you're able to do the replacement in moderation, then you have to ask yourself, why weren't you able to have moderation with what it was you said you had to put down? And that's all I got. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, so
I ain't gonna be up here too long. I ain't trying to mess your show up.
you're not messing up my show. I mean, these are your honest thoughts. So, is addiction unhealthy? Addiction is absolutely unhealthy. And I say that because it slowly trains the mind to obey relief instead of truth. And that's why, again, I tied this into Romans 8, 5 and 6. And it says, for they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, But they that are after the spirit, the things of the spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. So again, addiction is not just I like this thing. That's completely different. Addiction is something that becomes I need this thing to feel okay. And once something has that much power over you, it starts to discipline your mind, and it tells you when to move, it tells you what to reach for, how to cope, it all of those things. So
So
and
what your
nine
brain
times
is.
out of ten is saying don't face that pain. I don't want to face the pain. I want to feed this instead. So that is why addiction is a very dangerous thing. And it does not touch the body, it touches the mind, it touches your will, your emotions, and more importantly, your spirit. So again, the flesh says, give me comfort right now. The spirit says, let me heal what I keep trying to numb. And that's the war that, the word talks about. So again, that's the beauty of our walk. God gives us choices. Some people will choose addiction over facing whatever that uncomfortable thing may be. What were you saying, Prime?
I'm just wondering, right? So we understand that our mind is seeking more dopamine. That's what we're getting
Hey,
from when we do
Bobby.
choose to
Yeah.
go about ways, through alcohol or through whatever
Hmm.
your vices may be. Other than praying and reading the Bible, what do you think are some spiritual ways to replace that dopamine?
Hey, True Bleed. It could be physical things too. Working out is huge. There's so much relief when you work out. Just keeping busy in positive ways, reading books, learning new things outside of just feeding that addiction, because again, that addiction will promise relief, but what does it produce? It produces bondage. It becomes a trap. It tells you I'll help you escape in that moment, but then it becomes the very thing you need to escape from, and you can't. So it's a very dangerous game. Again, it's not something that's uncommon. I've shared how God has delivered me from things, but it takes work. So that's the point that I was pointing out. So many times people don't want to face that part of them, because you have to be patient with yourself, you have to be honest, very vulnerable, and the process can be very difficult you know
Hmm.
um
I'll I'll say this side, and if I
mhm.
can real quick. Um, so when I was like when I was quitting cigarettes, right? I don't
Mhm.
smoke cigarettes no more. So when I was quitting cigarettes, I was going through real bad anxiety, right? So you
Yeah.
know what I wound up? I found myself picking up real heavy when I put the cigarettes down. Coffee,
Mhm.
right? So then I had to try to find my balance with that. So I guess to what it is that you were saying, the prime,
Mhm.
that stimuli, right? So like I was trying to figure out how can I replace that stimulation, and then from there, like how you said, working out. I'm not gonna lie, when I quit smoking for a bit,
Yeah.
I was working on something real heavy. I mean, I
Mhm.
was I was the biggest I've ever been in everything. Primarily because I still needed that I guess rush slash stimulation that I was getting, and the only way I was to get that was through a real good burnout. So if I get a good
Yeah.
burnout, it kind of replaced it. It didn't, excuse me, it didn't feel the same, but it did replace that feeling. Like it was
Mhm.
like a substitute, right? Because the patch that didn't work, that messed up my blood sugar, and I'm
Oh
healthy.
yeah.
The
Mhm.
gum, the gum, that just tastes like chewing a pencil.
Wow.
So I had to figure out something else. And yeah, I went from coffee real bad. I was drinking like 4 cups a day, which that's not good for you. And
Mhm.
then I went on ahead, cut the coffee out, was drinking a lot more water, and to land it, I was working out, and it worked. It actually, like, over time, like, it worked. Like, I just wasn't thinking about it. It's basically all about shifting your mind, like, out
Yeah.
of sight, out of mind. Like, don't think about it. So the more I was working out, the more I wanted to like beat my record as far as how much I can bench, how many push-ups I can do. Can I do more than 15 pull-ups on the break? Then that's what had me like, nah, I don't even want to smoke because, then it's gonna burn me out faster. So I digress. My mic is muted. Just.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. And that's a blessing that you overcame. So you were saying from outside of God, and what
No,
can
actually, not even outside of God. Like more godly things that you can do. And now that I can be even more specific, because working out would take for you to have to be in a specific place at a specific time. I mean, yeah, I can drop down right now and do 50, but
okay.
necessarily, when you start to get that urge to do whatever you want to do, what are some godly ways that's going to give you that dopamine? You know. And now that I'm thinking
Yeah,
about it, I'm starting to, there's music, but there has to be. I'm starting to realize you have to find some type of activity that you do enjoy. That's in the godly nature.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? You
You
can't.
know,
I don't think that's just an answer that somebody can just come up with right now. I think it's a personal answer that you have to find within yourself.
Yeah.
Mom, I don't
Mhm.
I don't know if you have something in the word or what have you. But I
Mhm.
think one of the toughest, I would say, addictions for people to get over, and to find a remedy in a, let's say, how he said, a godly, a spiritual way, right, would be the
Mhm.
sexual addiction.
Oh
I don't know
yeah.
if you know anything in the word that speaks about that, like how to, I guess, overcome. Like me, like I said, I banned myself from watching corn. I don't watch
Yeah.
corn no more. You know what I'm saying? I still love to do it with my lady, right? But no, I don't watch corn.
That's good.
So,
And
but
and I
yeah, yeah. But my point that I'm saying to land
mhm.
it, and you go ahead, is that was not easy to do. Like I failed for
Of
like
course not.
years before I finally was like, you know what? I just looked up one day and was like, bro, I ain't looked at a flick in a long time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't know what you got for that. But the sexual addiction, I would say, is really monstrous for a lot of people to try to figure out how do I substitute an orgasm, one of the best feelings in the world. How do you substitute an orgasm for something spiritual, right? But
Honestly,
I
the
digress. My
only
mic is muted.
the only way I was able to do that at one point when I was close to the most perfect way I could be in my walk was just complete submission. Because my whole
Yeah.
brain had to change. My whole thinking had to change. The way I viewed the world, the way I viewed people had to change. I saw people as spirits rather than just a person, you know? Because you
Yeah.
see spirits in objects, you know? So that was the only way that I could get past that part.
Yeah. Um
Okay.
so scriptures, you asked for specific scriptures. So 1 Corinthians 6:18 through 20, flee fornication. He that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. What know ye not, that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, and ye are not your own? Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. Psalms 51:10 too. Creating
Wait,
me a
wait, wait,
clean
wait.
heart,
Hold on,
O
hold on,
God.
hold on, Mo. Mo, if you don't mind, beloved, before you move past that, because I was listening to you. The Messiah said, one day I will no longer speak to you in parables, but in a plain tongue. So for
Mm,
somebody who's not as, let's say, literate in this as you may be, right, and others, could you break that down for me? What is your discernment and what you got from what you just read me? I heard the words. Now give me the meaning of what do you get from it?
okay. So
Briefly,
flee,
if you don't mind.
yeah, flee fornication. He that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. So that's God telling you literally run from it. He that committed fornication sinneth against his own body. What know ye not, that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, and ye are not your own? So pertaining to sex addiction, it's not just it doesn't it can start with being just a desire, but it's deeper than that. It's when desire basically stops being something you have and it becomes something that has you. It possesses you. So it starts telling you when you need comfort, when you need validation, or when you need to um get over whatever that lonely feeling may be, to just run to that. And that's just a dangerous thing to do. So um and that was Paul talking. So when he's saying flee, he's not just saying run physically. He's saying do not stand there and negotiate with something that already has power over your flesh. Because lust doesn't just usually show up loud and obvious. It can show up in subtle ways. At first, of course, I always say everything starts with a thought. So it shows up as a thought, and you can start to entertain that subtle thought too long. Sometimes it's the very memories that you revisit. You remember how good that thing felt or how good that person made you feel, even certain conversations. So there are several ways that we have to flee. Um,
Thank you
yeah,
for that.
it's
That was good
beyond just
enough. I
just
appreciate you. I
physical.
get you.
It's mental and spiritual. And again,
Okay.
it's a process. It takes work. You can't most people don't just wake up one day and say, I got this on lock. I'm not going to do this anymore. That's not us being realistic. You have to fight. It's always the flesh fighting against the spirit. But
Yeah,
so
but the thing that gets to a lot of people briefly on that, beloved, is that it's when you continuously keep giving it your best foot forward
mm-hmm,
and it don't work out. And I think that's what discourages a lot of people sometimes in their walk. They'd be like, man, F it. I might as well be a F up. I might as well do whatever I'm going to do, I guess, in a sinful manner. Because, they're like, I've tried to do it the right way so many times and it just hasn't worked. So I'm just saying, as far as like, what I've heard many stories, and I've even felt that way myself at a point in time in my life. And
what do you
so I just
mean, like
wanted to touch
trying to
base
give
on
up certain addictions? Hey, 187.
that.
It's a,
I mean, yeah, you can say, I mean, yeah, yeah. I guess since we were on that topic, let's just keep it there to keep it simple. Yeah. So, you know, um, I ain't gonna lie. I'll be honest with you. Smoking weed, I have genuinely tried to stop that.
mm-hmm,
I've also tried my best to stop listening. Ooh, perfect. I'll give you the best one. I've tried so hard to stop using profanity. I still be
mm-hmm.
slipping up. I still slip up. Like especially if you catch me on one of those days. You know what I
I do
mean?
when I drive
You
sometimes.
know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like stuff like that, like or like indulging in certain kind of music. Like I've been trying to swear off like gangster, gang rap, drill, whatever. I still find myself slipping back into it because it's just certain beats, certain artists, just I do rock with, right? So
Mm-hmm.
those type of things I'm talking about more so on that type of level.
So I think that addiction can be a very layered thing. Um,
Like,
so so what is sometimes that's just a symptom or of what the deeper root is. So you might be trying to stop a particular behavior without healing the reason. So, what I mean by that, a lot of people, again, may be trying to stop an action or an addiction, but not dealing with the deeper traumatic thing. Sometimes it could be not being able to face loneliness or not being able to face rejection or the deep insecurities that may be within that only you and God know about. The emotional emptiness, the stress of or pressure that you may feel in the moment. So when we feel stressed a lot of times, or when we are bound by so much pressure, um, we give in to those things. And what I had to learn was when I was in my addiction, it got way harder before it got easier. And so many times when we are in that moment, when the urge is so strong, we go back to it instead of crying that thing out, just sitting with it. Eventually it will go away. If you face those things and you continue to deal with it, you'll get more so in that pattern versus the pattern of going back. And again, this was a process for me. It took years. I could think that I was over something and I wouldn't give in to it for weeks, sometimes months, and before I knew it, I was like, dang, I thought I was done with that, you know?
So can that same sexual overwhelming addiction, can that be a form of idol worship?
Absolutely. I believe so. Do you?
Well, because I've only known idol worship to be how it's written, as far as like statues and things like, temples and paintings and stuff like that. So that's
No,
why I was
idol
wondering.
worship can be
Mm-mm.
anything: your phone, your car,
Got you.
everything.
Okay. Okay. Respect to that. I digress. My mic is muted.
Booty.
Go ahead.
You like big booty? You worship big booty.
So
Right.
silly.
Right.
Yeah. So they say an idol is anything that takes the place of God as your source, comfort, escape, identity, peace, or authority. So yeah, it can definitely be idol. I had questions too. Let me see. Uh, do you believe that our distractions are actually chosen comfort and not accidents? So basically, are people
Uh,
really struggling or are they intentionally choosing relief over growth? Because that's the thing too.
are you asking, do we choose
Are like the things we
our
say that we
vices?
struggle, yeah. So is it really
Sometimes it's
struggle
culturally.
or is it intentionally choosing relief over growth?
I'm just for what I know that sometimes you can grow up in a culture that what's normal in that culture is actually, what I'm saying, sinful. Like
Mm, mm-hmm.
like I grew up watching, like Homer Simpson, Al Bundy and stuff like that. So it was in my head that, a man comes home from work, grabs a beer, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
relaxes, when that's not really the case.
Right.
But what
Um,
about the things that we make? All right. Like, it's interesting that you say that. So what about, for example, um, a lot of us would look at being grown, like our age, anybody up here on the panel age and up, to
mm-hmm.
marry a 15-year-old, right? Or want to, that would be looked at as just morally wrong or basically sinful, because most people will damn you to hell, right? So my point is that then what's the difference really between, I guess, how we look at how you're saying it, Prime, and things that we've just modified through time? Because once upon a time, the average age of a wife was anywhere between the age of 15 and 16,
That's
all over.
insane.
Yeah, and so now we've modified that. And so, I mean, it was traditional back then, but we look at it as wrong now. So, I mean, I don't know how y'all look at that.
I agree with that, truly. Yeah. Only God can really help a person majority of the time with addiction. Um, yeah. So you said, did you want to respond? Did anybody want to respond?
It was
That
just
that's
primarily
sick
from
to
what
me.
he was saying, because it kind of stuck out to me when he said that. Like, it's a lot. And I mean, I'm just saying that's just one example of many
Yeah, like how
that,
over time, like some things might be okay, but then over time we
yeah,
learn that it's not,
right,
and
right.
then just like, in the Bible, it's the law of the land, that matters. So, um,
And then that's what I'm saying. So if the Bible is the blueprint for my life and that's my moral compass, a lot of these things are gonna be strange. But I also think that God gives us common sense. Like marrying a child, really?
No, Mo,
Now,
but he just said it though, Mo. It's law of the land. That doesn't change. So the fact is, if the law of the land is you don't do that today where we live, then
mhm.
it's the law. Then you are being biblical. You're obeying the law of the land. It says
Yeah, but
18 and up,
culture doesn't
right? So
always mean right.
That's a balance because we're not supposed to also if the law of the land says it's okay, but the scripture says it's not, it's supposed to go by scripture. But from my understanding, things outside of scripture, it's the law of the land.
so you would you say like being drunken, for example?
That's a sin.
It's lawful, right? It's lawful. It's liquor stores everywhere. Me and Mo even talked about it. It even has the word spirits. It even got spirits, beer, wine, spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, they open you up
so,
to spirits, positive and negative. But
so,
being drunk is a sin.
mm,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not the alcohol that's a sin. It's being
Nah,
intoxicated, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
it's
Or
Too
is
much.
it
the
or is
sin
it a
of
sin
gluttony.
period?
No, it's the sin of gluttony.
Gluttony.
So when you drink
Okay,
too
so
much,
overindulge. Okay, it's
yeah,
overindulge.
overindulge. You're not supposed to do none of that on anything.
Right. Because they drink in the Bible, but
Yeah.
again, too much of anything is the issue.
And for a lot of us, the problem is that we don't know how to stop. We're
Mhm.
supposed to.
Yeah, but they also did a lot of talk too and said that the rabbit ears I got at wine that they had was very watered down. Like it wasn't like no sangria like how we got. It wasn't no Sutter home. It was very
Exactly.
so it took a lot. So if you
I
were
don't
drunk on
know. I
views,
don't
it
know.
wasn't. I'm telling you, it wasn't. It was weak.
Have you had toilet
A
wine?
lot of the stuff they drink was watered down.
Toilet.
You know, jail
Nah,
wine. That stuff is
I
strong.
don't know that.
What is that?
Oh,
It's
you talking about? Oh,
basically
we
just
call
the
it.
same
No,
process of how they
we
made
call
it
it
back in the
hooch.
day. Just not
It's basically you take like you'll take fruit, you take like apples, oranges off your tray, you take bread, you take sugar, and you put it in a trash bag and you let it sit, and just hope you don't get caught before it ferments. I know we call it hooch. Yeah, okay, I know it's called toilet water.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
basically,
you're basically making a not a moonshine, you're making a Boone's Farm. You're basically making like a Mad Dog 2020.
okay, so I saw where True Bleed said addiction is deeper than people give credit to. Absolutely. And that aligns with what I said. Like, to be carnally minded is death, to be spiritually minded is life and peace. And that's so much deeper than just what's being said at face value, because um, you have to pour consistently into your spirit to experience that life and peace. If you continue to pour consistently into the flesh, then that's where that death is going to take place. And again, it's not always a physical death. It's where your spirit becomes you're not as spiritually sensitive to certain things, so it becomes easier for you to give into the flesh. And again, I understand some people's addictions are stronger, but I am speaking from a space of knowing God to introduce himself as a deliverer to me, and
Well,
so other
Mo,
people that I've seen. And I will say this, so basically some people believe that addiction is deeper than a choice. I believe at some point we do choose what soothes us over what heals us.
now, Mo, I'm gonna have to challenge this one a little bit, beloved.
Okay.
So, this is what I personally believe. Now, I'm very thankful that I was raised in a very spiritual slash, of course, religious. I was raised in a Christian household, right?
Mm-hmm.
Methodist. Long story short, I believe that if you were not raised to know how to pray, to know how to like sit with yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't raised with those principles, because I have buddies of mine who like they never said grace at the table, nothing, nothing, right? And I believe that if you don't have that when you're young, when you hit a certain age, it's virtually impossible to be able to know how to harness that. You're too far gone, you're too physical. I believe that you need to know how to do things like that from a very young age and take it with you into adulthood. Now, I know you may say, well, with the blood and power of Jesus, anything's possible. I can't knock it. I hear you. But I'm saying, just on, let's say, like a basic level of it, the physical level of it, I don't think most people are capable of all of a sudden one day something go bad and they just know how to like pray and really have that faith and believe something's going to work. I believe those are the very people that curse and damn God. I digress. My mic is muted. Or just don't acknowledge God. Period.
Mm.
Almost like the you can't teach an old dog new tricks, kinda ish, not real, but in that ballpark, if you want to say. So yeah.
So you're saying basically they don't have a way to fight the addiction?
Well, no, I'm talking about what I'm talking about right now is how a person responds to any form of calamity in life, not even just addiction. Something bad happened, you lost your job or a loved one passed, whatever.
He's
If
right.
you've never had that growing up, being like some form of religious or spiritual centered and knowing again how to pray. People think praying is just putting your hands together and closing your eyes. You got to know how to go somewhere in yourself to even tap into that level of prayer, right? So it's not just close your eyes and just, all right, so amen, all right, y'all, let's eat. Man, you got to know how to go somewhere when you do that, man.
Yeah.
So if you try to start all of a sudden, I believe doing that like at the age of like 25 or something, I believe around that time it's about too late for that. I believe that's something that seed had to have been planted in you from a very young age. But I digress. My mic is muted. You can give me your thoughts.
So I will say this, I do understand what you're saying, and I understand that's an honest question, because a lot of people were not raised with the Bible and they don't have the foundation of Christ. And some people just simply don't believe and they didn't grow up with that particular spiritual framework. So what are they supposed to do? Just stay stuck? No, of course not. And I would say that not knowing God, it doesn't make you weak, but it does mean you're fighting powerful battles without the strongest tools available. So I get that part too. I do also believe that, even when you don't have the foundation of being taught God, He is still living deep down inside of you. So we are born, I mean, not born, but eventually we develop that self-awareness. And once you have self-awareness, you're able to recognize certain patterns and you're able to identify certain traumas. And then that's where you can choose discipline and structure. So you create more positive routines and boundaries. There's also therapy and different support systems. So counseling groups and then being accountable, like that self-awareness is going to show you, okay, this is leading me down a path of destruction. Am I gaining positive results or negative results? So yeah, and then having purpose also. So if you have a career, if you have good family around you, if you create goals to redirect that energy, that also helps.
Okay, I like that you said that. My response is not even a rebuttal, just my response is I believe the only thing that turns a person around, if it does, would be near death experience. I believe that you have to be on the brink of having your soul reach your collarbone. I think you got to know what it's like to be right there on the cusp of passing away before you actually really get it. I don't think for most people anything else really does it most of the time, except of course God. Like I'm not even being funny. Like I'm a believer too, so like there's nothing not possible, right? But I'm just saying us given this free will and kind of left to our own devices, and we are put in a position here where it is all right, figure it out, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm watching, we and the angels, you know what I'm saying, the seraphim and everything, we're watching, but you figure it out. And so
So,
I just see it like the only thing that really turns people around though is near death experience, beloved.
I don't
I
know.
don't think, because I had all the support in the world. I'm a prime example of that. I,
Mhm.
I had I had all the support in the world, and I still wound up doing 7.5 years in prison, and I still wound up on the streets for a period of time in my life. And the only way I got back to where I am now is because I finally said I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of myself.
Mhm.
Nobody else could save me from me. I had to save me from me. Well,
Right.
of course it was God first, but I had to do the
Mhm.
work, right?
Right.
So,
Of course. Hey, Mr. Center of the World. He said consumerism is gluttony. The American way is addiction. Um, True
no,
Belief
it's
said
not.
some people like to be a victim. It can be. So to your point about some people don't really change until they have a near death experience. Majority of the time, I don't agree with that. I don't believe that you have to almost lose your life to finally start, I guess, living right. And you don't have to hit rock bottom to gain wisdom. You just have to be honest enough to recognize the direction you're going. And again, self awareness plays a huge role in that. For some of us, it does take that. But to say most people won't change until that actually happens, I don't know if I believe that.
Well, Mo, when you said, of course, I do agree with you that you don't have to go through certain things to gain wisdom, because the wise ones are the ones who learn from other people's mistakes, right? So that's
Mm-hmm.
generally the wise ones. They generally don't have to go through that, right? Now, I do believe that there are those of us like myself and many others who have reached a state and a point of wisdom through our trial and error.
Right,
But
but that makes it sound like pain is the only teacher when sometimes awareness can be. Does that make
mm,
sense? Now, pain
yeah,
for me, my crazy self back in my day, it was the teacher.
mhm.
You get what I'm saying? But I
And
know some
so you're
people.
saying it. So
I
you're
know
saying
some people where no, I don't have to do that. Like I don't want to go through that. Their mindset is completely different.
I think that most people do have to do end up changing
yes.
their ways when they do go through something, some type of trauma or some type of shock, like medically, like a diagnosis, or
Mm-hmm.
'cause usually
There
that's
you
when
go.
people do. You know,
Yes. Facts.
they hear about it,
Facts.
they hear about it. Yeah, okay, I'll put it off. Okay, I'll do this later. All right, I'm gonna do this later. Until next thing you know, got stage two. You know,
Yeah, but I guess that's why I do these streams because I get tired of us feeling like we need a tragedy to wake us up. Even though it
yeah,
did
I
take
feel
that for
you.
me. You get what I'm saying? It did take that
Yeah,
for you. It did take that for Smitty. But at what point do we say, why does something have to be so horrific for us to experience change?
because we're human.
I
Yeah,
get that
and
part too.
people are just naturally selfish.
Right.
Humans
No,
naturally selfish
well,
sometimes.
sorry,
And
sorry about that, 84. Sorry about that.
now you good, bro. We naturally selfish, a lot of us, a lot of times. You know what I mean? I know I have my selfish ways, and it just is what it is. You know what I mean? Sometimes we don't always have to face what you're saying, Mo. So you're right. We don't always have to go through that, but at times we do. At times we do. And I'll speak to some of the points that was made, and then I'll make it brief. I gotta get my vitamins, but I'll say this. As far as like culture and things that are acceptable, that has changed over time. So how we do relationships, how we look at what's appropriate and not appropriate has changed throughout the time of man. So in certain cultures and times, certain things were acceptable, but there's things that are now in Western culture that's just not acceptable. You know what I mean? We know that already. We don't got to go down that loophole. We know what it is. It is what it is. Um, as far as addictions, some addictions are there to be get thrown in the flesh so you could, learn what you need to learn through life. You know what I mean? Certain things you're able to fight off. Some things you're able to not do. I'm not gonna be, a thief, or I'm not going to be, somebody who's on cocaine or somebody who's drinking or whatever all the time. Like that may not be my thing. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the bedroom, oh, I'm on it. You know what I mean? Or I may not be on it when it comes to the bedroom, but man, I can't be around liquor at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody has their own thing. You know what I'm saying? Some people are addicted to even violence. All they know is violence. Violence is the only way they feel loved, accepted, or even understood. Because
So
that's how they grew up. So
That used to be mine when I was a kid.
right.
yeah, so everybody has their thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's just that in each and everything that everybody has is to teach us something if we're willing to learn from it. We gotta be willing to learn from it. If we not want to learn from it, then we're gonna suffer. And then we're gonna, the relationships that we have around us won't be healthy, or we will never obtain healthy relationships at that as well. Or we'll just damage the healthy relationships that we have. But if we learn from it, we can start to love ourselves and also have relationships that bring that love to us as well. I'll land there for y'all.
So I understand what you're saying, like from a realistic human experience. Absolutely. You made a point. You said sometimes we do have to experience those near-death things to actually learn. I don't know if I agree with that. To actually learn is different. So sometimes we know that something has gone too far, or we know that a thing has cost us, but we continue to go that way anyway. So the issue isn't a lack of knowledge. It was a lack of obedience. If we're honest, that's where a lot of our pain comes from, a lack of being obedient to the things that we already know. So pain did not create the lesson. It forced us to accept it. That's something completely different.
So would you take for
Hey,
example,
Coffee.
I think I get what you're saying. What came to my mind was drinking, and how when you have that horrible hangover and you say I'm never going to do it again, but then you do it again. Right.
Like a day later.
Yeah, so when I was
So,
you
but
feel
real
better.
quick, real quick, Mo, then I want you to finish it just so I can, because to what Soap said and what you guys were saying as far as the selfishness. Me personally, I wouldn't call it more so selfishness, although that can be a component, but I would say it's more so comfortability. Like when it's so sunny all the time, one day you leave out and forget to bring like at least a poncho or something with you in your book bag, right? You forget to pack those things. So I think that what happened with, at least with me, I can say personally, I've been so comfortable for a long time that I kind of had an untouchable type mentality, believe it or not, and not in a cocky way, but in a just nothing ever happens. So why should it happen tomorrow? But I digress. My mic is muted.
So yeah, I understand that too. And again, that's not to say that, oh, this is so easy and people just choose to do wrong. No, it's hard to overcome certain things. I do understand how some people have to have a near-death experience, but again, it's not from lack of knowledge. It's from a lack of obedience and a lack of us accepting. Sometimes that pain can force us to deal with the thing. And I will say that pain can be one of the loudest teachers, but it's not the only one. There are quieter teachers that we often ignore as humans. You get what I'm saying? Like the conviction. Sometimes we know deep down that is wrong. God has given us that wisdom a lot of times, but again, it's that fight against what makes you comfortable and feel good versus dealing with that truth and that being willing to overcome. Hey, Coffee, did you want to add?
I'm trying to get to a quiet spot.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
I am in my city.
Oh, it looks nice. Okay.
Yeah, man, enjoy, dog. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Play.
He always traveling somewhere.
Always doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Busy, but the topic is great. You know, I can't speak to addiction because I guess too much of anything could be an addiction. But if we're speaking substance abuse, I can't really speak to it, which is why I gave up my job a long time ago. at Charlotte Mecklenburg Substance
Nah,
Abuse
Kwafi,
Services.
nah. Kwafi. Addiction,
Yeah.
the word addiction, bro, that goes from everything from food, sex, video
Yeah.
games,
Yeah.
gambling, okay? It ain't just
YouTube,
smoking.
like
Yeah,
JP.
man. Yes, your phone, your
Anything.
actual phone. Are you able to go to the bathroom and not have to take a tube without it?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go
Damn.
to the bathroom and sit
Can
down
you go
without
once
taking it with
without your
right? You see
phone?
what I'm saying? Like, so addiction, bro. We ain't talking about just drinking and smoking. So you can
Yeah,
maybe,
it's layered.
I think everybody has something that they can testify to some form of addiction, even down to
Absolutely.
chocolate.
Mine is overthinking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess for me, having to have so much of everything to where now it doesn't matter. Materialistic things don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many you can go to Overeaters Anonymous, you could go to Clutter Anonymous, you know, anything that you think is too much, like you said, is an addiction. And I think me having a whole bunch of things in life has been an addiction for me. And I had
Would
to
you say-
learn how to become a minimalist.
Would you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that is a form of a gluttonous spirit? I'm just not getting on that. I'm just asking. But yeah, just asking. Because the only thing I thought of when you said I gotta have everything, I said gluttony. That was just the first word came to my mind.
Well, for me, no, because I'm not a selfish person. I think that was just because I could get it. You get what I'm saying? Like some people will do things just because they can.
So let me ask you this. If I throw a banquet and I invite all of us here on the panel and there is more than enough food for all of us, all of you guys eat in moderation, but I throw down like 7 plates, right? Was I not being gluttonous, although there was more than enough for everybody there?
I think because of who you are as a chef, you would probably want to make sure that there's a variety and there's enough for everybody, because everybody don't eat the same thing. That's just who you are. You know, so I wouldn't think that would be.
Well, one thing I can tell you as chefs, it's a key thing you'll hear all of us say. We don't eat, we taste. Like we do so much tasting of food, by the time it's done, we ain't hungry. But I got you though. I got you.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I was just saying as far as that part of what you were saying, because now this is what I wanted to ask you, Mo, that's so you can move it forward. Would you say gluttony is a form of, like, would that go tie into addiction, or would you separate the two, you know, from a biblical to a modern day sense?
I think they go hand in hand.
Yeah, you know, if that's what it is, yes. But I wouldn't say that for myself.
Hi, Mimi. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. But can y'all see how they can go hand in hand, or not so much?
I do. That's why I asked the question. I mean, me personally, yeah, that's why I asked. But Kwapi, if you said that's not what it is for you, then what would you call it? What would you describe it to be?
I guess once I learned, and it didn't take me nothing but just a quick second to learn, you know, you got to be tired of certain things. You know, it's just like a person, like y'all talking about addiction. You got to want to stop it. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think that's what it was for me.
Right.
Like right now,
Hmm?
like right now, I'm getting rid of a lot of stuff so that I can do other things in my life.
Yeah, sometimes you got to completely renovate in order to build anew. But you know, Mo, I've been wondering for the longest, what do you think it is with some of us who can just quit certain things in life cold turkey, and then other of us, we stumble for a long time? You know, like my brother, he can just stop doing whatever. He'll just be like, yep, so this is my last drink for like a few months. I'm a detox, and he'll really do it. And I just always wondered, what is it that other people have in them that, like even, I don't know, weekend warriors, some people don't do nothing throughout the entire week, but then they'll get hammered on the weekends and do nothing throughout the week. And I just wonder, what is that?
I would say that I don't know if that's addiction. It could be like temporary attachment. Their attachment to that thing may be weaker than yours. So I would say that not everyone is fighting the same level of addiction, if that makes sense.
That's actually a damn good answer. I digress. My mic is muted.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Mimi in the chat as in Mimi Tarot card? What is the name?
Mimi Magical Libra Tarot.
Yeah, that's my girl there. I've been knowing her for a while.
Oh, okay. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah. I told her about this channel.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, okay. So from the first
and I think she should join the panel.
Yeah,
she's a good person.
Free. I'll drop the link again. Feel free to come up if you'd like.
I'm up here. It's okay. It's okay, Mimi. I'm up here. Yeah.
So the first question was, are our distractions actually our chosen comfort and not accidents? And everybody pretty much answered when I asked, are people really struggling, or are they intentionally choosing relief over growth? So we basically had some people say that I guess addiction can be deeper than choice at times. And at some point, I believe we're choosing what soothes us over what heals us. And I know everybody won't agree. So the next question is avoiding stillness.
Let me ask you a question. So would you say that's putting a bandage over it and not really healing? Just putting a bandage over it?
So.
Temporary.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Mimi. How are you?
Mimi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much. I just came in and I'm so sorry I joined your panel not knowing what the topic was. But I heard a little bit about what Kwafi was talking about.
We're just talking about, well, the topic is what would happen if we starved our distractions and faced ourselves. And right now we're talking about basically is addiction like is it deeper than choice? That was my
question. Okay.
Did you want to add anything? Wait.
I wanted to say for me would be relationships. Because I've always been in a relationship, and then after that relationship ends, I've been in another relationship. Never. And just be by myself.
Yeah.
And know who I am. And I just got out of another relationship because the guy I was with turned out to be not the person I expected. So this time around, I'm doing things for myself. I'm getting to know myself. I'm writing music. I'm getting closer to God. And I'm really enjoying being alone right now.
I think that's such a good thing. And that goes into my next point. So is avoiding stillness the real addiction? So basically, is the real problem not necessarily the sex or the weed or the food or social media, but the inability to sit with yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, like, do we actually know who we are without certain stimulations? And I know some people will say people need outlets, of course, And others will say outlets have become, the perfect escape routes
Well,
from truth.
well,
And I think
Mo,
that's a part of it too. So many times we do use the distractions because we don't want to deal with the deeper pain, whatever that may be.
Exactly. That's how I felt.
I would
Mm-hmm.
say briefly, Mo, and anybody can think to themselves, if you go to sleep, because I had to figure this out with myself for a bit, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
my conscience. If you got to go to sleep and you need some kind of noise distraction, you need to listen to something falling asleep. 9 times out of 10, it's because it's tough for you to find that silence within yourself. And to make a long story short, they say a heavy conscience makes a light sleep. So what it is that basically your mind is loud, your conscience is loud, very loud. And what we try to do is we try to drown that out with music, with talking to people, socializing, panels, whatever it may be, just listening to shorts, scrolling through our phone. The number one reason why I believe people scroll through their phone so much is because they don't want it to be quiet around them. For silence for the wise ones is considered to be opportunity, and that same silence for the fool is considered to be torture. I digress. My mic is muted.
Okay, so I don't sleep in silence. Um, I have to have the white noise, the rain, or the fan sound, right? And it's not for negative reasons because I don't want to sit with myself. I'm just using myself as the example because um, so I do that because it supports a deeper, more stable sleep cycle. And it's not avoidance, it's actually regulation for me. Um, just like, for example, if you dim lights, that can help your body wind down. So white noise for me is a part of, just something I wind used to. But I do agree that sometimes we use certain things to drown out uh, the deeper traumas, Um, yeah. Did anybody else want to add to that point, or
Yeah,
that's
I
true
want to
too,
your
Mr.
sleeping. I want to add to your sleeping with the fan on. My brother's like that, and he's always been like that. He cannot go to sleep unless he have the fan on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right, and it's not
no.
that I get what Smitty is saying though, how some people can use certain things to um help them not have to deal with whatever painful truth, they don't want to face. So my next question. Okay. And this, so does living your truth, like a lot of people say, conflict with the biblical truth? Duh. Of course I would say it does. So, for example, the scripture that I tied into the stream says the carnal mind leads to death, but culture will say follow your feelings. So, which one is right? I know which one is right, but um so basically I don't understand why, if feelings contradict God, why would you still follow them? Again, that's the easier thing, but at some point, why are we not waking up at our big age? We're not 18 anymore.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every
Many people would use as an excuse. Well, I'm not perfect. You can only use that for so long. But the truth is, you're human.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too, Mr. Center of the World. He said awareness can be unsettling depending on what you are aware of. Mm-hmm. I agree. Was somebody in the back and I didn't see him? I think so. Dang, I wasn't even paying attention. Irby said, I can't sleep unless I have slow music on. He said, hi to you, Coffee. It's funny he calls you Coffee.
I know he's always in that. Irby, I knew Irby from the Black Manosphere, you know.
Oh,
So
did you? Okay.
yeah, it's a lot of people I know from way back.
Yeah.
The Roger Report.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I've heard of him, but I don't think I ever tuned in. Yeah.
You probably don't want to, my love.
What, he hates black women too? Oh my gosh.
Mo Love, can you read the beginning of that scripture again? I missed the first part. What did it say?
Oh, well, this verse, I think it's Romans 8:6. To be spiritually minded, to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Yeah, so with the third question, I said, does living your truth conflict with biblical truth? And so many times it does, because the carnal mind leads to death, but culture says, follow your feelings. So which one is right? So if your feelings contradict God, are you supposed to follow them? Absolutely not. And if being yourself leads to destruction, is that still authenticity? Because that's so much of what the culture is about. Our feelings and us following our heart. But we have to identify with the greater truth, which is, God wants us happy, but more than he wants us happy, he wants us to be transformed more than anything.
Right.
So the fourth question, are we calling consequences life being hard instead of calling it what it is? So basically, I forgot who said it in the chat. Are people really victims of life or participants in their own cycles?
I think that we're participants in our own cycles. There are pros and cons, and there's consequences to your actions. We're grown enough to know that.
I mean, it's both. Because you like I said, you can be born into it, and you have some things you have to relearn and reteach yourself as you get older and as you become more wiser.
That's true.
Right. Hi, Daniel. Good to see you. I agree with that, Prom. Daniel said, Jesus also said, "Be ye holy as I am holy." There's a place we can get to in Jesus where the list of the flesh fades and we begin walking in the spirit of the Lord. Absolutely. That's basically what my scripture was about. And I also stated how we have to be patient, realistic, and with ourselves. Because this thing is a process. It's not normally something that happens overnight. So yeah, as far as, are we calling consequences life being hard instead of calling it what it is? So are people really victims of life or participants in their own cycles? I agree that it could be both. So sometimes you can really be a victim of life. But at some point, we have to wake up. Like, are we down a path of choosing the same toxic relationship patterns? It could be even with finances, how some of us struggle with that. Are we choosing the same poor financial habits? Even when it comes to our emotions, the way that we react and respond to certain things. Are we even trying to change? Do we have any self-awareness? Again, that's a huge part of this too. So at what point is it no longer life and it's actually our decisions? Are we honest enough to sit with those things? So I know a lot of people often say trauma explains behavior, and some people say no, trauma explains it but doesn't excuse continuing it. You get what I'm saying? So I believe that one part of it. Some people choose to stay in a victim mindset, and then some people choose to push through whatever that situation was that caused them to be a victim. So I would say mindset is everything. Anybody?
Repeat it.
Oh, okay, I got you, Brown. So some people would say when it comes to consequences, are we calling our consequences life being hard instead of calling it what it is? So for example, it could be, yeah, you are a victim of life, or are you just a participant in those cycles? So do you really play a part in what's going on with you? Like, do you keep running back to the very things that keep you down a negative cycle? Or are
I
you
can
really
explain that. I can explain that a little bit. A lot of people are immune to pain. Some people don't know what if a person don't know what it feels like to be loved. How can they possibly? I mean, if a person all they know is pain, how can they possibly know anything that's done out of love? You know, so if we're talking from the negative sense of things, yes, you play a part in it, but you can also play a part in it unknowingly. You know, it's just what you know. Yeah. Some people beg for more pain.
That's a sad truth, but it's the truth. Daniel said it's a stronghold of the mind, absolutely, that only renewing the mind with the word of God can break it. Yeah, I agree. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing but expecting different results.
Mm-hmm.
And that what you said, Kwafi, some people are addicted to pain. That goes into my next point. So is peace actually uncomfortable for people who are used to chaos? I believe
Yes.
I would say especially for a man that constantly been in them streets and in trouble. Me being an ex-correction officer, I've seen guys talk in conversation say, "Hey man, you know, I'm scared of that world out there. I may come back."
Mm-hmm.
You know, they may come back to prison. You know, and I used to see guys that would be released within 1 week and be back.
Oh,
You know, whether it's
mm-hmm.
whether if it's a probation or a new charge. You know, and usually it's the probation. You know.
Yeah. They're used to that life. Yeah,
You
that's
know,
so.
and from what I've seen working for the Federal Bureau of Prisons, I've seen guys that will be holier than thou. They would have the Bible. They would throw that Bible in the bin. They would throw the Quran in the bin, you know, and be back, you know, because trust me, if you don't have a plan coming out of there, you know, it's a hard sacrifice.
Man, that's sad.
Yeah.
It's true. So yeah, again, that ties into Romans 8:6 because it says the spiritual mindset is what will give you life and peace. So the question is, why do people run from that peace? And I believe it's before you can get to a place of peace, it requires you to take accountability for certain things. And it requires a certain level of discipline to obtain that peace. And again, stillness. So again, what if people really don't want peace? They just want whatever.
That's just how we are when we're young, for the most part, man. We don't value peace when we're young. We value excitement. We love the chaos, the crazy relationships, you know, the arguing and all that.
But
Because
what
it feels
happens
like
when
you're
you
living
see
life.
these 40, 50, and 60-year-olds with that same mindset? You don't think
They
that?
learned. They started at a late age. You got late bloomers out here.
Yeah.
So and I don't want to make excuses for grown ass men or women, but you know, if they left out, it's just like if you froze somebody's life in a scene as a young boy at 19. Imagine that young boy at 19, he get locked up in prison and he get out at 35. He's still that young boy because he
Yeah.
never, you see what I'm saying? And it takes maybe some hiccups even in behind bars to teach him.
Mm-hmm.
That's so
You know?
true. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you don't have nothing but time on your hands, you can still be blind to the fact that you're still stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's so easy to stay in the familiar, what's comfortable.
Yeah, and sometimes the unfamiliar is strange. Some people are unfamiliar with certain worlds, and that world could be peace, that world could be success, that world could be just a higher learning.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Pass this light,
then at the
So,
next one, left on the
The sixth question: are we feeding the flesh while praying for spiritual outcomes? So, can you realistically expect peace while consistently choosing what disrupts it? So, for example, we can pray for clarity all day, but we continue to avoid truth in certain situations, and we can be praying for God to heal us in certain areas or heal certain things in our lives, but we continue to entertain the hurt.
But
So it's
isn't
like,
that a part of the process though?
I would say yes, it can be a part of the process, but the issue is when we stay stuck there, there's no growth, because even when you're going through the process, there will be signs and evidence of growth, even if it's very small. Does that make sense?
I can
You
see
have to
Yeah.
have a plan. You have to have a plan.
Yeah.
God wants to heal you, but he also wants to put you at a place to where you know how to deal with your tests.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you trust in God? Do you trust whatever your faith is? Do you trust it? Do you
Mhm.
trust the process?
Right.
Right.
So what were you saying, Prime? Good night, Randy. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you.
I mean, so it's like it's a part of the process, right? And then and that process could take a long time,
Yeah, that's true.
because we're not perfect,
Right.
So there may be some things that you're gonna struggle with to the day you die. But that's when his grace come in.
Well,
So many things, man. I think we none of us really know the playbook. Everybody has a different prescription, to go by. Different diagnosis, Some may be the same, but with a little bit more. Some may be the same without with something that's permanent. We don't know. But like Prime just said something about grace, I also think it takes, in order for people to have grace, human beings on earth to have grace, they got to have patience. And also you have to have patience as well. Like you were saying, the process may be too long. It's not happening fast enough.
Yeah, so with grace, I would say human to human interaction, that's conditional, but when it comes to God's grace, it's different, because that's something that we get even though we don't deserve it. So Prime said,
But then it's like to what point though,
yeah, because
Is
we
this
don't know
grace
when God's
gonna
grace
be-
is going to run out.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the word talks about that too. The Lord will turn you over to a reprobate mind.
Well, you said something too about you've been praying and praying and praying. God hears you. I don't think you have to say that same prayer over and over and over. You
I
know,
agree with
that's why.
that.
Yeah.
Well, I think as long as
I just say it
your
over and
heart is
over
still in tune with
sometimes.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I say it over and over sometimes. And I know the Lord heard me the first time, but it's like a mental relief for me.
Yeah,
Um,
me too.
when I pray again, it's like, okay, I've already asked God to cover a specific thing. And now I'm saying, God, I thank you for the way that you're gonna work this out. So it's a different prayer, you know. Um now. But when I wasn't as strong in my walk with God and I'm still growing, I would pray the same prayer over and over again. Over and over, you know?
Well, is it a prayer or is it a chant? Because sometimes a chant could be like, God, I know you hear me. You know, like, if you just let me get through this. In that moment, you will do that.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I believe in the chant, but I think that if you have faith, you know, he hear you. You know, sometimes I would pray and I would just leave it alone and let it be done.
Yeah.
And sometimes it worked out, and sometimes it just wasn't the time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Center said, but I think we should ask God for grace anyway. Daniel said, it's realizing whatever we face, Jesus already knew. So he already made a way out for us. It's listening and being obedient to what he's speaking. That's key, obedience. That's where
Can
so
I
much
say
of our pain comes from, lack of obedience. You
can I
know?
say something to that last
Mhm.
part, Mo?
Yeah, you
Briefly.
can.
Um, um, I wonder if anybody else has dealt with this before. I had a period in my life where I felt so ashamed of what I was doing, I just completely stopped talking to God. Although I'm always told you can turn to God regardless, come as you are. We all know the quotes and sayings, right? But
Mhm.
like the way I was living at one point in my life, like out there in the streets, like really, really in the streets, I
Mhm.
felt so ashamed that, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even want to look up for a long time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I was just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just wanted to throw that in there. I think a lot of people may deal with that as well, like may just
I've
stop
dealt with
talking to
that.
God
Yeah, I've dealt with
That's a
that
part of
too.
years.
anger.
Me
That's a
too.
part of
Yeah,
anger. I think that's a part of
yeah.
anger, guys. And when you've been there,
No,
been
no,
that way,
wait,
you
wait, wait,
just
wait, 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 real quick, Coffee. I'm
Mhm.
saying for me, okay, so I don't mind you saying your part. For me, just for the audience, I
Mhm.
felt ashamed. It wasn't anger. It was like my head down, tail tucked between my legs, shame. I felt too
No,
Yeah.
embarrassed to
I,
turn
I,
back to
I,
God.
I, I get where you're coming from, but when you said that you just completely stopped talking, so I could take that also as, and I know I'm not trying to tell you about how you felt, but I could also take that as anger because I've seen people go through that. Not just speaking about you, speaking about I just had people that I knew that was really deeply into the church, deeply
In
into their
general,
faith.
I get you.
Yeah,
I get you,
in
Coffee.
general,
Yeah,
yeah,
in general.
yeah,
I get you,
yeah.
brother. Yeah.
Yeah. I've dealt with that too, you know? In my point of, I guess my period of separation was, for me, it was definitely shame. Like, oh my gosh, I messed up too bad. Like, I'm too far gone. I don't want to talk to God in this position, especially with the way that I'm living.
That's literally the words I was saying, Mo. I'm too far gone.
Hmm.
That's exactly where I felt I was at one point. I was like, yo, I'm. Forget a knee deep, forget a waist high. I'm like chest up, like You know.
And
Damn.
I don't know if would it be, when I really think about it, is it really running from God or running from how we feel about ourselves?
Running from how we feel about ourselves. No. The running, you're running, you're stepping away from God by running from yourself. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So when you run from yourself, you step away from God. Point blank, period. Like, at least that's how I see it, as far as like from my personal experience. That time of separation was excruciating, and it was very dark. It was a very confusing. It was very confusing. I had a lot of questions as far as like, do I want to live or not? Not in like a off yourself type of way fully, but like, not do I want to live? There we go. What am I here for? There we go. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Like, what's my reason for being here? Like, I'm just taking up space, and then you start saying a bunch of stuff to start doubting yourself and downing yourself, and that's when this enemy of man gets to whispering. But
That's
yeah,
true.
it's real deep though. But like, I just wanted to throw that in there as far as that
For me, it's
separation
really-
feeling through the separation feeling through one sinful embarrassments, if you want to word it that way. My sinful embarrassments caused me to have a separation for a period of time with my loving creator. Go ahead, rock out. What was you saying, Kwame?
Yeah. I was gonna say, for me, it's been a complete shutdown
Mm-hmm.
from the world, from everybody. I don't want to talk to nobody. Just let it be me and God. Let me box with that situation. You get what I'm saying? Because some things I knew better about. Some things I knew were known to fail me, I went right back to.
Me too. Hey, Riaz. Yeah.
But you know
You know,
something, Kwafi? That was the part that stirred me away from talking to God the most. It was the Negro, you know better. That was the number one key factor, I would say, when I was like, I'm too far gone, because it's like too many times I've either gotten bonded out of jail, pulled out of this situation, bailed out of this, helped out with that, and then you squander what we would call squander your blessings, right? And
Right.
it gets to a point where you're like, you know what? I think I used up all mine. Whole time you didn't, because it's endless,
Exactly.
right? But in your head, you're gonna be saying to yourself, like, man, I don't. Look, I remember the last time I came to say, God, if you get me out of this, I'll never come to you again. And here I am again, right? Like, that's all I'm saying, Kwafi.
oh yeah,
Anyway,
I mean, with me, brother, my situation is I have put myself in situations to help other people,
Mm-hmm.
and it almost brought my whole damn empire down.
Wow.
The things, and I had to learn, this is why I'm so hard on the knowing better and the coddling people.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Because I'm actually a really nice person.
Right.
And people will play on that, women have played on it, men have played on it, and my problems ain't everybody else's problems. I'm not God.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and that's what I've had. Oh, ask Kwafi. He know. Family members.
My whole life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Family members. Oh, he got a big house. He had money. He was in the music industry. And it was like, I wondered if these people really, do they like or do they love me, either or both? And it was all about who I was. And I said this before, I've been in places where I'm a known person in the room, not to get validation, but hey, that's Kwafi, get there. It's like, if I turned and walked away right now, would these people even notice that I had gone? I think they just wanted to. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Kwafi, is it really about who you was or what you can do for them? Because maybe
it was more. Yeah, I had to learn that, man. It was what I could do. Even in this space, I had to learn that.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I want people to win so much, man. People I rock with, how we talk, Smitty, you know how we talk about the crew. You know, you remember we was all talking about what we were gonna do for our channels. Remember that?
You talking about on
One day we was all on
Izzy's
Izzy
show?
channel.
Are you talking about?
Yeah. And we all talked
Yes,
about,
I do remember.
but everybody went on with the four brothers. You weren't included, and I know I wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
I
I've
think I
never
remember
included
this
Quaffy. I don't.
show.
It's man talk, man. That ain't nothing. But I get what you're saying. I get
Yeah.
the message and what you're saying on that. But that
Yeah,
ain't
yeah,
no big
yeah.
deal, bro. Folks still keep it pushing. You know that.
Yeah, you have to, because we're here on individual accounts, but at the same time, if I know you're cool, brother, what I want for me, I want for you if I really rock with you, because you got something to offer. You know, and even Mimi, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Mimi, you know what I've been through. You know what we both been through, right?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Yes. You know what you. Yeah,
I know.
You got to delay. I think, you know, like even when I tell y'all these stories, like Mo Love, when I told you one time I had a white woman on YouTube stalking me for 2 years. She was right by my side. Mimi was there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was to the point where the FBI almost had to get involved.
So she was on a whole nother level of crazy.
Yes.
Wait a minute, Mo. Wait, because this is the internet.
No.
This is the internet. Quaffy,
Mhm.
the FBI, Quaffy.
Oh,
The
yeah.
FBI.
Oh,
Break this down. Now I
No,
need.
No,
for
she was
real.
doing.
That's who you
No,
call
she
when
was
it's
doing.
online.
She was doing way more. She was doing way more than just harassing Quaffy. What she was doing was she was talking about a school called Texas A&M. She was saying things like she wanted to blow up the school. She
that's
kept going
different.
after the school.
Okay.
Yeah, she was saying that she wanted to go after school. She was coming into black spaces with her white rhetoric, coming to the manosphere, acting like she wanted to help the manosphere, all to spite the black woman. She was causing disruption in the black manosphere. So she was doing a lot of stuff. She even made it.
She was the first Pearly. She was the first Pearly, and people don't know
Wait. So
about
let
her.
me ask you this. Quaffy. Did anything ever happen to her legal wise?
Oh yeah, they showed up at her house.
I'm about to
The
say, 'cause
FBI
if
did.
nothing, I was going to say, because if nothing happened after all of that legal wise, then the FBI sent her. Okay, that's all.
You see, she's nowhere to be found right now. But I did put her. I referenced her in Pearly things.
Well, let's not speak up the ghost. You know, if you say Bloody Mary enough times. So,
Oh man,
go
I
ahead.
look. This social media thing is so different now. I really care nothing about what people think about me. What you think about me is none of my business. But at the same time,
that's where I'm
I
at,
didn't come here I came here to be a filmmaker. And for those who want to come along, and if I think you got something good to say, I want to collaborate with you.
Well, Quaffy, do you know why? Do you know why, in particular, the internet is extremely different and weird now? Because you got to think about it. If you really look at it on an overall scale, it's nothing but a mass form of insecurity spewing. So regardless of what you're hearing, men this, women that, this color politician, that color, whatever it may be, it's just a whole bunch of people not settled with themselves. And this is the reflection. I mean, and this is this is what happens when the news gets too involved with people's heads, although people don't watch it as much. But same fear, that same anger, that same insecurity that the news and a lot of mainstream medias was pumping out, we've taken those thoughts and really dumped them over here instead of leaving it over there and bringing something fresh and brand new over here. It's like moving and all the furniture got roaches in it. Well, the brand new house is going to have roaches.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You're just bringing roaches to the new house. That's how I look at it. But I digress. My mic is muted.
Hey, that's a good analogy. But
It
Mimi,
is.
She know what
She said
we've
she'll be
seen this
right
thing.
back.
Okay, yeah, this space has been turned upside down. So I know a lot of people here. You know, I just don't say much, you know.
Oh wait, I've seen how messy it can get, and I'm like, really?
Very bad. That's why you think
Y'all really
the only
take it
person
this
gonna be able to
far?
tell you the only person who's gonna be able to tell your story, Mo Love, is you. I'm the author of my own story. That's why I came out and did that bigger than Bad Boy Records thing. Because I had idiots follow me for nearly 5 years about that Diddy shit. Excuse my expression.
Yeah.
You know, and I had to take care of that.
I think I saw when you did the documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, see, Kwafi, you got to remember where you are. This is the only place on planet Earth where it literally is the Twilight Zone. See, here is the only place where everybody else tells you who you are. And anything you got to say about yourself don't mean nothing. None of these people ever met you, never hung out with you. They may be slightly familiar with you on the panel here and there, but no, they're going to tell you exactly who you are. And don't you dare try to correct them and tell them, no, this is who I am. So you got to know it's just backwards here. And the very moment that I realized that this whole area is a bunch of crawfish, because crawfish swim backwards, right? So once I realized that, I said, let me stop trying to go ahead, be froggy and leap. You see what I'm saying? Because it's vicious, bro. It's vicious. So
I've been able to maintain, and I love Mo Love. I come to her panel because this is the only place I know that I know where she's not going to tolerate certain things, and she has it under control. And I try my best. You know, I don't get on panels with fools. I'm gonna let a fool talk themselves until he's finished, and I'm like, "Are you finished?"
Yeah.
You know, I'm that person.
But you know, even when you ignore it, it still can be draining, Kwafi. It can. It
Not
can be
really.
draining.
What do you mean? Like when you
I pay it
ignore?
dust.
Yeah.
I pay it dust.
I'm talking about like all right, I'm saying if it's like persistent. Like, you know, some people get harassed, like how you said, Kwafi, what you went through. I think that's a good example. I believe that ordeal was draining for you, correct? No, it wasn't draining at all.
Yeah, well, it was because at the time I was trying to grow the channel, and this woman, I look up every minute, white woman doing a 9-hour stream about me.
9 hours is
yeah. I guess she thought she was gonna get some traction.
Yes,
she only got
yes. And she did the same thing to me too. She did the same thing to me too.
So now we have the answer. See, you messed up. You messed up. What you were supposed to do was D her down and shut her up. She just
I did that. I did that too. But I just let her do.
People what? Like if they're on their own platform,
I was just joking. You really did. Okay. I was just joking. He said,
yeah.
I did that.
I mean, I'm like, this woman was crazy, man. You know.
So that might have been the problem. So did you is it one of those you laid it down on her and then you left her alone and now she was like,
right. No, I didn't know what she was. I didn't know if she was Asian or white. I just told her hair looked good one time, and next thing you know, she just started going after me. You know, and I didn't know that she was crazy. I just didn't. She is a nightmare.
How long? I gotta know this.
Let me tell you what she did. She ran this white girl crazy. She sent bloody feathers inside of a box at this woman's house.
What?
Okay, Kwafi,
yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. So first part of the question, just real quick. First part of the question. You found out all of this after the encounter, like the sexual, like after you gave it to her, after you hit.
Man, I ain't never messed with that woman, boy.
You said you. Oh, I thought you said you. Nah. I thought you was for real. So you was joking.
No, I told her hair looked nice on a panel one night. And then that was her way to get into the black manosphere to say, oh, he's trying to give
Were you
my hair
ever
credit.
talking to her on the back end? Were you ever
No,
talking to her?
never. She just started to follow me
Only
and start,
panels.
you know,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
just started,
nah.
and
Yeah,
it got to the point to where I had to figure out and find out who she was,
Okay.
and I did a great damn job at it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so this is a video that we're gonna I guess kind of y'all can share y'all's thoughts. If y'all didn't catch the beginning of the stream where we addressed the starving our distractions and facing ourselves, please feel free to rewind and hit the replay. But this video is about hold on. Prime, is that you? I know you were. Well, we're gonna watch.
Yeah, I got I wanted to find I'm trying to find the video on her TikTok with it by itself, but we got Love Jones giving a commentary. I don't know if y'all know who Love Jones is, but she's like the first one that popped up about, you know, giving her commentary on it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put that in the back.
All right, cool. Whenever you find it. But yeah, I think it's amazing how all grown adults, how things can just get so out of hand when people get mad or when they stop agreeing with one another, you know? It's crazy.
Actually, I got a call to go to. So can somebody else I'm gonna put the link in the back chat.
Okay. You said you have a call?
Yeah, I gotta go reprogram the sensor right quick.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
It won't take long. But I'll still be listening though.
Okay. Y'all know I don't know how to operate all the extra. Mr. Center said
just I guess just let me know what you're doing, Mo. I guess I can try to help walk you through.
Okay.
And also, Mimi knew how to do it too because she has a channel.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Prime.
All right, I just posted a link in the chat.
Oh, okay. So if y'all could pull it up, I guess. He posted the link in the back. Did you want the other page brought up, Prime?
I would have to go to
Nah, you don't have to do that. Whenever we're like doing this and I'm helping you with that, you don't have to bring it up, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Let me know if you need me to do it. I gotta go to my computer, but I don't want to be on my way there and somebody already pull it up. You need that pulled up? I can get you one.
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Let me just go downstairs. I got you.
I appreciate it. So was that your only negative experience, Coffee? Online? Like, was that the craziest?
Just arguing with a couple of dudes here and there. That's it, you know. And arguing maybe with a few females too, you know. But I did not want to associate myself with that type of company and my channel, you know, because I'm not that guy that you've witnessed it yourself. I'm not that guy that hate women. Right. I don't. And Mimi knows that.
Yeah.
I like ladies. Yes.
So did it ever get really bad, like with the women, or?
No, with the white woman, it was real bad. I mean, when I say bad, it went on for 2 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah. 2 whole years.
I may have went back and forth with somebody on and off for like maybe a year, but
she contacted me on my personal Facebook, and I'm like, how did you even know where I was? I had to block her.
Wow.
Yeah.
What I don't like, since I've been on YouTube, like there's been a few people and I don't know, because I don't have my contacts or YouTube, Instagram, any of that synced to my Facebook. But I've seen people come up from YouTube and I hit block so quick, like, what? My name is up here. Like, this is not more love. And I've
Yeah.
been like tempted to just change my not that I have anything to hide, but I know that it can be some weird people online, and I'm like, how is YouTube stinking my Facebook? Because my Facebook is like more personable. It's like
It's just like if you
family
shop for something
and
online,
other.
you look up and you see the same thing on another page. It's like that. It's the algorithm. The algorithm is real.
Even on Facebook though, I'm like,
Yes. It's all about ads
mhm.
and connection and connecting people together, but you don't want to connect with the wrong people.
That's true. That's why I don't post on TikTok anymore. I was like, oh, everybody can see my TikTok, huh?
Look out backstage.
Okay. What happened? I don't see anything. Of course not. He dropped. Yeah, RB, that's true. But I think I may start back posting on TikTok. I think.
All right, I'm done. I can pull it up if we need me to.
Smitty just said, he was like, I think Smitty got it. He actually went to his computer.
Okay.
Hold on. Is it? Let's see. Is that you, Smitty?
Prime is back.
He said it's okay if you got it up.
Yeah. If you can do it, cause I'm still like out here working.
Where's the link? You said it's in the back.
It's in the comments. Yeah, in the back chat.
Again, this is something random that
in the back chat one more time.
It's
I don't
just
see it. I'm on my computer. It's not showing up.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because once you leave and come back in, it's not going to show what was previously.
All right, I'll resend the link unless somebody else can like just copy and paste it again in the chat.
And paste it once you put it down there. I got it.
Let me see. I think I got it.
I can at least help out with that.
Copy. Do you see it?
Now I do. Yeah, I got it. 1 second.
Okay, cool.
Is Mimi there still?
So this is me. Yes, Mimi is here. So this is I guess we're gonna review something from some lady, and
hold on, give me.
I don't know. We'll see. I don't know.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
That's what I got.
So basically, it's a white woman talking about how black people do proms because we don't have weddings.
Why are they always speaking on us and we don't really care what they have going? I don't know, but okay.
That's what I'm saying too.
Okay. Let me see something here.
Because they think that it's a proper way to do everything, and everything that they do their way is the right way. And we just put that extra sauce on it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. I don't like that she was the one that gave the opinion. Maybe if it was a sister, I would have, been more open to the commentary. I do think that people can be extreme with the prom. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but yeah.
Let me know when to push play.
Well, after looking at her page a little, it seemed like that's her thing.
I do have a problem with some things with prom when it comes to the young ladies.
I don't think like they are 30. Yeah.
You should not walk around like Jamal Bryant's wife. I love her.
Yeah.
She's a Soros, she's an AKA. And I think people took that a little too far even with that. She's a grown woman. She didn't sign up to be a pastor's wife. But the whole point I'm making is the girls in school today, I don't think that they should come half naked prom. It was just no way. They had a dress code when I was in school. And you could be a fine chick, without having to do all the stuff. I
agree.
Your curves is enough.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
Hold up, y'all. Don't get too wrapped up in the convo before we watch the video.
Okay,
all right.
cool. You can press play, Smitty.
Okay. No, I was just making
And
sure.
if you can, like, kind of fast forward to where she's talking, to where the clear person is talking.
Right here. Right
Yeah,
here.
I think that might. Yeah, somewhere around it. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Are you playing it?
Baby mama culture
Yep.
are like this. You can't have one without the other. You can't have hood prom or the baby shower stuff or the gender reveals or anything like that without baby mama culture. Because the reason why the dresses are so extravagant in the cars, in the show, in the presentation is because this is the closest these girls will ever get to being a bride. In the Black community, I'm sorry to say it, actually, no, I'm not, because it's the truth, especially in lower income households, there's not as much of an emphasis on family anymore. These kids aren't getting married. They're going to be baby mamas and baby daddies, so they're never going to have a wedding. These girls are never going to walk down the aisle. Some of them probably will, but the majority of them will never be a wife.
Why is it always some unseasoned chicken in a Black woman's business? Why? Calling it hood prom. First of all, from what I heard from another pale-faced lady, she said the reason why proms are even a thing is because the poor whites couldn't afford to have their daughters be a debutante. Okay, so it's actually rooted in something that is closer to classism for your kind. And then, of course, we had the segregations with the prom once the school started to integrate. And then, of course, we're just creative. We got sauce, we got juice. We're rhythmically inclined. We're attuned to the vibrational field and forces of Earth. That's why we're automatically going to do it bigger and better. It's just in us. It don't even got to be on us. It's in us. And I think that this is a clear-cut case of jealousy. Jealousy. And second of all, this girl is not married. Sis, where's your man at? Where's your husband? Where's your ring? You a cat lady. And it ain't nothing wrong with being a cat lady, because I was a cat lady for a long time. But my allergies and everything, I had to get rid of my cat. Shouts out to Bambino. I love Bambino. So I'm not even like, but you're a cat lady. You don't have a ring. You got a Pinterest board somewhere out there talking about where you want to get married and what you would hope to walk down the aisle. And your mother was a single mother. Your mama was a baby mama. It's the nerve. Everybody is always projecting how they feel about themselves onto Black women. Let me show y'all a clip of her confirming actually what I just said. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Here's my formal apology to Black women and girls. I'm sorry you can't handle the fucking truth. But quite frankly, that's not my problem. The reality of the situation is the reason why hood prom and hood baby showers and all of these hood things exist is because the Black community does not put enough emphasis on having a father in the home. And please know, I'm fatherless myself.
Whoa!
This is a pot calling the kettle black situation here. I call it like I see it. A lot of you guys have daddy issues, and you truly do believe that a man will never stay because you don't think you are worthy of having a man who stays.
First of all, bitch.
Oh, huh.
You're projecting. You don't think that you're worthy of having a man who stays. At the end of the day,
I didn't
even
say
if we don't have our fathers living in the household with us, majority of us have a very strong male figure in our lives, and we know who our fathers are. And when they are present and are around, they're way better fathers than white men, because white men, we already know, they check out, they beat the kids, do touch the kids. It's a lot going on with y'all over there. Y'all, you have daddy issues. Speak for yourself. I know my father. Even if my mother and father was not together in the same house,
Hey, yo,
the
pause it.
majority of us know who our fathers are. We can pick up the phone and call them. A lot of us have great relationships with our fathers, and lo and behold, some of us did grow up in the home with the father or a good stepfather. Okay, and let me read y'all this right quick. As of 2023 to 2024, there are approximately 6.65 million.
Probably walked off. I just
think
First of all, how you gonna call my name and blame me?
I'm so sorry, yo. I zoned out. No, I was on the phone. My bad, because it ain't my show, and I forgot that I was actually. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So,
Hey, D. Good to
I gotta address this. How you gonna blame me? See, the black man get the blame for everything. I ain't say that word.
I
said only show the clear woman.
I think it's a mess altogether. I think the black girl looks a hot mess. I think the white girl looks a hot mess, and the fact that you're pointing fingers about marriage and you're not married yourself.
Right.
It's the hypocrisy. Um, yeah, and reducing an entire group to one outcome is definitely not the truth. It's bias. So
And I
yeah,
don't get right. They talking about they grouping all black people, like you said.
I get
That's
tired
how
of
all
that.
of us do
But
on a prom
did
night.
you see Stanley? Yeah, I get so tired of being grouped up in the same box.
You
I
know.
hate it.
Now I haven't really seen too much of the current day proms like that. You know what I'm saying? I've seen like a couple things on Instagram. You know,
Uh-huh.
like the extravagant stuff. But I'm pretty dang sure that that is not the majority.
I do believe that some of these things can be extreme though when pertaining to prom. Do you?
Yeah, of course. The prom, the baby showers, but I've seen white people do it too. The craziest,
I'm
stupid baby
saying
shower stuff too. People
right, but I'm
dying in the
saying
baby showers.
yeah, the way some of these 17-year-olds look 35 going to prom. That's the part I'm talking about.
Are you
Let
talking
me
about
tell
like the
you
way they dress?
what I say
Yeah,
is
the
that
way that they dress.
you got many people doing things differently. Like we may not understand why white people are having their weddings in a horse barn. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's not our culture. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? But we don't ever say
Mm-hmm.
anything about it. You get what I'm saying? But when
Right.
they see that, and I know what you're saying, Mola, you do have a lot of white women, they really stuck on y'all hair. They really
Yeah.
stuck on that.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know why you have it done different ways all the time. That's the fun. That's the
Love
fun
it.
part of being a black person.
Right. But we don't
You know
care
what I'm saying?
about them going to have get their lips done and their butts done to look like us. So
Wait,
it's just,
You know,
what up?
you
Sorry,
know,
I just
is
got
that
here.
is Riaz up there?
Yeah, I'm here.
yes.
Oh, hey Riaz, how you?
Hey, Coffee. I was just gonna say some more as well. You know, they also tend to look like I think you know, I have a brown skin tone, right? You know, basically they go tan and no, cause you know, to look like, you know, they do tanning as
Mm-hmm.
well. Don't
They
forget to
do
add
be
the tan
trying,
as
man.
well.
They be trying. They be trying. But my
Yeah.
thing is, how does this equate to the lack of weddings in black culture? All right. So from my understanding, the white people, everybody's having a problem with marriage, right?
And
It's
That's
down.
right.
It's down
these are
across the board.
children. These are
Yeah.
children. This is the same thing like
So
where they trying to equate what's the boy name? The little boy that stabbed the other little boy in Texas. They trying to
yeah,
say
yeah.
they trying to mix him up with George Floyd. You
Anthony.
see?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
but weddings, marriages are going down across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it? Why? What does this have to do with our marriage situation? And then what kills me is when we have black people who are siding with this. I was about to cut with this, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
first of all, they have no authority to speak on it because if it wasn't for them, our marriage rates wouldn't be down in the first place. It's a
Mm-hmm.
systemic issue that's been happening over since the 1960s.
Explain.
It's the main reason why. The high incarceration rates, the um, the government assistance type programs, you know, all that other stuff that kind of broke up the black community, the black families, and all that other stuff. There's a lot of there's a lot of I want to say operatives that have had their hand in the way that we now have what a 33% marriage rate.
Mm-hmm.
If last time I looked, and
Hey,
yeah,
Magnus.
compared to theirs, yeah, theirs is at what 52, if I'm
Get
correct.
Stanley.
So
I just think I don't know. I just think it's a mess.
we got demographic divergence. That's another issue. Just there's
I
just
don't like
this
any of
economic.
it.
It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
It's just a lot of I don't know. I'm not really feeling the video, but you can keep playing it. I don't think she's a
No, we
good.
ain't got to. I was just about to. I couldn't find the original version on
Oh,
her page on that woman's page. I couldn't find the original one.
got it.
But
Yeah,
this my sis though, man. You know what I'm saying? This my sis. You know, we bump heads because she used to always get on me for not marrying my ex.
Oh,
You
you
know?
know this lady. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Stanley
Okay.
said, what is demographic divergence?
Demographic divergence is basically saying that it's just the marriage gap is widening. It's just another way to say that between black and white people and other races.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Mr. Center of the World said, Black people need to learn how to gatekeep our intellectual property. Black people don't think far enough into the future. Mm.
Can I say something to that?
Wait,
There's a
I
point to
don't.
that,
Wait,
but we
Pine,
do.
I want to say something to that, to what Mr. Center of my world said.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why it's like that, because today's people do not teach their children that they are who they are. We have been conditioned to relate to others than to ourselves, even when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to schooling. You know, if you go to a public school, I think all that still should start at the home. Because when you get these people teaching your children and telling you who they are, it becomes confusing. That's where the girl who can't identify with the fact that she has kinky hair and she wants to be like the white girl at school,
Mm-hmm.
per Candace Owens, you know, and they grow up like that because this is what they've taught them, to erase themselves away, even from to see themselves, to not see anything brown like them in the school
Mm-hmm.
system.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
now growing up, I went to from elementary school, I went to an all black school, but I started to go to an all mixed school where it wasn't even about the color, it was about your talent, you know, and it was a very hard school to get into in Atlanta, and it's called Northside High School of Performing Arts.
Okay.
And I hung out with rich white people that did not care about my skin color. They cared more about my talent, you know. But then again, I don't think us as black people even then understood the dynamic that was how things were changing. Even then, people were cosplaying into they were learning our culture then.
Yeah.
And in the late 1990s up to 2000.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Now, when we had white people that were really down for black folks, they were people like the Beastie Boys, you know, who were real, who were in rap culture. We caught Vanilla Ice being flawed. We threw him out.
Why is it that other, like, why are they so caught up in what we have going, and we don't get caught up in what they have going on? And then I also have to hold,
because they want to gatekeep that.
I have
they
to
want
hold
to
our
gatekeep
people
it.
accountable too, though, Coffee, because it seems like we are so quick to expose and tear one another down for the public to see.
Yes.
So that's another issue. If they see us doing it to one another, then they feel like, why should I respect it? Y'all don't even respect y'all.
Well, when we get mad at each other, we put white people in place to try to, quote unquote, get us together. I've seen black men in the black manosphere do that. You know, Pearly Things was one of them. You know, the crazy chick that I was telling you about, she was one of them too. Mimi witnessed. You know, I'm gonna stop for a minute. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I got somebody getting in the car.
Okay.
Okay. Wow.
Did you ever find the original Prime? So your issue was saying, what's his name talk about it?
But yeah, I'm on a call right now.
Oh, okay, got it.
Okay.
Got it. Mr. Center said, I think networking with wealthy white people definitely does remove a lot of mystery about what it means to be wealthy and what making it is. I think networking with wealthy white people definitely does work with a lot of mystery about what it means to be
Sorry, but
wealthy
someone's got background noise.
and what making it is. Mm. What does this emoji mean, Stanley? Was this something? Was it something I said?
Okay.
Is that you?
Think
I
it
think
is.
it was
But
Prime.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, basically though, right? Sorry. And I don't have to fill a word though, but for me though, I know I'm different and I know who influenced me. I just give props anyways. Plus anyways though, for me, harsh reality is both sides will never truly accept me. Even my own people gatekeep against me, their own culture.
Right.
Literally, they gatekeep against me because they think they're better than me because I'm born in the UK, they're born over there, and they think they're so much better than me. They'll literally they keep their own culture though to me. So then I'm just like, look, when I go there, some of them think like, nah, you're not us though. And I'm just like, wow. So you know what that created? That created me a massive identity crisis.
Yeah, but you have to. We talked about this before. You have to get to a place where
I got to a
you
place
identify with yourself outside of what, regardless of what culture, whatever culture may think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so basically I'm creating my own identity now actually. I've gotten to a place though. I have to admit there's a lot for me to I've gotten over some bits though, but I'll admit though, there is more for me to get there. But I am at that kind of place type thing though. Yeah.
Let me find that other video.
Yeah, but you know what I say though as well sometimes to them? I say some of them have no swag. I have swag. They don't have swag though. I throw it back. I'm not projecting. Sometimes this though, right? Like literally, I feel like this. I literally, same things I say here, I say it to them though about, look, I want to understand them. They don't want to understand me. So I just decided, okay, I get to a place though, I do my own thing. Do I share common empathy? Yes, but at the same time though, whatever they have going on, that's their thing. Not my thing.
Hold on, I'm trying to look for this video.
That is funny, yeah. That is but it's funny, but it's true actually what I said. Some of them have no swag actually. Literally, that's what I actually realized. Some of them are hypocritical. The ones that say they're better are actually hypocrites. Because they say they're better than me, but the same better ones want to come over to where I'm at though and live where I'm at and set their life here. And some of them who say they have nothing in their homeland, but they want to come to where I'm at though. And while they do it, they think they're better and they can handle it, but they don't. They will cry when things don't go their way. I know what life is really like, and when I tell them what life is really like, they don't want to listen. I'm just like, good luck, though. You're on your own. I'm not helping.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I say though. That is
I couldn't find that other video. Irvy, you are funny. 84 said, okay, we hear you, Swag King.
Yeah, that's how I say I've got drip though. They don't have that.
You got drip. Oh, that's why you call yourself the Drip King.
Yeah.
Yeah, he been the Drip King for a long time. I've been knowing Riaz a while too.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Trust me. You know what I say though? I got drip and I got swag though. Basically, some born Pakistanis have no swag. Have you seen how some born Pakistanis in the UK and in their homeland, right? The way they dress, they have no swag at all, bro. Literally no swag at all. Yeah, traditional clothes aspect, they got that. But when they want to dress like, the ones from the UK, Western influence type thing, bro. Some of them don't do it properly, I know where I get mine and I give props.
Well, I
better.
do see you with some nice jerseys on, Riaz. You be wearing some really nice jerseys.
Oh yeah, basically, I wear fleece, but I was a tech fleece. Sometimes I wear my hoodie, and sometimes I got a leather jacket. So, you know, you know, I got a leather jacket, pocket jacket, I got a tech fleece.
I can't hear you, Riaz. You sound kind of muffled.
Okay, so how about now?
That's better.
Okay, so yeah, I got a tech fleece, I got a hoodie, so, you know, puffy jackets, you know, leather jackets type things. And also got cargos as well, so, and I got nice jeans and stuff. So I got good clothes though. The one that put me on fashion though first is both my pants though. They got different fashion styles though, but I created my own kind of fashion style, but basically, not like create my own, but I created my own fashion taste. I just basically know where I got it from.
UK magazine today, Riaz, that damn thing cost me $30 at
I'm
Barnes
back.
and Noble.
Okay.
What you need me to do?
I don't know. We were just talking.
Okay.
More love. Thank you for being versatile. You know, we know you love the Lord, and I think
Lord.
that yes, you love the Lord. I just think that sometimes we could still do this and be normal. A lot of people think that you can't, you know, because you need regular people here. See, it's civilized over here, and people gonna respect you because of who you are. It's not all the time about a gender war talk. I think it's fizzling out. It's fizzling out.
I can only do so much.
We have something to talk about.
Yeah. I like to definitely, you know, make the basis of all my streams the Lord
Y'all
God
want some
Jesus
gender war?
Christ.
We can do some gender war. Y'all want some gender war? We can do some gender war
I
now.
like
I hate women.
diversity. That's all.
Is that what you guys want?
No.
Definitely not. That's everywhere.
Yo,
But
it
if I
smell
do
like fish.
talk about like male and female relationships, I like God to be the basis of it. And then if it goes into, like, we've talked about submission on here. We've had, you know, different topics, but we do use the Bible as the blueprint to what that should look like versus what, you know, a lot of these YouTube channels say. I'm like, what? That doesn't even make sense. Like,
You can reach more people. You can reach
God. Why are you talking about submission?
You can reach more regular people with the Bible when you're a little bit nicer. You get what I'm saying? Some people want to like when I used to go to my mom's church, and the pastor would say, "Hey, I haven't seen you in church in a long time," and he started going straight into what I'm wearing. You know, and instead of just saying, "Hey, son, I'm glad to see all these men walking around here with these Rolex watches on, and they think they something." You know, I'm like, whoa. And that's why I didn't go to that church.
Oh, he was very rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Fancy cars, and you can't take that to heaven.
But they drive them. I'm confused.
They do. Some of them got jets.
That's insane.
It's a problem when we do it.
And that don't have nothing to do with leading people to Christ. You having a jet. At all. It's a mess.
I'm watching this video now that's like a representation of prom from the 1950s to now.
I was on Bolo's stream Friday, and he showed this video where Paula White was saying, I forgot what she said, but she was like, there are 20 of you or 10 of you that could give so many thousands. Y'all need to be obedient because there are a lot of kids who gonna down y'all's watch if y'all don't listen to God right now. And those are the things that make me mad with these mega churches. Like, you use fear tactics to get people to give. And it's sad that you have people that actually fall for that.
Before I give Paula White something, before I give Paula White anything, I give it to the lady that come on late at night and say, "Oh, we only want you to give 13 cents a day." I'll do that before I give her anything.
It's just a mess. Oh, it's a mess.
I'm gonna say, sorry. The only thing I'll say is that basically the real reason that people use acceptance type thing is because it's like, some people.
I can't understand you, Rick. Can y'all, or is it just me?
Okay, no, let me try again.
I think he needs to
Sorry.
put his face to the mic
You
a little bit
sound
more.
muffled.
Okay, how about now?
That's better.
Oh,
Sound
sorry.
better.
Okay, so what I was trying to say is basically the reason why some people use distractions though is because they don't want to face the demons within. It's an internal thing. You can deal with external stuff, but some people, it's all right. They just want to avoid the internal stuff because sometimes it's really hard to base. No, just the way they think. I'm not saying it's hard. It is very easy though. It's just that you have to make yourself do it. But actually, in some people's mind, they feel it's that difficult. That's why they have to distract themselves, with many other things though. So, it's kind of like a form of avoidance type thing though, for a reason though. Because, if they try to actually do it, in their thing, I'm saying in their mind, basically, when they try to do it, they basically feel that it's
basically limit just a little bit of the basics. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
No, but I'm glad you catch. I don't know. Hold on 1 second.
And try to break it up a little, like, know.
Okay, goddamn. Oh my goodness, sorry. I was trying to say, my goodness, sorry. Now that's a filler word. I'm glad you caught me. You told me you caught that. I was just about to say the whole summarizing point though is basically though some people are not willing to face the demons within.
So Magnus Hart said, if you had nothing, then you get lectured on being lazy and how God hates laziness. Yeah, these preachers and pastors can be so manipulative. Me and my mom were talking about how we were at a church and I think I was maybe 19 and the preacher was going around knocking everybody out. And my mom was like, he better not come over here. I was like, Mama, oh my gosh, like, I don't want him to come over here. Like, I don't believe that those things should be forced. Like, God is God all by himself. So he come over there with the oil and then he started trying to hit my mom in the head and tell her to pass out. Like, God wants you to just surrender. Like, and my mom didn't do anything. And then the pastor was like, it's okay. Like, we recognize stubborn spirits. No.
Whoa.
What you did was in spirit led. My mom has a relationship with the Lord, and you're not the determining factor, sir. She didn't feel anything that you did, but my mom just, everybody else was running around passing out. My mom did not move. And he had a problem.
That clip that your sister always plays?
Which
clip
Huh?
The clip where the man touched the person's head and the person fall out.
Oh, Benny Hinn, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually admitted that so many times back in the day he was playing. He wasn't serious. He admitted that a few years ago. And I'm just like, that's crazy. It is a mess. Let me see. I had more questions. Prime threw me off with the prom thing.
My bad.
It's always somebody that every time there's something good going on, I mean, they want to rain on that parade. I had brought students out on my channel and I said, when you see the representation of Black men, this is our future. And they got mad at me on my channel for saying that. One white guy was like, oh, you think you're doing something. I'll show it to you. I'll send it to your Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had a lot of male students, that were there with me, in the video. And he was like, they don't want to see anything good,
That's crazy. I don't get it.
You're not doing anything special. That's what he told me.
Oh my God. So how did you respond to that?
I said, listen, this is not a troll channel, bro. Don't come over here with that.
Right. I always say
Yeah.
there are plenty of other channels.
Yeah, just click to the next one.
It's simple.
You know? Now, if I was sitting up there, we were doing a lot of degenerate stuff, they would be happy with that.
Of course. Of course. Yep, I agree. Let me see. I wrote so many notes.
Okay.
I can't find them. Are you sending it now? Is this something that you wanted to show, Coffee?
Oh no, not me. I don't have anything to show. I'm out.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm actually like kind of looking at some stuff right now.
Okay. I think the last question I asked, are we feeding the flesh while praying for spiritual outcomes? So my next question, if we removed every distraction, would we even like ourselves? Would anybody like to respond?
Sure.
You said without any distractions, will we like ourselves?
Yeah, so if everything went silent, like no phone, no people, no substances, would that feel like peace, or would that feel like literal panic for most people?
I think for most people it's panic, because some people don't know how to live without it, or actually, I don't know. I'll admit, yeah, maybe that's a phone thing for me. I can try, but I feel like I'll admit, though, to a certain degree. But for me, it's not everything. But for some people, though, they'll go in a panic, and for some people, it's for peace. So it varies.
I would say I believe it was send most people in a state of panic. So yeah, that's why I was saying most distractions don't just entertain us, they protect us from confronting ourselves.
Yeah, I guess the reason they would panic is because they feel like they want to protect them from themselves, because they feel they don't want to address, what they don't want to address that within themselves. So they don't like to be alone with themselves, basically, right? Oh my God, I said the word, but I got it. Okay, they don't like to be alone.
Irby, I agree. Irby said, I would say panic, if I'm being honest. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoops, sorry. I said basically again, goddamn.
I don't know. Me personally, I've been through times where I had absolutely no phone for months, and I felt the same. I didn't feel any different. Yeah, I do enjoy myself. You know what I'm saying? I can be alone.
That's good.
You know what I mean? I don't think that most people can. A lot of people, they search for a lot of outside validation within their peers. So yeah, I can't see it.
I love being in a place of solitude by myself. Now I do. I actually, but there was once upon a time when I didn't. Mrs. Cinder said, my responsibilities to others are always on the forefront of my mind, but I enjoy solitude when I don't have other people to worry about. Yes. Absolutely. I agree.
To me, the only time I like to be alone most of the time is, when it's nighttime, right? I like to be alone. Like, look, I don't mind in the evening or the afternoon or the morning thing, the other people around. But in the night, though, I just want to be alone, because at least I get peace in the night. That's my preferred time. I prefer to be alone at night, though. But sometimes though, I don't know, it varies throughout the day. But sometimes, most of the time though, I am alone at home. But then I don't know, I do talk to other people. But I don't know, I vary though sometimes though. But at night is my preferred peace time though. At least I get to be alone with myself at night.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, back there, class, one time though as well, right? Basically, right? When I went to when I went to Catholic secondary school or high school, basically, right?
Yeah.
They basic. Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm confused.
No,
Were
no,
you?
no. Sorry, I was just about to say something, but then I had to stop myself for a minute. Now I'll start. So basically, I was saying is one time I went to a Catholic high school, though, at that time, no. And when they did Ash Wednesday, right, and I didn't want to do it, right, because it doesn't, what I believe in and stuff like that. And I didn't want to do it. And then it's not like I don't respect what their faith type thing, but that's not what I, do. That's not what I do, though, right? And they made me do it, right? I just be like, look, I let them do it, and then after when they're done, I remove it. It's not that I don't respect what they have. It's just that I'm not gonna be forced into doing something that I genuinely don't want to do. And it's not that I don't respect what they have, but I don't respect what they got going. It's just that it's just that,
Mm-hmm.
It just does not align with what I have, though. That's what. And I told my dad that though a few years later, and he said, about that. But it was like a compulsory thing. It's not that I don't respect their rules. It's just they're making me do something I didn't want to do.
My bad. I'm looking up something.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely, Riaz, you keep up the great work.
Thank you.
You continue to improve. Been seeing it for the past, I guess I've known you for like a year, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's been about a year right now.
Yeah. So let's keep it up, man. I gotta find these stupid batteries.
Man, what's up?
Hey, Mo Love.
How are you?
Pretty good. How are y'all doing tonight?
We're doing good.
Yeah, I live in the woods alone with my dog already. So my phone is kind of how I'm reaching out to y'all right now. You know what I mean? And it's kind of how I get some company and stuff. But hello?
What is the weather like?
Oh, it's like 50 degrees.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say if I didn't have my phone, maybe I'd go to church more.
If you didn't have your what?
If I didn't have my phone, maybe I'd go to church more. Maybe some more community events. My phone allows me just to escape and live in the woods.
Mm-hmm. Do you like where you live?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Except when it's 35 below for 2 months in a row, like it was this past winter. That kind of sucks.
What is the temperature now?
35.
Oh, that's cold.
Above. Thank goodness.
We
got
are
the heater
right now in Dallas. It is 62. And what's so crazy, I think this weekend is going to be 80 something, then it's going to get down to 40 something at night. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
I don't. Did you put what's this in the bag?
Oh, that's the so in the back are what's been affecting the marriage rates as a whole for America and how it affects what are the differences and how it affects black and white people.
How do
Well, basically
you can
how
you
black
put it
people are
up?
affected differently. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can do that, or if you want, we could find like a video on it.
Yeah, that's cool. Coffee, are you still there?
I always
Yeah,
start from
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, cool. Mimi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Thank you so much for joining the panel. I'm normally the only female here. I appreciate it.
Oh, no
Are you
problem.
closing out, Molo?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I that's what I told Mimi because she's very skeptical about going to different panels.
I get
And I
it.
think we've been in this space for a minute and we know who to deal with and who not to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people are crazy. Very crazy.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I could not agree more.
You know, and usually people that are crazy, they don't understand the dynamics of being a content creator and really having a real conversation. They're more into coming up to have drama, you know?
Right. To derail the shows.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to get rid of all of them. The hyenas, the tethers, the combs, all of them. I'm tired of all of them.
And I think when people say tethers, like some people will call you a tether because you're in America and you're not from here. And I'm like, no, that doesn't make you a tether.
Let me tell you, tethering, it would be, you don't become a tether until you start to weigh in on America's business. And I get them all the time by telling them, I can't come to your country and do what you're trying to do here. So stay out of America's business. Come here, do what you need to do for yourself.
And be quiet.
Make your, yeah. Stay out of it. Stay out of black people business, especially. Don't come here cosplaying, get the benefits, and then hide yourself. Like come over here, get welfare, food stamps, and then blame it on black women.
Ew.
I know a lot of them that do that right out here in San Francisco. They don't go where the black people go get their welfare downtown. They go to they go out in Pacifica, you know, in the hills. Because you know
you say you recorded somebody?
Yeah.
Or you recorded you went to
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I saw an Indian man with a damn electronic monitoring device on his wrist, on his ankle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what they
And
call
they was
it
still
over here? They call it tag. Toe tag.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were giving him food stamps and welfare. In the South, not even a black man can get that. I'm tired of these damn cars out here that are driving by themselves. Sorry.
Oh, they are?
Self-driving cars.
Yeah, we got that.
They be messing
Robots,
up, man.
Robots drive right past us daily. Walk right past us. Hi, how are you doing? That type of thing.
They walk past you?
This is AI country.
Wow. For real? Wow.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
So you don't think that the self-driving cars are a good thing?
No, I don't like them.
At some point they will be, but right now they just mess up so much. Like
they do, man. When I say they mess up,
that's scary.
They don't know how to stop for what is it? For the ambulance, a funeral, or anything like that.
So what do they cause a lot of wrecks?
Yeah. And if they cause them, guess what?
What?
It's an experiment,
What do you mean?
a study. You know, they can't be held liable.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They probably won't be allowed. Probably just pay it off. Pay it off.
And when you ride in those cars like Waymo and different things like that, you have to sign a disclaimer to say, if anything should happen, we're not responsible. Your family not getting any money or any of that because you chose to.
Dang, I didn't know that.
Dang.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wow, man.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
So, yeah, I won't get in one.
Me neither.
They got some that don't even have a steering wheel.
I don't know. Miss me. No steering wheel. No me.
Anything out here, most of all the stuff that's technology wise hit out here because all the Asians are out here.
Okay.
Yeah, the Indians
You
and
in
Asians.
Cali, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in San Francisco. That's why you didn't see that bridge behind me?
No, but it looks like a very beautiful background that I saw earlier.
That is
that's
beautiful.
the Bay. Yeah, that was the Bay Bridge. Yeah.
Okay. That was nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can prime whenever you're ready. Press play.
Okay.
I have not seen this before, but looks pretty good.
Okay.
Foundational institution in many societies, providing emotional, social, and economic stability. Looking at data even from recent years, it's clear that those who are married tend to do better in society. Married households have higher income, married people in general have better physical and mental health, and kids that grow up in a two-parent household experience a more stable childhood. This might change in the future as our culture changes even more, but that's where we are right now. But in recent years, marriage has gradually declined in the US. In 2022, there were 6.2 marriages per 1,000 population. In 2000, the rate was 8.2 per 1,000 people. Looking back at when the rate was the highest in modern times in 1945, it was 17 per 1,000 people. Seeing these numbers, there is one thing that stood out to me. Marriage rates across the board have declined. True, but marriage rates for Black Americans is notably lower compared to other races. According to the Pew Research Center, 63% of Asian adults and 57% of white adults are married, but only 33% of Black adults are married. Why the big disparity when it comes to marriage rates? In this video, we will examine multifaceted reasons behind this trend, examining historical, economic, social, and cultural factors that contribute to the lower marriage rates among Black Americans. And as always, I look forward to your input on this topic. My goal with all my videos is to start a conversation, and I run to the comment section with every video we post. So I'll see you in the comments. The lower marriage rates among Black Americans cannot be understood without considering the...
Is it breaking up for y'all or just me?
Nah, it's breaking up.
It's breaking up. All right.
Context of Black families in America. During slavery,
Let me see. Let's see what happens.
the lower marriage rates among Black Americans cannot be understood without considering the historical context of Black families in America. During slavery, Black families were often forcibly separated, and the legal institution of marriage was not recognized for enslaved people. This historical trauma has had lasting effects on family dynamics and community structures. The Jim Crow era and subsequent discriminatory policies continued to undermine Black families. Economic disenfranchisement, limited access to quality education, and systematic barriers to home ownership and wealth accumulation have had long-term impacts on family stability and marriage rates. Black marriage rates peaked at
Oh, that was right there.
around 60% between 1950 and the 1960s. The era and the 60s, remember, marriage rates across the board have declined. So there's obviously a major cultural shift that happened after the mid-century era. One of the biggest things blamed for this phenomenon is the feminist movement. As women joined the workforce in high numbers, and maybe some began to view marriage as a want and not a need. Before the time women worked outside of the home,
No.
I don't know, man. My work, my job.
men earn money in large numbers. It was vital to get married and have a man
I'm
financially.
gonna get down for a minute. I'm gonna get down for a minute. I hope that y'all still on. I'll come back. I have someone in the car, and I don't know if they want to hear that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Have a good one. I'll be back. If y'all still on, I'll come up.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I got this. My work computer isn't the best, so I'm gonna go ahead and close some of these tabs down and see if that helps.
Okay. It probably
And if
will.
not,
Is that guy that was
There
talking
are
about
those who
those
make
electric cars?
arguments as to why the marriage rate dropped off so dramatically after.
I press play and it's not even playing on the screen.
No, it was playing.
Oh.
In the 1960s. One argument is that President Johnson's social welfare programs pretty much destroyed the Black community by providing financial support to low-income families, and especially to single mothers. These programs include the expansion of food stamps and some healthcare programs. So they argue, and these are mostly conservative commentators, that Black single mothers were pretty much incentivized to stay single and keep having babies out of wedlock, and the government will support you. The second argument, again, this is coming from conservatives, is that the Black culture just doesn't value marriage, period. They view this as a type of cultural flaw. I personally don't find these arguments very convincing. The first argument,
You said that you don't agree with the government giving assistance
As
to
long
single
as they
mothers?
give assistance, that's what broke up the Black home. We never point out how some of these men just leave their families. They go MIA. That's also a thing.
But that
It's
was
not
rare
always
though.
the
Most of the
government
time,
breaking up families.
from my understanding, most of the time it'll be like the man, he'll have a side family or something like that. But he wouldn't leave, actually just straight out leave
I
his
don't
other family.
know. I hear a lot of cases of people saying my daddy never came home, or women trying to do it on their own. They give the other party an opportunity to be there and they choose not to be present. So sometimes you can be forced to, if you're not financially stable, to pursue, other resources. And that could look like government assistance, unfortunately, for some.
Well,
So
my
what you're
love,
saying
what
is
weren't
that
Black?
the new study that Black men are the most involved in a child's lives. Are you telling me that just happened out of nowhere?
I mean, I do think that they try to broadcast the degeneracy of a lot of Black men. I would agree to that.
Right, and a lot of it is fabricated.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, 12th man?
Yo, 12th man.
I think he
But
dropped.
but yeah, a lot of oh man, all my parents, my grandparents, they were still together. You know what I'm saying?
Mine too. My parents are still together. My grandparents were together. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
that welfare
That's why I'm
destroyed
like,
the
I
Black
don't know if I
community
agree with
begs
all of
the
this.
Oh shoot, my bad. What you had said? I was on mute.
No, that's why it's hard for me to take to all of this. I know it's real, but I didn't have to go through it, and I think that I don't agree with everything that they say. There's not enough self-accountability, in my opinion. It's just easier to blame everything on the outside.
I do want to try to do like a little deep dive study into how much did the public assistance really affect the relationship between men and women, like
Mm-hmm.
men, because we keep going by all we can do is go by hearsay right now. That's all we've
Right.
been doing. We're just repeating what everybody else has been saying.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
there has to be some numbers or some real accounts, that we can dig up.
Yeah, I agree. That would be a great conversation to have.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and press play. Trying to find these
Okay.
dang games.
Question: did the egg come first before the chicken? Did the black community need welfare first because they were economically struggling, or did black women just wake up one day and say, I'm gonna get this free money and just stay single? Basically, I'm gonna raise kids
No,
by myself, still struggle, mind you, because we all
no,
know you don't live large on welfare and barely survive, because I'd rather get this free bread and
that's what
government
I
cheese
hate.
than have a marriage. Yeah, I don't think so. As for the second argument, there was actually research done by social psychologist Belinda Tucker about attitudes towards marriage in black communities. She found out black people value marriage just as much, if not more, than white people. Obviously, coming from the black culture myself, I personally know valuing marriage less is not the problem. Something else has to be it. Let me know in the comments if you view this differently. So let me tell you an argument that explains the sharp decline in marriages that makes a little more sense to me.
Right. So the mindset of a black woman just wakes up and says, let me throw my family away so I can get government assistance is insane.
Yeah, I don't.
But that's what they push on social media.
I
You
think
know,
I don't know, man. But we definitely
it's
have
a
to do something on
mess.
that.
Like,
But the other thing he just said, I honestly do believe that we all devalue marriage more than ever now.
I don't know if we all, I would say a great number of
I'm not,
people do.
when I mean all, I mean by like all races in America.
Mm,
We devalue marriage more than we've had in the past.
yeah, because people value trauma bonding over covenant to me.
Well, it's
It
just what we
is. It's just all dysfunctional.
when you say trauma bonding, are you saying like we're scared to get married because of the divorce rates and all that?
I would
Because I
say
think that's what
that,
it
and I think we live in a time where hookup culture is more popular and people value lust more than they do love. From
that
what I've
is
seen.
that is, and
Hey
we're
Zone, good
valuing
to
God
see you.
less. We're valuing God and God and His ways less.
We live in a godless society. That's a huge issue.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, brother, you got anything to speak on this video so far?
I think all of you are wrong. I'm just kidding. I'm
How
just
dare
kidding.
you?
Yo, that's one way to break the ice, right?
You know, it's always some weird person to come on the panel and just,
Just
mess
to be
everything
different, a contrary. Yeah.
up. I've only been listening to like 5 minutes of the conversation. I'm surprised to see y'all on this late. I mean, well, it's early but late, but early but late, but anyway. So like what I guess what's the basis of the conversation?
Well, it kind of started with the viral thing about black proms and baby showers. People looking down on it, saying that we're valuing proms and baby showers more because we're not intending on getting married, or we don't value marriage anymore. And I decided to go ahead and do a dive into what are those reasons. You know what I'm saying? We're not getting married.
That was a weird, one weird white lady that said that, and this is a video of prom showing how, I guess the reasons behind why the black community, the black community's marriage rates are so low.
But it isn't just the white lady. That's the thing. I had left the Tommy's panel, and
you were on his panel.
No, I wasn't on his panel. My bad. I left his show. And they brought her up, and it was like just so many people agreeing with it.
They brought up who? The white lady?
Yeah,
And the black people were agreeing with her.
yeah. There's so many
That's the part
black
that
people
be
disagreeing.
making me mad. Yeah.
Oh, welcome to social media.
You know what I'm
It's so
saying?
weird. Like, I think
Like
that's
there's
just
people that I love and respect on here too. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any hard feelings towards them, but I had to be like, yo, y'all acting like the white ice is better.
that's
Well,
what they do.
well, here's the thing. If I can interject really quickly, people act like YouTube. Everybody watches YouTube and this, content
Right.
creation. Only a small portion of people pay attention to what's going on online and talk about it. Because when you go in your real life, you're seeing the complete opposite of what we talk about online.
Thank you.
And a lot of these, a lot of our black melanated brothers and sisters, they have fell for the banana in the tailpipe. They've been brainwashed by content creators that make it seem like black people are the only ones that have babies out of wedlock. That
Thank you.
make it seem like black people are the only ones unemployed. Black people are the only ones that, delete people of their own race or whatever. That's not true.
Right. But
It's-
YouTube will make it appear that way. Social media, I mean.
Hey, you know what's interesting about that deletion thing? Officer Tatum had told, he's a cop, right? And you know what type of person he is. He actually kind of gave an insight, gave some good insight on those numbers and how flawed they are, and how they really actually misrepresent us. I'm gonna have to pull that up as well too at some point.
I mean, even when you so for instance, I'm born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina, but at the same time, my father has lived on the West Coast since 1993. So I've literally spent half my life on the East Coast, half my life on the West Coast. So I will say that when you cross west of the Mississippi, anything involving the word black automatically decreases because there's not really that many of us west of the Mississippi like that. Now, if you're talking about obviously Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Virginia, places, Baltimore, places where black people are populate the area more, yeah, of course the numbers are going to be up. But here where I am in Phoenix, it's not the black folks that's causing melee. It's everybody else.
Yeah.
Same in California, same in New Mexico, same in Colorado. So,
and when there's a concentrated number, of course the per capita is going to be up. When there's a lower number of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. But that was a good point when you said the majority, people have done a good job of making it look like this is the majority of everyone's thought process. Because everybody is not tuned into social media. When I first came to YouTube, I was like, what? Especially when it comes to the whole gender war thing. I was like, people really, the majority think like this. I don't deal with this in real life. So yeah, I think there's a lot of brainwashing going on.
Yeah.
Yes. And see, here's the thing. I'm just now getting in these spaces in 2021. So before 2021, I done had real relationships. I done had children. I done, purchased a house. I done had jobs.
Right.
I done paid taxes. I done had one night stands. I done had friendships that went wrong and friendships that went right. So I lived a whole adult life, but even before the Kevin Samuels Average at Best or the Angry Man or any of these people, not downing them, but I'm just saying that they're staple creators, that have a large influence. So, it's people just have to understand that it's okay to have your own thought process, and it's okay to challenge when people come up with these larger content creators come up with these talking points. It's okay to challenge.
I do it every time.
What they say.
Nah, you can't do that, bro. You're gonna be challenging their pockets. That's how they make their money. They gotta keep feeding us the same
Shout
BS.
out to Angry Man. I think 2 weeks ago we had our second or third little run in, and then I just go because people were telling me that he did a video, and I'm like, I went to his page and I said, shout out to you. That's not what I said. But he know we
He did a
just have
video on
different.
what about you?
He said this is what happens with the feminist mindset. I said I'm not somebody who just
Not even a
pushes
feminist.
feminism. Yeah, I said, but shout out to you, angry man. And we had a few back and forths, but he apologized for the way that he addressed me the last time, you know, but I just made it clear that I stand very firm in my belief system. I don't care who it is. I'm gonna always, you know, stand firm. I don't have nothing against him. It's just I'm not gonna bend or bow because of status. I don't care who you are.
And that's my primary. That's one of my primary. People say talking points. I say standing points. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like that's one of my primary standing points against the larger content creators that have thousands of subscribers, because what makes this whole live streaming content thing interesting is people with opposite viewpoints as the person that's hosting the stream. That's what makes it interesting.
It does. I agree. Yep. Definitely.
So, yeah, and then I just want to make sure I'm on the right path as well. Like y'all, like, so I heard that y'all were talking about like marriage in the Black community, or
that's where we are now.
Yeah, that's where we are now. I just played this video. Got this video up.
So I will say this, right? As a tether / FBA, I'm not a tether, but I'm just, you know. But I will say this: Black people don't Black Americans don't understand that Black Americans have faced the most advanced form of mayonnaise supremacy. I don't want to use the other. I'll use mayonnaise. You know what I'm saying? We have faced the most advanced. Well, but you know, YouTube, you know, they pick up on the WS, you know, and they, you know, but mayonnaise supremacy. See, here's the thing. So I was raised by my grandparents. You know, they're Trinidadians, and I will say this: Black Americans is still a relatively new thing, and I will say that Black American anything it's all been socially engineered against Black Americans to not for us not to succeed. What I mean is Africans, they really haven't had to deal with mayonnaise supremacy like we have over here. They get to marry, they get to have marriage and a wife or wives and children without the mayonnaise supremacy interfering in their affairs.
I think it depends where you go over there, honestly, because don't forget that's where it started.
Well, but what I'm saying is you have more melanated so-called Black people over there than here.
Right.
Same thing with Trinidad, where my father's family's from. We over there we have more of a less of an interference from mayonnaise supremacy. Here in America, the mayonnaise supremacy is in everything. Your taxes, your marriage certificates, you know, your benefits, and so we're still learning as a group of people. We're in 1776, Trinidad was already thriving, a nation of Black people. Was there colonization? Yes. 1776, Africa was already thriving as a so-called Black nation. So we're on the newer end of things.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna let the video play, and then I'm gonna add on because
I don't agree with some of this video, but it's interesting.
Yes, you don't agree with the
how people say, "Oh, Black women just woke up one day and said, let me throw my family away and depend on government assistance."
Oh, can I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's one of the social engineer things I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They understand. See, the whole, okay. So the whole reason that the welfare and all of that kind of stuff was introduced was because you're talking about black and white people being equal. And so they know that by them introducing that it's going to interfere with the social engineering of the black nuclear family.
Mm-hmm.
Because they made us dependent on the system from the start. So when you're coming out of Jim Crow, you're coming out of slavery, and and Papa was a Rolling Stone, of course the black woman is going to want to go get her a free apartment and some rent paid.
And then they probably was promoting the crazy mess out of propaganda.
Yes.
Keep feeling it because that's what they do.
Yeah.
Propaganda is the number one weapon.
Ability should be toward men also leaving their families. That's also a thing.
But
I think
how
it's broken
often
on
did
both
that really
sides.
happen though?
I don't know.
I think it's broken on both sides.
Yeah.
I think that as society, as we became more privileged in society, I think it made black men less responsible for their actions, as well as women.
Yeah.
See, my thing is, for me,
I said self-accountability is a huge part of it too. It's just easier to blame the system.
it is easier.
This
Yeah.
right here, I don't believe that this to be true for the majority. I think that's a YouTube talking point, but that's just me.
Men didn't leave; they were forced out. Yeah, I can't really
And
agree with
again,
that.
I don't know what that life is like. I didn't go through, like, my grandparents were married, their parents were married, my parents still married, so I don't know. I don't think that the men were just forced out. I think that people have got brainwashed and caught up in YouTube talking points. Now, is that true for some? Yeah.
This is why I constantly use the words social engineered. Just like it was socially engineered for wealth to be passed down in the mayonnaise society. It was not social.
Maintained only in the mayonnaise society.
Exactly. This is why we only own 2% of the wealth.
Through marriage too.
Yeah.
And housing.
So I won't say forced out, but I would say social. It's all socially engineered to work against you. Whereas on their end, it's socially engineered to work for them.
Yep. But I can go ahead and press play if you guys want.
Yeah. Cool.
Economic stability is a crucial factor influencing marriage rates. Financial insecurity and limited economic opportunities can deter individuals from marrying, as economic stability is often seen as a prerequisite for starting and maintaining a family. What started to happen in the post-1960s era in Black communities is that jobs slowly started to disappear. Due to the historical lack of educational opportunities, Black people and specifically Black men were mostly employed in blue-collar jobs. There were mainly factories in cities like Detroit, LA, Chicago, San Francisco, and the likes. If you remember the Great Migration of the Black population from the South to the North, Midwest, and the West was largely driven by the opportunity to find work in big cities. As factories began to shut down, Black men found
I was wondering why they did that.
Themselves unemployed in massive numbers. We have economic instability in a community that's segregated with very limited or underfunded educational opportunities. And I don't know if you've noticed, but unemployed men tend to not want to jump the broom, or people want to jump the broom with them. It's easy to see how in an environment like this, there would be a huge decline in marriages. Then there is one other potent ingredient that...
Do you agree with that, Mo?
I missed some of it. What was the basis of what he said?
When you broke, you can't jump the broom. And the women don't want to jump the broom with you.
Maybe that is a part of it now. I don't think that was a huge part of it back then. I think the bigger issue today, and I know people won't agree, relationships cannot survive long term without a spiritual foundation. And we've lost sight of that. I think that's the core.
I mean, you can get away with less a lot more back then than you can now.
Yeah, and then is the issue really lack of marriage or lack of preparation for marriage when it comes to people? I don't think the issue is marriage itself, it's the people.
I will say that when the textile plant and the manufacturing jobs started to lessen, I will say that definitely played a part in stifling marriages in Black society. Because when mayonnaise society catches a cold, we catch the flu.
Right.
So I will say that they both work in tandem. Lack of a connection with God, and and then lack of a connection as far as economics.
Right.
Economic growth.
Yeah.
Definitely, I agree. Hey, Construct, good to see you.
But like you said, we were mainly blue collar.
Yeah.
And even before then, sharecroppers.
Yeah.
So,
gets added into the mix. And that's the drug epidemic of the 70s and 80s in the Black community. It's the same thing we're witnessing now with the opioid crisis in rural communities across America that have struggled with the closing of mining and other job opportunities. When people lose their livelihood and then drugs are brought in, the devastation is incredible. Except when it happened in Black communities, the government sent in SWAT teams and mass incarceration followed instead. That's yet another piece that contributed to the declining marriage rate. High incarceration rates among Black men reduce the pool of eligible partners and disrupt existing relationships. There is now a very interesting dynamic that has formed in the Black community. As Black men have struggled to get ahead, who has gotten way ahead is Black women. According to the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education, Black women earn about 2/3 of all bachelor's degrees awarded to Black students, 70% of all master's degrees, and 60% of all doctorates. And Black women are closing on the income gap between the sexes very fast. And as research has shown that women, regardless of race, seek a partner that is as educated as they are and earns as much as they do, if not higher. So if these educational gap trends persist, and Black women out-earn Black men, marriage rates are going to decline even more. Of course,
Pause
you
it
can
right
make
there.
the argument that Black people
I
will
was
just
about to.
Hey, bro, good to see you. Love you, boo.
Yeah, that is always a misnomer.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, Black women are doing much more better than their mothers, grandmothers, and great-great-grandmothers. Black women as a whole do not earn more than Black men as a whole.
No, they don't, but they do have way more degrees, right?
And that, I mean,
So-
with all due respect, that doesn't matter.
You think it doesn't matter?
It matters to a degree, but it doesn't. Because I'll tell you why. Because
how are Black women making less than us if they have more degrees in the first place?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
How are they making less than us if they have degrees, if they have more degrees?
Well, they're on the
first
mayonnaise pay scale.
Or they getting paid less by them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like mayonnaise women get paid more than mayonnaise men.
Blue collar, we still make more than them.
Really? Mayonnaise women get paid more?
Oh yeah.
Mayonnaise, generally speaking, yes, mayonnaise women get paid more than melanated Black women. Yes.
Oh yeah, of course. I thought you were saying more than the mayonnaise men.
Oh no.
Oh,
They're
no,
never
no.
gonna let that happen.
Oh, okay.
Yo, Trump ain't letting that happen.
Right.
Yeah, but I think the degree, women getting a degree was a security. It was a way to guarantee that in case they couldn't get a husband, that they would be able to enter corporate America and take care of themselves. It wasn't about making more than a man and this, that, and the third. That's what it was for. Literally.
So shout out to you, and I appreciate you for tuning in. Haru Apocalypse, I think. They said Black men got attacked from white police and civilians coming home from every war they fought in.
That is so true.
Do
Especially the
y'all feel
Vietnam
like?
War. The
No, I'm not
Vietnam
gonna say
War,
that because y'all gonna
we
call
didn't
me a
get
black woman. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
so
Say what's on
after
your
the
mind.
yeah, go ahead. Because I was about
Y'all
to
know
go
I'm
ahead.
not a black woman, but do y'all feel that sometimes we can stay in a position of stuck?
I get what you're saying. Victimhood.
I'm asking.
Yeah, some can, but I don't think that those of us who are actually striving,
Mm-hmm.
we're not stuck on that. We just know what happened. You know what I'm saying? We know how it affects a lot of us. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And there are some of us who may not have the intellectual aptitude to get an engineering job or some other type of job, college degree and stuff like that. But that was never necessary in order to have a decent life in America.
Mm-hmm.
You
Then he
know?
said it started out that way. Then it became about not needing a black man. See, I don't agree.
Again, that's
I know that's a YouTube talk, and so many women feel that way, but so many of us don't. That's why it's like, I don't know.
I'll use my father's side. Well, I can use my mother's side, but there's more marriages on my father's side.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one person on my father's side that's where a black woman is married to a non-black man.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the marriages that are around today on my father's side, 30, 40, 50 years old marriages.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that to me, it would be more of a social engineering. You have movies like The Color Purple and How Stella Got Her Group. Like all of these movies portray, they're not really good for black women.
Right, but I
Or
think
black
it's
people,
sad that
period.
if people look to that and they're just so deeply influenced by things like that, I think that speaks to like a weaker mindset. I think it's so unfortunate.
It's so unfortunate. So you're not wrong, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is, propaganda is propaganda, and it's the most powerful tool on this earth.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Like
think God
you
is,
can
and
watch
I had
something
a
and be like,
mama.
it's not gonna affect me, but you don't know
Yeah.
how it did though. It could
Yeah,
have
but
still affected you in some type of way.
I think it's what you're rooted in, and I understand we're talking about society. It's a more broader perspective, but I have God, I have a mother, and
Right.
I think that that's what society lacks. Those foundational
You said you
things
had God
that
and the family
a
together.
mother, like talking about the how
What?
Stella got her groove back
How?
stuff is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That's why you may say
And
my
then
mother.
seeing
Okay.
my parents, not just the mama. My parents are still married 45 years. Is it perfect? No, but they've managed to stick it out. But I just
But that's
think
what I'm
that it's
saying. You're
sad.
part of the
Like
low
I
percent.
hear people talk about The Color Purple and how it influenced, and how I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
nonsense.
got a lot of
Maybe I'm missing it.
I got a
People ain't
lot of
got it like
pushback.
you.
It ain't about,
And
and this is just me. Even if that, I don't know. Just say like if my parents didn't work out, I just believe that their moral compass and the things that
Mhm.
they're anchored in will be enough for me to not run to be tossed to and fro mentally, like a lot. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
I get
know.
you.
yeah, I got a lot of pushback. And
Hey,
so I've been
Scam,
listening for a minute. Good morning, people.
Good morning.
what's up?
It was always something else's fault. Let's just be real.
Mm.
You're talking about a man and a woman who's been married. You're talking about two people who actually love each other. You can't break apart two people who actually love each other and you can't break apart an actual family. You can't separate a man from his 5-year-old or a man and woman from the 8-year-old. You can't do that. They'll kill you. But propaganda, allegedly, you can put a Cosby show or put something on the radio, and all of a sudden, people been married 15 years gonna listen to something on the radio and tell you, you know what, I'm sick of you.
This is
And that
why,
makes sense all of a
yeah.
sudden. What does that tell you about these relationships? If all you got to do is throw two Twinkies in the air and they break up, All you got to do is
I mean,
poop 2 times. All
well,
you got to
what
do is
shows you?
run
But
out of gas.
What did COVID show you?
COVID,
Yeah,
that
when
people
they
were
As
actually
that
far as
had
people
the
were sick and
capacity to
overweight.
do it.
You're
My
it's the
bad.
same thing. I don't know what.
C19, it
No, it's
showed. Oh, go ahead, Scam.
if you have the person that you want to be with, y'all been together 9 years and all this stuff, and a cold, a flu, or somebody farts too many times and you break up, that tells you that you did not have a relationship. But it's
That's
always
true.
something else's fault. It's COVID did it. It's the government drops drugs into the neighborhood. It's always something else's fault. Versus the relationship was trash. And I'll say this about the 50s and 60s and 40s, whatever. The mindset of the people was more towards staying together because they weren't even taught. They were raised as slaves, beat half to death. Was the natural upbringing. You don't leave your family. You don't go nowhere. Shame, blame, whatever. This is how they were raised from age
Right.
2 to 15. Smack beats. So people weren't even taught to leave, and they left anyway. Running and standing on the tops of mountains during feminism times, when jobs was paying you half the amount and the women were still leaving and never coming back. That tells you what the relationships really were. But somehow we say it was a TV and it was the radio. Well, it's probably him knocking that melanin. It was probably how he was treating her. Because remember, they didn't have laws telling you how to treat your woman, just like they don't have laws telling you how to treat your kids. So there's a whole other parts of the story that's left out. And even now, every time something goes wrong, it's always something else's fault. Like an Instagram, or they looked at a Meg Thee Stallion video, and now they said they left a note. She doesn't like you.
Stan,
That's
I
the
got to
problem.
give you a little pushback though. You cannot deny that one of the main things that affected our community was when black men were coming home from Vietnam, and we couldn't get those same houses from the GI Bill that these white men could get.
You want the truth?
You know what I'm saying? We
Go look
couldn't.
at the percentage of how.
That's that.
You want the answer?
You said
Want the
what?
truth? Number
That
one,
is the truth.
most okay.
That is, and then you got redlining on top of
One,
that.
right? Like I said, it's everything else's fault. Those are more reasons why people should have stuck together than left. That shows you more of that they don't have nowhere else to go and you can't leave. And they still left and never came back, which shows what the relationships were.
Can I add something to that too?
Only 1 out of 100, less than 1 out of 100 men even were in the military. And out of that, how many were combat arms? The military I went in 98, only 10% were combat arms. And out of that, how many actually seen war? So it's an extremely small amount of men who went to war. It was a very small amount. But they take a small number and make it the big number to tell stories.
When you can't get the same right.
No, let me good. You're proving my point. If 0.003 of something allegedly affects 70% of the people, don't you see something wrong? Or are people using cop-outs and blaming stuff that they didn't even see and didn't even go through?
You said the Vietnam War or the Korean War? I'm sorry.
I said the Vietnam War.
No, why even use the Vietnam War? Why not just say gas prices went from $1 to $2?
No. The Vietnam War is the most impactful one. Like I said,
Less than 1%.
That's when
How
America
impactful?
had a New Deal plan that we did not get a chance to participate in.
Less
That's
than
what
1%.
created the middle class in the first place.
How could less than 1% affect? Most people don't even understand what the GI Bill is now. So you're talking about less
Yes,
than
and I guess you
1%.
don't understand how impactful that was to the white community.
But I will say this, right? Can I say something
I'm
right
a veteran. I used the GI Bill.
This is very important. This is very important, right?
Yeah.
Let me just insert this right quick. So I will say, I don't really run with a lot of these talking points that, these bigger content creators run with. But I will say, if we're talking about the Vietnam War, this is why they get on the baby boomers' heads. because although, yes, the baby boomers that came from the Vietnam War, the black ones specifically, yes, they weren't able to use their benefits the way that their counterparts were able to. But they did piss off the houses that they had in a lot of those lower income communities, which are now gentrified now.
Okay. If that happened, because, okay, it got to be
When you're
one.
coming back broke and you've been shot up with morphine for damn years, what you think's gonna happen? Not morphine, my bad, heroin. You know
Right.
what I'm
Like I said, 0.001% of the population, and we're using it to say that it happened to 50% of the families. The answer is no.
But I don't know about, so you tell, all right, so I got uncles who actually did go through that. You know what I'm saying? They came back with crazy addictions they had to get off of. So I don't know about you saying that percentage, but that's close. It's home for me.
Most black men didn't go to war. That's the truth. 1% if you're lucky. So how did 70% of their families break up? What happened to the other 69? They just smelled the heroin in the air and left their families?
I mean, it still has a deal. We were not able to participate in
They weren't
the
allowed to
Reconstruction of
participate in the
America.
heroin, to be honest. They weren't
No,
participating
we
in the
did
heroin.
not get a chance to participate in the Reconstruction of America of the middle class, just like the others did.
Well, here's the thing: the Vietnam
not
War
true.
did play a part. It did socially engineer. It did play a part in that. But even before that, we got to talk about segregation. Even before that, during the Vietnam War,
You're actually arguing the opposite. Segregation, poverty, and all these things. One minute they say that's the things that kept us together. The next minute they say it's the things broke us apart. It got to be one of the two.
I say it's what.
Then they say people are making more money now, but we're less apart. Which one is it?
So my thing
but
is,
they never go and evaluate what was the actual relationship with these men and these women. That's the thing that's not being talked about. It's always something else, just like they do now.
This is why because there are a series of events for me. I'm just speaking for me in general. There was a series of events that played a part. And my thing is, I don't put black women in a category alone. I don't put black men in a category alone. I put both of us in the category. One category. So for me, like when I look at all of these things, Jim Crow, segregation, Vietnam War, plus anything prior to that, it's a series of events to me that was socially engineered to work against you. And I'm not making any excuses. I'm not making any excuses, but I'm just saying that there were a lot of people that fell for the banana in the tailpipe. That's just me.
So what I'm saying is, these are the same times where people got together. How can you use it as the same excuse of how they broke up?
I'm talking about over a span of time.
Okay, just like the same talking point. Women are leaving men because they ain't making enough money, which is a big lie. But they say that finance is #1 reason that they leave. So you meet the man, he's making $50,000, and then you leave him when he's making 65 15 years later. They use that as excuse of what's going on, and it's not even true.
Thank you. It's overly
It's the same thing. So you met him during Jim Crow, and you left him because of Jim Crow. You met him with heroin, and then you left him because of heroin that most people weren't even using.
Yeah, I can hear Coffee about to come up here now.
There was no GI Bill when he went in the army or whatever, which 99% of the people didn't. You leave them because there's no GI Bill. And go where? Because if there's no GI Bill and all these dudes are on heroin and all of them were in the military, you leave them and go where? To another dude that's in the military with no home? Another dude who's on heroin? Because there weren't just a whole bunch of single people. When you get put out at 18, as a man or a woman, you have nowhere to go. In an environment that says, don't ever leave your man. You 18, you grown. The thing is, they don't want to talk about the real relationship between that man and that woman, and they still do that today. It's social media's fault. It was Meg Thee Stallion. It's the job. It's the white man. It's something else. What was the relationship between men and women? It's been bad since Adam and Eve, Cain, Abel, 500 wives, men sleeping with men, every movement, femicide in the 1910s, that's white people. The relationships have always been garbage. And it's always something else's fault. That's
So my
always been the
question is, are these conversations via YouTube, whatever platform is being used, are they genuine or are they just rooted in YouTube talking points for the sake of dialogue on panels?
I'm in another country and they're saying the same things in Spanish. Even in Panama, Colombia, same thing. White dust panels got the same talking points. They just don't use the word black.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. Everything other than the man and the woman. But what I know is if you have two people in a real relationship, you can't break them apart unless you smoke one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You can't separate a person from their family. You can't do it. They will kill you. Hey, Mo Love.
Hi, Mela. Hi.
Mo Love.
I think I said
$200
hello.
if you
Hey,
separate from your family. You taking that deal?
What? That's crazy.
I'm gonna give you a GI Bill if you leave your youngest son. You cool with that?
All of it is insane.
But that's an anecdotal situation, though.
That's what they're saying is happening. I'm gonna give you a government cheese stack and a check. There's probably a dust panel going on right now talking about these women leaving the kids in the ocean or something. But I'm offering Mo Love the deal right now. $600, you leave your youngest son. Just lead a family. You cool with that, Mo Love?
Absolutely not. Irby said, I think relationships and morals have changed since the 70s and 80s. The family structure, as far as the family structure in the black community.
I will say this though, but when you look at the pandemic that happened, let's just say this, right? I would say that we all think differently after the pandemic, just generally speaking. Because we know there could be another one.
The talking points are the same, and I can show you videos. Go look. It used to be called Hezekiah Films and something. It's called Wayback Video or something now. The oldest one I seen was 1969. Black men and black women. Same talking points. Talk shows and stuff. Baltimore, Baton Rouge, 80s. Same talking points. 80s, 90s, 2000s. But when there is no story, and when people can grab the mic and say what they want, it's always someone else's fault. It's never, this woman don't like me and I don't like her. It's always with the kids.
Agreeing with that.
I just got bad kids. It's never the parents' fault. My kids are just bad. Always.
When no fault divorce was introduced, did women move differently in accordance to marriage?
The truth is this. The people who are successfully married now, I don't care what the law you put in. You can say beating your wife and husband is legal. They won't leave.
Right.
You can say you can drop a knife off and a baseball bat and say, go ahead and do what you do. And they'll say, look, man, get the hell out of my house.
But what I'm saying
is, if I put two Twinkies in front and a donut and say, now the laws is you can do what you want, and a person leaves, that tells you what your relationship really was.
Right. And this is a talking point that bothers me. Nothing against you. I appreciate you for being here. There's a clip of a small group of black people talking about black women breaking up the families. And I hate that talking point. They always point towards black women filing for the divorce, but they don't talk about the in-between. What happened?
Yeah, that's
always something else. It was TV.
That's why I'm like, most black women, women, period. I hate the narrative that women are just giving up. It's like one-sided accountability. Okay, you point out she done filed for divorce, but what led to it?
Well,
How many times did she try or whatever? Like, it's only one part of the dynamic. We're not addressing the entire matter of a situation. You know?
But I will say this though, right? Let's just say that that's true, just for a hypothetical. Let's just, who did the black woman learned it from? She learned it from Becky. Becky was the first one doing that. Becky was the
Let's say
first
that.
one that
Hold
had the
on.
privilege,
Let's say
these
that's true.
laws and these courts and all of this kind of stuff.
Western
That's
civilization.
not true. The courts are
No,
full of
it is.
men. The attorneys, the judges are men, and they're married men, number one.
So
But if
not,
it's a
not
married
to
man and a
sisters,
married woman, and
not
the
to
woman
sisters.
is willing to listen to a Becky over her husband, that tells you what's going on in that relationship.
But what I'm saying is, we can't act like social engineering doesn't exist.
And we're not gonna act
Okay,
like
if
all
social
black
engineering
women.
is so strong,
Hold on,
what
real
do they
quick.
need husbands for
They
leadership?
they
Oh, go ahead.
abandoned the relationship, the marriage, the family. We gotta stop that. Because if
I,
men don't do it either, like I just hate the blame game. It's the woman's fault. It's the man's fault. No, both parties.
yeah, let's not act like the
It,
Temptations
I
didn't come
don't.
out with Papa
I
Was
don't
Really
like
Strong.
that. I have seen women in
Temptation.
error. I have seen men in error. So we don't fix it by playing the blame game. We just stay in the same cycle.
Yeah, y'all are
So
proving my
Mo,
point.
are you
Actually,
saying that them making divorce a lot easier to get? Also, government assistance that did not have a role to play with the
I
mass
don't
amount of
think it's as
divorce.
great as people make it seem. I don't think that there's enough accountability on men also leaving their families.
So
Not
your point is the
enough
accountability on men.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not
I'm not
providing
blaming
for
men. I'm
their
blaming talking points.
yeah, they're not providing for their children. That's also a thing. So to just make it seem like women woke up one day and said, "Let me destroy my family and go file for government assistance." That's so
Let me see if I
dramatic
can
to
look
me.
something up right quick.
Yeah, if government assistance offers a better deal than the man, I think that might be the problem. But I'm not bashing men
You
or
got, I
bashing
don't
women.
know if
I'm
you
talking
know,
I
about
mean, you get
actual
a
relationship.
house, you
black
get
men
a
don't break
house,
That's
you
not
get
true.
one of
money.
the biggest
You
lies.
That's not
Like,
true.
you know what I'm
it's
saying?
true. Black men don't break up families. That's why I don't do the relationship topics because they can be so repetitive and triggering. Black
Yeah,
men do break up families.
yeah.
Are you
Black
serious?
men,
No, I'm not.
black men and black
I'm
women
not
break up
making it
families.
black men on black women.
No,
But I'm
I'm reading
talking
the
about
comments. I'm reading the
home
comments.
ownership.
It
We're
said
taking
black
welfare and
men.
making them
Hold on, real quick.
homeowners in the middle class
It said
neighborhoods. This is what we're
black
doing.
men don't break up families, sir or
Yeah.
ma'am. That's just not true. That's
That's not true.
dishonest. Anybody can break up a
It's
family.
not true at
And
all.
then just because you choose to stay physically, it doesn't mean that you haven't broken up a family emotionally, mentally, spiritually. So let's not go there. There are plenty ways that families can be broken up.
I would just say this: do Latino men break up families? Do Asian men break up families? Do mayonnaise men break up
Yeah,
families?
the answer is yes.
Anybody can break up a
The
family.
talking
We're
points
not
are the
gonna
same across all races in
we're
different
not gonna
languages.
we're not gonna limit families being broken up to women alone. We're not doing that.
Yeah,
But what I'm
yeah.
saying is this: when you say the government incentivized, I'm just looking at home ownership and how people are living, two-parent households like what I grew up in. You're telling me where I live, somebody's gonna say, "Hey, you want to leave this house with a garage and green grass and go over to the projects and be a single mom? And if you do got a job, every night you got to come home by yourself and raise all three of them. Come
Yeah,
on,
that's
daycare
crazy.
money. We're gonna leave that the 2 cars in the driveway and go over to the hood. Go with them savages to school every day.
It's a possibility.
And that's the incentive. And that's the incentive the woman is taking.
Make
It's a
This is what we're doing.
But here's the thing: we got to be realistic. It's a possibility. The mindset of
What does that
people
tell
here-
you?
the
No, I'm
mindset of
asking you.
people- Well, what I'm
If
saying
you
is,
if you got a 3-course meal with steak, lobster, onions, and somebody says, "Hey man, I'm gonna give you a stack of government cheese to leave your wife," and you leave, that tells you that something was wrong with that steak and them onions and that lobster.
Anyway,
It was really spam.
But see, here's my thing. You see, after laws, after certain metrics, I guess you could say, are introduced in society, the mindset changes. Pre-Obama, we wasn't rocking with rainbow marriages like that. After
What is
Obama, now
rainbow
we're rocking
marriages?
with rainbow marriages. Like the
Why are
mindset-
successfully married people not leaving now then? And they weren't leaving then and they're not leaving now. Successful marriages aren't leaving. Why?
successful marriages come to an end every day.
Those are called
I
failed
mean,
marriages.
What is a successful marriage?
They're not. Oh, if we don't
A
know what
successful
successful
marriage
marriage
doesn't
is, then why
end.
are we having a conversation?
A successful marriage is a marriage that doesn't end.
I know a
No, that's
successful
not
marriage.
true.
I know one.
Because some
What?
people need to end.
My
What are we talking
grandparents.
about?
My
Through
grandfather.
death, that's it.
Yeah, they got
More love,
they got
more
married
love.
in
They're proving our
1956.
point right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying just as somebody don't leave is successful. So she could be kicking his head in every night, and because he's still there, it's
A
success.
successful marriage is a marriage that ends to death.
I was told a successful marriage is one where both pass away or one passes away during the marriage.
Right.
Someone lied to you.
Right.
There's
Scam,
some
you
of
the
those
only one on this
marriages.
dog.
Some of those marriages, the reason one of them passed away is because of the damn marriage.
No, I got to disagree with that because
Some
see, my
people should have
grandfather
broke up
passed
50
away.
years ago.
He passed away last year, and he was married to my grandmother since 1956.
My parents been made 50 years like 2 weeks ago. Is
So
everything
I would
that there's
so by that definition, I would say my grandparents had a successful marriage, and they raised three children.
both my grandparents are married for a long time too.
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to be 416 meters away from close to that marriage. If you want the real story, there's some good and some bad.
Mm-hmm.
There's some real stories, or is what they can tell you. And we did it all. We didn't stuck together. Yeah, and look at you.
But see, here's the thing though, you contradicted yourself because earlier you talked about how there's some marriages where if somebody's getting beat up with a bat, they gonna stay regardless of whatever.
No, what I was saying is that's how people were raised. I'm saying is that is a problem. I'm saying the 40s, 50s, 60s, the time they keep glorifying.
84,
people were. Go ahead, my love.
Oh no, I thought 84 had asked for the link.
Go ask somebody who was around in 68, 75, how people raised their kids, treated their dog, treated their spouses. Ask them to tell you the truth.
I know the truth.
Ask them how they raised their kids. How about that?
It was way rougher. I will say that. Just you coin
What
the word.
part of rough is connected to love and relationship?
Well, I mean, hell, we're gonna have to do an 8-hour stream on that.
It shouldn't be even on the stream. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't have existed.
But what happens when somebody cheats, male or female? Now you've taken an oath till marriage for life and death, sickness and health.
You're proving my point.
I
thought y'all said the marriages were perfect. Now we got people cheating and sticking
I didn't say
around.
that. I didn't say that.
This is my issue, and I've talked about this before. I am not one of those people to push you leave your marriage because that is a covenant under the authority of the Lord, and you honor that. I am also not one of those people who push staying through constant disrespect. I'm not one of those people who push that because I stay silent and I endure it, that's equivalent to righteous, because it's not. And we don't talk about, we always shed light on the divorce. We always shed light on the people who aren't married. We never talk about the dysfunction and the disrespect and how people slowly lose themselves when they're married. We don't ever talk about that. We turn a blind eye to it. You do, yeah. But I have a
talk
problem.
about the false expectations.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest talking point I always say, most people who get married, do they really know what they're getting into? The answer is no. Go ask older, younger, any of them. Were you prepared? Did people really groom you for marriage?
Mm-hmm.
White
After
people,
scamming whoever else
Asian,
is,
Hispanic,
I'm
they'll
glad.
tell you no.
Hold on, Mela. Hey, good to see you.
Hey, Mela, how you doing?
Harvey, it didn't go left. It's just different. And I'm very careful with these conversations because I know that,
Here's the thing.
Hey, Mo, I'm last. I'm last. All right, I'm last.
I'll say this and I'll close. I'm all for people being better. I'm all for marriages, relationships, everything, people working. I'm just against a narrative that something fell out the sky, or it was the Twinkies, or it was the air, it was the cheese or something, of why grown people can't stick together or raise kids or do major stuff. Have the real conversations of what really happened.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
each situation is going to be different, but we can't say it was the men coming for war because 99% of them didn't even go.
That's the stuff I'm talking about, or women break up.
Or the CIA with the
That's
drugs.
ignorant.
Everybody didn't use drugs.
Yeah,
And if
blame.
they did, they should have had some divorcing.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with that.
So 68% of the men on drugs, the woman's supposed to stick around. They just hand them the pipe.
If somebody gets an addiction, I mean, that's part of your vows, sickness and health. I would say drug use is a sickness.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Because when black people was on drugs or whatever, they, the narrative, the 84 and all of that stuff, right? It wasn't a sickness for us. Now the opioid epidemic happens, which I was working in the healthcare field at that point. Now it's a sickness.
Wow.
So my question is, what standard does a man have to meet?
I will say this. I do believe in sticking it out, better or worse, rich or poor, all of those things. But again, and I've said this before, there are certain stipulations in the Bible that leave room for reasons to have a valid divorce.
Agreed.
So,
What
yeah.
are those? Yeah, what are those stipulations?
Drugs. How about that one?
The spouse.
Mela.
What's up,
Mela,
Mela?
it's Mimi.
Hey, Mimi.
Hey.
How you been?
I've been well. I have a channel now.
Cool. This is a Puerto Rican sister that is eloquent and lovely. Mo Love is lovely. I mean,
Prime is
we got some
lovely,
good women up
eloquent.
here. You fellas take note of what they say.
Yeah. It's, oh my gosh, this conversation is just very layered because
It is, but we got this though.
is different.
The components of a good marriage, I haven't heard anybody itemize the components, the itemized components of a good marriage. I'm talking about people that just are in it to win it. It's like they cheat, they're on drugs, they got to share a bathroom, they got to buy from the thrift store. Like, what are the components of two people taking vows and saying till death do us, death do us part? It's for real, But it's because the legal system allows us to change our mind. What is it that?
Booyah!
Yeah, the legal. I call it an industry.
I always say, right, and I said this earlier, marriages won't thrive without having a spiritual foundation. So God being has to be the foundation and not just the source who is included. He has to be the center. So a lot of people may say, yeah, we love God, but in a God-centered marriage, God becomes the authority. So that means their decisions are going to be filtered through the word and not what feels right at the time. So if you have that, then that's going to make all the difference in your marriage. And that still doesn't speak to I stay through continued disrespect or the person not being accountable for anything. I think we really get things misconstrued when it comes to marriage because so many people expect one person to keep. It's a covenant. The covenant takes two people. So why does society view it as, okay, the person that left is wrong when 9 times out of 10 it's for a valid reason? So we can't have one person honoring one side of the covenant when the covenant is already broken if the other party wasn't. But we often blame the person and we shame them for leaving something that's dysfunctional.
Mo, may I say my piece or?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say this: when it comes to these relationships, we making it harder than what it is. To be honest with you, because in relationships, you're always going to be trying to figure it out. I've had people I've looked up tell me that. I've had family members who were married for decades tell me that. I've had plenty of people tell me that you're going to be figuring it out. You know what I mean? I remember, you know, a good brother of mine who I look up to. He was like, man, I noticed that, you know, with this relationship thing, we just all trying to figure it out. And I'm like, you trying to figure it out? Like, you've been in your thing longer than me. Like, you still trying to figure it out? Like, and it was surprising to me, but it wasn't surprising to that point because I know that that's the truth. People are just trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, what we see in a society is a lot of people are miserable. They're just existing. They're not living because they're trying to live for someone else, or they're trying to live for, you know, whatever belief system they got, and they don't even fully understand that, or they're trying to live for family members or whatever else. And it's like, no, you have to live you got to live for yourself. I've had people tell me, man, I'm trying to figure it out. Man, I'm afraid to be alone. Man, I'm afraid to connect with people because every time I connect with people, they hurt me. Like, I'm hearing these things, and it makes me sad because we as a people, especially our people, we not living. We just existing. We got to start living. When I look at other races, you know what I mean, across the world, a lot of them are living. They may not be perfect. They may have the issues, but a lot of them are living.
Oh, paint the picture.
Y'all don't like comparing.
84,
Yeah.
the other racist thing doesn't fly.
We want to compare other races.
Hold on. I'm not an emotional person.
I mean, so it's like we comparing. Originally, we're comparing the marriage rates.
I'm just stating
You know
what
what I'm saying?
I'm just saying my perspective, but that's it. Y'all could take it wherever y'all want to take it. You know what I mean? It is
We're
what it is.
comparing the marriage rates in the first place.
Of what living is.
See, my thing is this: be who you want to be, love yourself, love God.
That's
and love
living.
each other. You know what I'm saying? It's complicated enough. We got enough issues going on. We seen a few years ago.
Well, that's why I don't talk about this respectfully, 84. I'm just entertaining it tonight, but you know, I
know,
try to
Mo,
talk
but
about things
Mo,
that
let
are
me just
enlightening,
say real
things
quick, and
that will
I'm
help
done.
our culture, things that will draw us closer to God. So
I want to land real quick, and then I'm done. We seen a few years ago when that shutdown happened. You know what I mean? We seen what was what. We were told when we could be in our home. We were told when we could shop. We were dang near told when we could use the bathroom and eat. Dang near almost. When we could go outside and all that. You know what I mean? So if we not understanding that a lot of things that we see around us is either made up or it could just snap and things could just change in a blink of an eye. If that didn't show you that, and that didn't show you that you need to start living and start enjoying your life as much as possible, if that didn't show you that, then you just ain't get it. And maybe it will take for God to come back. You know what I mean? For people to finally get it. But by then, who knows? For some people, it'll be too late. You know what I mean? You know,
the
but
biggest,
I just want to encourage people, man. Look, man, enjoy your life, man. Enjoy your life. This is not a video game. You ain't gonna be able to start over, okay? You ain't gonna hit the reset button.
Get off the game, man.
Now I'm always play the game. It's
Yeah.
my hobby. Whatever.
But
It's a
hold
wrap.
on real quick. I'm gonna let you go, Mello.
When it's a wrap and they zip up that plastic and you out of here, you out of here. So enjoy your life, man.
Right.
I definitely teach a balance of enjoying your life and keeping God at the center. A lot of our issues come from us living in a godless society. So that's the basis of a lot of these issues. And I agree with his ghetto point of view. We trying to figure it out because instead of following what already works, we trying to invent new age ways of working it out. The books already gave us the guide, but we too modern to accept what works. I agree.
Hold on.
I don't care what the new normal is. That's just the truth. The Bible gave us the blueprint.
Does old school traditions still work in modern society?
Is what it
Yes.
is. Yes. Get a point of view.
You think so?
Absolutely.
With all the new age stuff that we dealing with, social media.
The Bible, there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing that we go through that wasn't talked about in the Word. I understand modern society, but what I won't ever do is continue to bend to trends or what's hip today, because it's going to always change. And that's how people stay being tossed to and fro, because you're not anchored in anything. I believe in being anchored, and that's where solidness comes from. That's where you really develop a sense of identity. if you are constantly swayed or you have to be validated by society, that's a very dangerous thing. You will always remain unsettled, trying to go along with whatever is popular or whatever is trending. Again, that's just for me. Some people are cool with that. And I always say, if you are going to stand for something, you have to be okay with being the oddball. And a lot of people are not. They want to be liked and validated by society. So yeah. And again, you can still live your life and keep God at the center. There has to be a balance, because you can get caught up just living your life with no God, and that's a dangerous thing too.
All right.
Yeah, I just question, just so you know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I just would like to say this. Marital vows are sacred.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And with that following, it entails that it's indestructible. When one operates that it's indestructible, that clues into one's mind, I got to figure this out. Here's this problem. I got to figure it out. Here's that problem. I got to figure it out, because life entails problems. You know, when you make a covenant, that mutual respect of I'm with you, you're with me, we're going to stick this out. It is to be taken seriously. Unfortunately, with modern influences of thinking, people tend not to take that seriously. There are incentives that include money, family dynamics, all types of things interrupt what the vow entails. Till death do us part, let no man put us on. You know, like people just not taking a vow seriously. Like,
That's why I said, like, two people honoring God like wholeheartedly, because they'll allow God's word to be the decision maker versus their feelings. And a lot of what we do see in society is feelings running these marriages.
yes, as opposed to the commitment. The commitment is a demonstration. It's not feelings. It's a demonstration. You know, marriage, and that's why marriages work, because you have to work against the influence of society. You have to work against that. When people say marriages work, to me, that's what it means. One would absolutely be in tune with not being distracted from society's influences. Like society's influences, you know, are very tempting. And in order to stay focused, that is work. It is. So that's why people go around saying marriages work, you know, and it has a negative connotation, when in actuality, for myself, it entails staying focused. That's what it entails. It's not about it being a burden to the degree where I'm suffering because I'm married. No, it's not that. It's not. You're not suffering.
Well, I can't say that. It's some people have gotten in bad marriages and they are 100%.
Ideally, yeah. Ideally, you're not suffering. You made a good point, Mo Love. Yeah. Ideally, you're not suffering. Ideally.
But that's what I'm saying. You're gonna be suffering if how do you work hard? How do you work on things when y'all just grown apart? Or even like you're not
What
even
does that
attracted
even
anymore to
mean, grown apart? What does that mean?
You've never been in a relationship where you basically just over the years just grown apart?
I want you to specify what that, paint the picture.
In a marriage,
So
it's
I've been
You're supposed to stay through that. If that's the issue in the marriage, we're not talking about.
It's a good question, honestly.
Breaking, you get what I'm saying? Like somebody dishonoring the covenant by cheating, but something like that, You're supposed to work through it. And I think open communication
How?
is the thing. Like, why have we grown apart? When did this start? Deal with those things. What makes me
Like
so
you all
distant
just
from
Y'all
woke
no
up
you?
one
longer
And
like
day.
the
so many
same things that
people
y'all used to like
have
together.
there's a lack of communication and transparency in a lot of these relationships. And a lot of people just stay there. They're not open and honest. They don't communicate those uncomfortable things. So instead they get
Communication is
quiet.
important.
And then after the communication dies down, the quietness becomes long term. And I
Yeah.
think that's how people begin to grow even further apart,
See,
because
Yeah.
when you first notice that, you didn't address it. So whatever you don't address, those things will continue to fester.
Yes.
I agree. And my love, I'm not
Hmm.
disagreeing with the covenant and the connection with God.
Right, of
I
course.
just think that a part that's missing. Um,
Hmm.
all right. I'm trying to explain it simple. Man meets woman. Yes, you get married. Yes, you stay married. You honor the vows. But there's
Hmm.
so many things in between that. Good
Yes.
picture to play. I'm just saying, take one of the people you can't stand on YouTube, and I snap my
Hmm.
fingers, and you married to that person. You're gonna need so much God that you're gonna live in that church. Versus, I
Hmm.
put you with a person that you want to be with,
Right.
or a
Thank
person
you,
that you really
Irby. I
align with in a
appreciate you.
relationship, and the way y'all communicate, the expectations are connected. Now, of course, nothing's perfect, but if you're closer aligned and y'all are on the same page, you have the same belief system, in your relationship where you're not arguing that much,
Hmm.
versus he got a job and he got a dog, so you just marry and stay with him till you die, and then you come
It's
home
not
3 days out the
like
week. You just don't
Mm.
like this dude, or he's like, look, I don't like this woman. I
So
want my
you
ex
you
back.
Or
started
he
with
became a
you
Trumpster.
you started with scam, the person that you can't stand the most. Imagine being married to them. So that's unrealistic. Most people are not going to
Yeah,
align
I'm
and
doing it as
marry and
right. I'm
marry
doing it as an
someone.
extreme. Right. I'm just
Oh,
using an
okay.
extreme to
But
understand the
before
point.
you continue, I
Oh, go ahead.
gotta. Our women are. He said our women are feelings based about everything and not based in sense of duty. Here we go blaming the women as if that's not
No,
also an
let's
issue
say that's
for
true.
men. We see so many of the men get more emotional, even on YouTube, than we do the women. So let's not pin all of the issues on the women when it comes to emotional instability.
yeah.
Well,
Stop it.
let's
So
Stop
just
the
say
please.
blame
that's true.
game.
No, let's
Stop
just
the
say
blame
women are these
game.
super emotional creatures. If
Mm-hmm.
that's the case, why don't you work in emotional management? Because
Mm-hmm.
there's a soft skill dude, an R&B singer, that's getting these women and not having these problems.
Right.
Sitting down and listening at the
We
kitchen
address
table,
the
managing them
women
feelings.
being emotional, but are we addressing like maybe some of the underlying issues, them not being heard, them not feeling safe in certain environments where conversations become difficult? So again, it's a very layered thing. Don't just address one portion of it. When some of our men are also emotionally and mentally unstable, that's
Right,
on
and that's
both
illogical.
sides.
Right, the lack of being able to manage emotions and then marrying a very emotional woman and complaining about it. That
Mm-hmm.
is illogical, number one,
Right.
and it's going to make you emotional.
And I also think that we don't realize how emotionally unavailable some of our men can be, as well as women, because it's a lot of bitter people walking around that have not dealt with their traumas. And it's so easy to blame the other party versus dealing with your root issue. So that's another portion of it. It's a lot of unhealed adults that still have so much childhood trauma, and we get in these relationships thinking they're going to be successful, and no, it's gonna bring out the issue even more. So yeah, it
What
and
what
then
um what what prevents the communication? Because I've heard this gentleman say that, people wake up and can't stand one another. What
Oh,
is it?
I was exaggerating, but
Well, I'm
I can answer.
no,
But
that could be a
I
real
don't know
thing.
about you, but I've had the experience just now of growing apart, 7 years, 2 kids.
But
You
that
just
didn't
realize that
happen overnight,
y'all are just
right?
y'all are roommates now. You know what I'm saying?
That didn't happen overnight. What
Nah, it didn't
Mo
happen
Love
overnight.
indicated, which is significant, communication. When a person is mature enough to communicate a dissatisfaction, a disturbance, a
I'm
question,
gonna
a
communicate.
concern. There are people in relationships that didn't go into it knowing how to talk to each other. They
I'm
just
gonna tell you, I don't like who you are. Period. Anymore. I'm just not attracted to who you are
I do
anymore.
want to
But
give
but when did that are you telling them when that happened, or you just doing it? Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, say for instance, all of a sudden my husband has digestive issues and he's farting in the bed. And that pisses me off, excuse my language, but that's a problem for me because I didn't marry you with digestive issues. So
That's petty though. In my opinion.
it's petty, but it's real. And like you marry a person and you all sleep soundly, cupping one another after making love, and here it is, 10 years, 15 years later, one or the other or both are just not, appealing. You have to be able to tell your partner, your spouse, I am tired
So
of
you're saying,
this
hold on, let me.
change.
So you're saying that you would leave him for digestive
I
issues?
didn't say leave. I said there are
Because I was
people
gonna
that
say
don't talk
like
to their spouse about what's changing. Like say for instance, a woman has a baby and she has stretch marks now because she didn't know better. She didn't know how to prevent stretch marks. So she got these all of a sudden her husband's like, your body just don't, I mean, you in shape, but you got these stretch marks. There are men that won't tell their wives that. And then there are women that won't tell their husbands something. I think communication in the moment that you are experiencing a disappointment is it's really of the utmost importance to announce. You have to do it in the moment. And I know it sounds like nagging. I know it sounds like complaining, but I think this is where marriages fall off because people are not saying, baby, you fell off. And this
And
is,
I think if you need, because so many people they don't know how to deal with the uncomfortable portion of how do I address this? Go to God first for guidance before you address them, so you'll know how to rightfully address the situation.
you got to
That's
say it respectfully. You got to say it respectfully.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
You
having
can't
God,
just, talk to them like they're some person on the street. You have to do it with loving kindness, with the, where they can believe that I'm here with you forever. However, let's discuss this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, these are real components.
No, I think that's excellent. Hey everybody, what's going on? I was just taking in the amazing conversation. Peace to everybody in the panel and on the chat. You guys are having a great discussion. I just wanted to see if I could listen in and absorb, and if any gems I have to add, I definitely will as well. I hope, but you guys are killing it. That's why I was just listening and soaking in the good vibes.
You as well. Yeah, I'm with you forever. However, this is what I want to say lovingly as possible about what's bothering me. And that it because it doesn't have to be a big deal because you're going to be with them forever. It doesn't have to be a big deal. All I'm saying is I agree with you, Mo Love, about the communication aspect. Some people just fester in it and don't say anything as opposed to just, with mutual understanding, we're in this forever. Just saying, this is what's bothering me about you right now. Just say it. Don't even have to change. Like, okay, this is the way it is, but just announce it, or something. Just announce it. Just, you don't have to. That way it cuts down on the festering. You know what I mean? I think being silent about what you're discontent with, it festers. But there are people that believe that it's a hindrance to the covenant to complain. And so I was wondering if anybody has an opinion about that when you all get a chance, Mo Love, especially you, because it's your channel.
About what exactly? I think I missed it. I'm sorry.
If there comes a time when somebody is being communicative, they're communicating, like you know, when does it transfer into complaining and nagging? Like, a spouse, this whole communication aspect of it is significant. However, there is an avenue where it can be perceived as nagging. So how do we navigate around it not being misconstrued as nagging?
Okay, so I would say if you can communicate with someone and let them know something hurts you, or this is why I responded this way, this is what I need, and I'm willing to talk toward understanding. So complaining would be, I'm hurt, I'm going to keep bringing it up, but I don't really want a solution. And there's no, you get what I'm saying? So motives would be a huge factor. And we also have to take into account that, why is the person consistently saying this? Is there no change? That's also a factor. Like, people don't normally repeat things just to repeat them. It could also be a lack of change, a pattern that they're tired of. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the delivery. Is a delivery
is everything too. Hey,
as an expression of how you feel.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Pray all is well.
Hey,
good to see you. So Black and Proud said, I've been married for 28 years, but no disrespect. But Mela is talking about petty-ish.
Well, I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
I think she was just using that as an example.
Yeah.
To be honest, if something's affecting another person, we can't necessarily always determine if it's petty or not.
That's true, because everyone,
we can't determine the effect that it's having on somebody else.
Thank you. And just because one thing may not bother this particular party, it may bother another. So that's where you have to a level of understanding.
Now, I'm not bringing up a personal example for my own life. I'm just, for whatever reason that came to mind, because I know that older couples that have talked to me, they've complained about things that I don't find it to be unreasonable, but they do. And that's the only reason why I use that example. So I apologize. Like people snoring, like my husband snores and I can't stand it no more, that kind of stuff. And it's like, I got friends that talk to me about stuff like that. So that's why I came up with that example. I apologize if it sounded petty, but
No, I get it. Like, that was an issue with my mom and my dad. They've been together for, I think, 45 years this year. And my dad has a snoring issue, but my mom helped. Like, she got certain things to help with that. So it's all about working together and communicating those issues.
And working together. Amen.
And we live in I said, a godless society where we're trying to figure things out on our own without God. I think his ghetto point of view said it best. Everything is based on what was currently trending or what makes sense now. And
I want something to take back to my girl, and I'm going to tell her that specific statement. Communicate with the commitment of working together. I'm going to take that statement to her specifically.
Right. Yep. His ghetto point of view, did you have anything?
Yeah. So when we look in, just to keep it scripturally based, if we look in Proverbs in the 21st and 9, it's better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than with a brawling or contentious woman in a wide house. Right. So if we understand that some, like y'all have been alluding to the whole time, delivery, the loving way, the energy, how I bring this to you. Am I willing to also work through this thing with you, whether it be something as small as snoring or flatulence, or it be something more extreme, like if I lost a limb at work, if I fell and now I can't, I'm crippled, and now I'm no longer able to be the provider and the caretaker that I used to be. I'm not able to bring in provision like I used to. Are we so locked in? Is our covenant really based in strength of the scriptures that we know how to navigate these things? Or are we so worldly that now, because I can't do the things that I used to as expedient as I used to, because I'm now in this new season of my life, we are now sharing this new season together, this is going to be the storm that tears us apart. And if we not, like you, if we not rooted, it's going to be so easy for our tree to just be uprooted and blown away.
My God, that is real.
That's a good question. Hey, Ghetto point of view.
What's
Good
up, big
point
bro?
that you're making when you're talking about, are we rooted and can we survive the storm? Because what we hear is people who have a twig for a foundation and then blaming the storm for knocking the roof off. And it was the storm's fault.
A twig for a foundation, that was a bar.
For example, I talk about failed relationships that I had. I didn't have the proper relationship skills to get to that next level, or to understand that the next level was right in front of me. And this is the person I'm supposed to be with. Communication on, like, I had a relationship that failed. She was telling me what the problems were. And I couldn't understand what it was she was trying to tell me. The truth is, I could sit here and say, well, I had a job, I had a place to live, I'll pay the bills, oh man, I'll fix the car. No, she needed to talk to me. And it was big enough, so big, that she couldn't do it anymore. And looking back, because I remember what it was like 2013, 14 when it was falling apart, and I'm falling apart with it, versus 2019 when I realized, hey, as I start to learn more about communication, active listening, I realized I was not a person that you could be in a relationship. I was not the person for this person who needed to talk.
That's so honest. So you had issues with,
I was cracking the foundation.
Communication.
I didn't know how to. This woman needs to talk. Sit on the couch and listen to her. I didn't know how to do that. So I could sit here and be all day. See, that's the problem with these women. They talk too much. They always complain.
They always emotional. They always complain. But she
the
just
bottom line was this. She was doing everything on her side that I wanted her to do. Plus some. I wanted that person. And in order to keep that person, she needed something else from me. And I tried, but I just didn't have it. Therefore, it is a problem. And the relationship failed. So there are things that people need. There are things people expect. And there's who people are. And those things got to be put together. And of course, God is going to carry you through. That's your real foundation. But aside from just God, there's still the actual relationship. Like you being with her day to day. Y'all going bowling, y'all talking, y'all whatever. It can't just be y'all throwing a Bible back and forth at each other.
Right.
So there's the relationship, there's God, there's you, and there's her. And then there's life. Life is not your friend. But the more rooted, more connected, the more spiritually based, all them things together, can't nobody knock that foundation down.
The fact that you said she needed some things from you and you couldn't give it, that's accountability.
Right. I could sit here and complain all day about these women, they this and they, it's not gonna do nothing. She could get on the internet tomorrow and say these men can't live. That ain't gonna do nothing. At the end of the day, it didn't work, and that was the actual reason why. But there's more to it than just spiritual. The spiritual is very important. But the actual relationship and having relationship skills is where a lot of people are failing. Trust me, I've been there.
It's more the
how to listen, how to talk.
And you don't think those skills is found in the book, brother?
Yes and no.
So when it say be patient as a husband with your wife, be kind with your wife, be long suffering, be loving, be understanding, have temperance with your wife, that's not telling you.
I think he's talking about the part where people will say the right things, but they won't actually do the work when it comes to the difficult part of the relationships.
I'm
That's
also
true.
saying
I don't
the
even know if
reality.
most husbands even be reading the parts where it tells them what to do. I know a lot of husbands know the things where it say, oh, your wife should submit to you. And I don't know if the husbands then go further in the text and be like, oh, well, husband, be temperate. Husband, be kind. Husband, don't be abusive to your wife. Husband, be a nurturer, be a supporter to your wife. Like, you know, so she can feel like you a safe space to come to with issues. Like,
Right.
I don't know if we be reading through the whole text. Like, that's what.
No, what I'm saying is this.
And the
There's,
woman knowing her place. That's what it's about.
I mean,
I'm saying attraction is still attraction, and then execution is execution. And then your personality is your personality. Those things, the Bible can't necessarily snap and make you attractive or comedic or whatever. But the Bible is a super deep foundation. But those 10% and 5% that come from you still matter. Does that make sense?
So you're saying
I think it makes sense if we're dipping both in the world and in the scripture when we feel it's convenient. But if we root it in one or the other, I don't know if that necessarily is a sensible perspective.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. Regardless of what the Bible says, there's a type of woman that you like.
But that shouldn't be the case, because I should be following the word about what type of woman I should like. I should be following to try to get a Proverbs 31 wife.
Absolutely.
So I shouldn't want a wife after Proverbs 31?
Hold on. Proverbs 31 woman comes.
I'm still being realistic. If you don't,
It's
like
not realistic to want a wife that can sell stuff, that cooks, that will take care of. That's not realistic.
No, I'm not saying it's one or the other. What I'm saying is, yes, you want a Proverbs 31 wife. But if you don't like the way this woman looks and she annoys you with her voice, or or she's invisible to you,
but the Bible says you should be ravished by the bosom of your wife all the days of your life. So you should have a wife that's beautiful to you. Like the Bible talks about having a beautiful wife. Again, I don't know if we even be reading the Bible. I'm not sure.
You're gonna be attracted to your wife, of course.
And the Bible clearly talks about being ravished by the bosom of your wife all the days of your life. That means she's supposed to be attracted to you. You're supposed to like loving all her body all your days.
Still have a rebuttal, man. What if
she
you
doesn't
lose
like
attraction? You can't do nothing about that.
Okay, if she doesn't like you, I mean, the life is still life. I didn't say it's 100%. I'm just saying it's still a reality, and it still does matter. Or the example Mela gave, the passing gas and whatever. Those are life things.
I do agree that we have some elderly couples who grow out of fondness with one another, but we also have some elderly couples who be 90, 100 years old and still be married 50, 60, 70 years. Like that example exists as well.
They be miserable.
I'm not saying
that is not true at all, brother. You've interviewed all these people. You've interviewed all these people, brother. Where do you get that position?
Isn't it the old saying they stuck together?
No, I don't know what you saw personally. My grandfather and my grandmother was married for a very long time until my grandfather passed away at 108. He had got a citation from Obama and all that, like for passing 100 years old. Like they were married for years.
Okay, cool, bro.
I don't know. Like I'm saying, I don't know what you saw. I'm telling you what I personally saw. Like, and I don't want to go off the anecdotes of horror stories we heard in the media. What personally did you see?
No, all I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is 100% or this life stuff is that important. I'm just saying that it does matter. Maybe 20%, and it's a reality. That's all I was saying.
What do you mean by life stuff, though?
A 4-door car versus y'all catching the bus. Biblically, it shouldn't matter. But does it really matter?
That's not true. Biblically, it doesn't matter. Where does it say in the Bible it don't matter the provisions you provide? That's what I'm saying. What Bibles are we reading? I don't know what Bible you reading, brother. In my Bible, you have to be a provider. You have to provide these things. Like, what Bible you reading that you don't have to provide these things?
Hold on. So you telling me that the Bible says that you cannot get married if you cannot afford to provide?
Sir, the Bible literally says you're supposed to get 50 pieces of silver as a dowry to the father. So how could you even afford to give the 50 pieces of silver if you broke?
So poor people can't get married.
Sir, the Bible clearly says there are things and provisions that need to be put in place before you can get married. So how could you do those things if you can't afford to do it?
This is crazy, man. I don't.
It's not crazy. I'm reading Exodus, brother. What are we talking? Crazy.
Now this is going left.
It's not going left because we talking about the world versus the book. The book say we should be able to provide for our families. The world say, oh, it's okay if you just love. Love is love. That's not what the book say. That's what I'm saying. Are we basing it on the book? Are we rooted in the book? Are we rooted in the world? Or are we picking and choosing roots from the book and roots from the world when it's convenient for our argument?
You picked some 50 pieces of silver. This is what we're doing.
Sir, you shouldn't. But we talked about he asked, should poor people be able to get married? If that poor man came up with the provisions for the wedding ceremony, sure. But if he's coming, hey, Dad, I want to talk to you about your wife, your daughter, and making her my spouse. I don't have the money to give you. I don't know where we gonna sleep. I haven't worked on a trade. I don't have any skills. I don't come from a family of craftsmen. I don't know. I'm not a farmer. I don't know how to milk goats. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna play a liar like David. I'm just gonna chill. I'm just gonna chill.
Tell me what the topic was again. We milking goats now. When do we do this?
Sir, I'm giving biblical examples in reference. You gave an example of a car, but I can't give an example of a goat. You're being hypocritical now, brother.
What was the horsepower of that goat that got milked?
I don't know if you should ride a goat unless you being in some type of secret society that rides goats and is homosexual, but that's your thing. That's your thing, brother.
Oh, now with the insults.
You said you riding the goat. The riding the goat thing is a devil church thing, brother. I don't know what you want me to say about that.
Wait a minute. I just had it. 1 Timothy 5:8. Anyone who does not provide for their relatives
is worse than a non-believer. It's worse than a non-believer.
Has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever.
Thank you. How can you don't take care of the ones in your household? You are worse than a non-believer.
And that's speaking towards someone who's just choosing to not take care of their family.
When did I say don't provide? Let's throw anything out there.
Financially in a moment in a season,
right? So
but you shouldn't even be getting married if you can't then provide, brother. Is the Bible's position?
How do you think you got here?
I get that.
Who said anything about not providing?
I agree with you.
What are y'all arguing?
I'm not saying you don't agree, Mo. I'm talking to the brothers.
Right,
you think our ancestors were rich?
No, you're not. You're just saying anything.
It's not about rich. It's about rules that was in place to make sure certain things went a certain way. It's not about rich or poor. If you got to be rich to have 50 pieces of silver, you need to focus more on your finances than be trying to focus on a woman.
If you can't afford 50 pieces of silver,
point blank, period. Duty.
This conversation has been sabotaged.
It hasn't been sabotaged. It's been given perspective. I love you too, man.
No, what it was is there was a real conversation about real things that were going on.
You were talking about cars,
and
brother.
you turned it into this.
A second. Did you say
You're
something?
right. There were no cars or automobiles in the Bible.
I think Zone was trying to say something.
It wasn't about the cars.
Neither was it about the goats. I was talking about the provisions a man should have in any time frame, sir. And I was just giving the biblical context and keeping it in that.
Provision. So there wasn't even a conversation.
No, the gentleman actually asked, so poor people shouldn't get married. Now we're going to dismiss the question he asked, which made me go on to that set of answers.
No.
Come on now, don't do that.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I just looked it up. 50 pieces of silver would be $160,000 to $200,000 today.
And that's how much it costs.
So you telling me if I don't make that, I shouldn't be married? Get out of here.
Hey, Trey.
Yes.
Well.
Hold on. Were the pieces ounces or were they pounds? We don't even know.
More like
Sir, you're talking about 50 shekels of silver versus 50 ounces of silver. 50 ounces of silver is what you're referring to. 50 shekels of silver is a different unit of measure. We should learn more about finances before we try to take wives on, maybe.
$60,000 to $200,000.
We should learn more about
that's ounces. That's not shekels.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Sarcastic right now.
50. Okay, what is the measure of those pieces?
Shekel is 11 to 14 grams.
Right. A ounce is not a shekel.
20 ounces.
14
a shekel would not be 20 ounces.
No, 50. No. A shekel is 11 to 14 grams. 50 shekels
which is
20
much
ounces.
less than an ounce.
50 shekels is 20 ounces.
Okay.
All you got to do
So
is own a house.
translate 14 grams of silver in the current
Telling me
market rate.
a house,
Have a
six.
house,
If I ain't a six
have a
big
house.
nigga, I can't get married.
If you
Maybe
have a
you
house,
shouldn't, brother. If you're gonna
have a house
complain, maybe you
anywhere,
shouldn't.
if you have a house anywhere in
If you
America,
gonna
you're
get this
good.
frustrated about being broke, yeah, you're not
We
fit for a
really should be
relationship.
focused more on finances and having skills before we get into these
Your real
huge
estate is
And that's an
network.
issue.
responsibilities of life.
So you're telling me the common man can't, and this is why black people ain't married, I
No,
guess.
it of
Back
course,
to
if the common man
back to the
could afford
back
it, if
to
marriage was so plentiful
Men get
in the past,
frustrated
sir.
when they can't provide, and it makes for a
it
bad
takes
relationship.
over $100,000 a year to provide.
Men who are not equipped to do what it takes in this world are walking around frustrated.
Shouldn't be
They
having
are
nobody
not
butter on their arm.
suitable for a wife.
Oh, my bad, y'all the uppity black.
Can I answer
My
that
bad.
It's
question?
not about being uppity.
Uppity,
Wait.
uppity.
Can I answer that question about 160K?
Yeah, go ahead.
Get a house.
Whose
What you
house
mean?
is?
Almost any house
is
almost
it?
any house you get in America is going to be worth more than 160K.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, so I guess in value you would have it then. Okay. But
So
still, that
don't get
doesn't.
married unless you are a homeowner. All right.
I mean, these were traditional things. No, when and it like even classically, just a couple years ago, when people used to get married, what was one of the first purchases? They would get a home. Like these were foundational things just a couple generations ago. Why are we so backwards about this now that we don't understand these things?
Because you're telling
You want
me
the truth?
finding the
You
six
want
big
the
niggas
truthful
can't
answer?
get married.
Do you really want the answer to that question?
I would love your perspective on that question. I have a perspective on it, but
the conversation was never even about finances and silver.
so you saying that gentleman didn't ask that, and we just brought this up out of nowhere?
What I'm saying is, we're having a conversation about real stuff between actual men and women.
Finances is not a
And
real
you can't-
issue between men and women. The number one reason people
And
get
you
divorced out
can't-
here is money. Yo, Dusto, come on,
there
man.
it
Yo,
goes.
Dusto, you just saying
My
anything.
love. There it
Yo,
goes right
Dusto
there.
just saying anything.
The number one reason for divorce is finances every time.
You know why?
Not every time. The number one reason, when they weigh them all out, when they do the percentages. Sir, am I making this, Dusto? You just saying anything, brother. You a person that deals with numbers. You know
It
the
is a
number one
lie.
reason people get divorced is finance in this society, brother.
No, hold on. It is not the number one. It is number
getting
4,
panicked
and within
about this
it has
money
nothing to do
It's
with how
number
much
4
the
now?
man
Or maybe
makes.
that changed, brother. Last time I looked it
never
up, it was
was
number
number
1
one.
still. It
It's
never
the
was
biggest
number.
lie across
Hold
the
on,
board.
panel, respectfully.
Am I
According
hearing
to AI
panic
overview,
This is
about
crazy.
money?
lack
This
of
is crazy.
commitment is frequently cited as the number one reason for divorce in America.
That doesn't
Roughly
make. Hold on.
73 to 75%.
That doesn't add up. Just like people say, I'll explain. I'll make it simple. They say lack of commitment, or they'll say, what is it? Irreconcilable difference. That's a box that you check, but it's not an actual action or actual thing. The number one issue is communication. People don't know how to talk to each other, don't know how to listen to each other. That's number one. That's over 50, probably 80%.
And where did you get that?
within
Because I
number
literally
2
just looked it up, and it said
I was
finances are the
thinking-
top cause of divorce, with money, fights,
looked
debt,
on
and
that.
diverging spending habits causing significant
proven-
marital stress.
Right, you're proving it by not, because you won't let me talk. You're proving the
I just
communication
asked
to
you
be
if you
wrong.
could tell me where you
By
got
not
that.
communicating. Okay.
You got it, brother.
Let me
That's what he
finish, then you can make up whatever you want. You can throw the goats, throw silver, anything you want in. Okay, number one is communication. If you go talk to any woman or man problem, they won't listen to you. Most common thing that you hear, you go to any couples therapist and all them people, that's what they're going to tell you. Number 2 is infidelity. How do you resolve infidelity and stop it from happening to begin with? Communication. Number 3, incompatibility and unrealistic expectations. How do you become compatible and stay compatible? And how do you reconcile Commitment is, what is it? Expectations by communicating.
That's number 4.
And number 4 is finances. And how do you resolve financial problems? By communicating. So regardless, these two people talking and managing, sitting on the couch and working their problems out is the biggest thing. Now, if you want to throw all the money that people don't make anyway, or say that they don't have, or never had, and say that that's the problem why they get divorced. Like I said, nobody's marrying a guy and making 50 and then divorcing him because he made 68 7 years later. They're not doing that.
Respectfully,
Sir, may I ask respectfully, where did you get that information?
You just broke it down.
Reality.
They are doing it.
Oh,
This
okay.
thing, I got it from this place called Reality.
Okay, well, I'm on Jimenez Law Firm's website. The Jimenez Law Firm website says that the number 1 reason is divorce. For divorce is finance. So you're saying that the Jimenez Law Firm is incorrect about this, and they should take this off their website? Okay.
Absolutely.
Do you have
And
numbers to support your position, or?
Yeah, they even got finances out of the two people. The law firm got the money.
disagree on that.
Reality is a whole more.
That website is subjective. When you have
It
multiple,
says, according to the Jimenez Law Firm, it says that financial problems contribute to up to 40% of all divorces. That means for every 10 marriages that end in divorce, 4 of them are because of money. Typically around 41% of divorce. So you're going to cut me off while complaining that I cut you off. You can't make this up. Go ahead, brother, because you're only allowed to cut people off. And if I cut you off, it's for showmanship.
apparently.
So go ahead.
Apparently, he is
That
allowed
wasn't
to cut you off.
what's the
That
foundation?
wasn't me that cut you off.
God bless.
But my question is, when people get, if
I'm
people
going to
are
look up
divorcing,
reality.com and find your source.
okay, if people divorce because of finances, how much do they make when they divorce? Because if it's a problem being married and we're going to divorce because the money ain't right, that means I assume when they divorce, the money gets right?
That is not. That's an assumption. That's your assumption. That's not reality.
No, I want you to make it make sense. There's John over here and Jay over
I'm
there.
telling you what the numbers say. You don't like the numbers, so you're trying to conflate something. So go ahead and conflate it, but that doesn't.
No, I
want you to explain why the Jimenez Law Firms is inaccurate in what they're saying as a law firm who practices law. I want you to tell me why this law firm is inaccurate. I want you to give me a source which refutes this. Your source is life. Life is your anecdotal experience. That's not giving sources based on data collected over a mass amount of people. Data collected over a mass amount of people says the number 1 issue is finances. You don't want to hear that, so you're giving me life.com. That's
Because I know
not
it's a
sources based on actual data. We are adults and we should talk based on data.
You want some data?
Dusto, go ahead,
want
man.
some?
No problem. God bless you, Dusto.
Cool. Who has more money in the
He
household?
trivializes anytime
Married
he's
or
wrong. He
divorced?
trivializes. This is why Dusto be throwing panels left.
No, I want your numbers.
Sprinkle dust, Dusto. Sprinkle your dust, brother. Go ahead. Sprinkle your dust.
You want
man.
some numbers?
I'm still waiting for those. I'm still waiting for those coats you promised me for my coat drive from last winter, Dusto, for the record. But go ahead.
Do you want numbers or not?
I want the coat you promised me for the coat drive, Dusto, to be honest. But go ahead.
Do you want numbers?
I want those coats because winter coming again, and I'm gonna have another coat drive this year, and I love them coats.
Okay.
So
No,
hold on.
go ahead, my love.
His ghetto point of view. What do you have what do you do? Like you have a drive every year around winter?
I have multiple drives. I do back to school drives. I do camp food drives. I do coat drives annually. Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay.
That's what's up, man.
Do you want to answer your
It's
question?
all right. I want them coats, Dusto.
I get my stats from babydaddy.org.
No, I'm gonna give you what you ordered.
Babydaddy.org.
No, I'm gonna give you what you asked for.
Canned foods
You said
and,
you
and
wanted
coats.
numbers.
You gonna give me canned goods and coats?
No, I'm gonna give you some fake silver. You
Goodness.
said
Don't give me
you're
no fake
divorcing
silver,
because of
brother.
money.
Why would somebody give you their daughter for fake silver? What's wrong with you? You should get stoned for that, brother.
All right, cool. I'm gonna answer your question, and then you can make something else up.
Nuts.
Here's the deal.
Somebody making something up
There's
around here.
There's John over here making 54,000, and there's Jane making 42, and they're divorcing because of money. So they pay an attorney some money. Number one, that's money coming out of pocket.
It's a game. I agree with you. It's all a hustle game.
That's
I
less
agree
money.
100% with what you're about to say. Go ahead.
Okay, Then she goes and they move out of her house because, of course, in the Talking Point Mafia, they always got these houses that don't exist. They move out of that. Now they got 2 apartments on 2 sides of town. Got to pay for daycare now. 2 separate households. How did that get resolved by divorcing because of money?
You 100% right, sir. It didn't. They actually made themselves doubly indebted to the society.
So wouldn't that tell you that the reason they divorced is not money?
Causes 2 people to pay the society instead of 1. I agree with you.
So wouldn't that tell you that the real reason is not money?
Sir, what you want the real reason to be and what they say the real reason is when they get divorced are 2 different things.
Okay, I didn't talk about what people are saying the reason, because people say anything.
But sir, all we can do is go by what they register in the paperwork. You can't make it your feelings and your interpretation.
Oh, his ghetto point of view. If you're talking about what they put on paper, that's different. I'm talking about real reasons.
That's not, sir. You are conjecturing that is the real reason.
No, I'm saying, what is the reason? And you said it was finances. I'm saying that it's not, regardless of what they put on paper. If your argument was just what's put on paper, that's different. I'm talking about what's really going on.
What's really going on, sir? I literally gave you a source from a law firm, but I'm not arguing what the paperwork says.
Come on, man.
You playing games, man. You playing games.
Which one
I can agree with your point about the individualism causes them both to then pay into the society, both to pay lawyers, both to pay into family court, and they're actually now going to be more finance. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
I was trying to agree with you, but go ahead.
No, hold on. I think you're missing what I'm asking. What I'm saying is, regardless of what put on paper, irreconcilable differences, finances, whatever. I'm more saying when you get deeper into it, ask why, and get to why they're really divorcing. That's not the reason. That's what my point.
You can't say that for every single case because you're not there, bro. We got to go with what the paperwork say, because other than that, we'll just be conjecturing all the time. And we'll just be putting we feel onto every single situation.
That's what situations are.
No, they're not.
When you get to the reason, it's going to be what's really going on.
I agree with ghetto point of view.
That is just what people put on the paper. So why kids are bad is never bad.
I'm not disagreeing with you that there are deeper reasons at play very often, sir. But that would be me assuming and conjecturing. That's not me going with what the paperwork says.
Okay, if you're talking about the paperwork, I think we can meet somewhere in the middle. If we talk about the paperwork, you'll get what the people say. But if you go deep to find out what's really going on, you'll find out what's really going on.
I also agree with Scam Likely.
Dusto is 100% right on that there do be deeper reasons at play.
But we can't go. My pushback is this: if I'm talking to groups of people about fixing relationships, I can't tell them everybody make more money when I know that.
But hold up, Dusto. Sometimes relationships do need people to make more money. Like some of the problems they're going through would be resolved with more finances. Do you not agree with that?
I keep saying that everybody's capable of doing
5 to 10%. Hold on, everybody's not capable of making more money.
No, everybody isn't.
Well, finances shouldn't be.
We live in 2026. What do you mean?
No. Hold on.
Finances shouldn't be a relationship above God, though.
I don't like all this poverty talk.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to say that
they don't serve a God that is impoverished. They serve a God that will give them abundance if they would just follow the way. But like they seem to be missing that part of the conversation. We serve a God of abundance.
That's true.
No, his point of view. I'm not disagreeing.
Isn't always meant to be financial.
That's true too.
I'm not disagreeing with making more money, though I would probably start with how they're managing what they're making first. 100%. I'm not disagreeing that they should make more.
But the Bible also talks about how you manage your money, though, Dusto.
I'll agree. Absolutely. I'm saying 2 people working, even if they're making 35 a year, that's 70. They probably should only have 1 car. It's probably moved 30, 40 minutes out. And I'm just giving a bad scenario.
But so you're agreeing with me that people should learn finance first before they should take on marriage? Because it sounds like you're about to go down that road.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They're already there.
You don't agree that people should learn finances before they take on marriage. But it sounds like that's what you're about to say.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not
you said that they should handle their money better, brother.
That's not what I was implying. That's not what I was getting to.
You not implying that they should have better understanding of money before taking on a
No,
marriage. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's
Let
got a
me
point of
stop cutting
view.
you off. I'm sorry.
Okay, what I'm saying is these two people, regardless, they're already there. It's too late to say, hey, go get your finances, then get married. They're already married. They already got a kid. They're already there. Probably, yes, they should make more money. Manage money first, making more second. But still, most of whatever issue they're dealing with is not going to be super financial. It's probably still going to be the connection and what they have within each other. Even
Agreed.
still.
I agree with that.
Because if they can't stay together, it doesn't matter how much money they're bringing in.
I think we undervalue what actual financial intelligence
I
can
think both of
provide
you
for a
agree with
family.
each other. Y'all just have different.
I'm not dismissing the finances.
Thus, though, if I have
we can't
my finances more stable, couldn't I spend more time with my family?
Not necessarily. How are you going? You got to spend more time. Hold on. To go get those finances in order, is more time outside the household or doing something different.
I said
which
stable.
means y'all two got to. Okay, hold on. Now, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just putting this in.
You both are missing
I'm
the
not
point.
disagreeing.
Can I say this?
Scam just
Okay,
put
so
ghetto point of view,
I
his
want to say
jackets, his
this.
coats, and this will all be over with.
And my canned foods.
I
Canned
want
food
to
too.
say this
Canned food
really
too.
quick,
Don't forget the
please.
canned goods.
So, and I know everybody's situation is different. Okay, if you can develop financial literacy before marriage, great. I know from my parents, my mom was 18 when she met my dad, and they grew together financially. They own land, cars, property, all those things now. But they had to grow to that. So it may not always look like abundance financially in the beginning. It's people, some people grow to it, and that's not to say that they're off for that. I think that it could look different for, every marriage.
I don't
know.
disagree with
Some
that.
people
I
just
think
worship money now, and they try to put that as the same thing as worshiping God. So, and they lose
His
sight
money
of
point of
bless
view
your
got a
hearts.
good point.
Bless your hearts.
being,
Bless
You
your
have
hearts.
a good point because it is a responsibility factor of having you. Oh, go ahead, whoever's speaking. My bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are like,
Bless your hearts, man. This is crazy.
uppity as hell, man.
No, I'm
I
saying
think Scam need to give ghetto point
Niggas
of
make
view his
some money and then forget where the fuck
That's
it
what I
came
think.
from.
It's not about wow. That's interesting. No, it's make some
No,
money
I'm not-
and go buy the block that you came from. That's what you should do.
No, I'm saying is I'm not trying to dismiss the fact of having money. It does matter.
It
does
does.
matter that you got something and what you got coming in. But if we're talking about relationship, we're watching 6, 7, 8-figure relationships, 8-figure earners relationships fall apart, and then
You don't have to
arguing
have
about
8
money.
figures, man. You can have 5 figures and having a great life with your wife. That's not the point.
I agree. No, what I'm saying is this: relationship is here, money is there, and then there's a part where they co-join. If the relationship is a disaster, then it doesn't matter how much money you got. Money can't fix it.
What? Okay. How do these disasters occur? Can you break it
And I'm
down
not
with some examples of these disasters outside money?
One example, and I'm not, and again, I'm agreeing with a lot of what his ghetto point of view says. You're gonna need some money, but for example, the guy or the woman worshiping money, overly focused on money.
Outside of money, what are
you say
these
outside of
disasters?
money?
Yeah, outside of money. What are these disasters that you speak of?
One just randomly negligence. He wants to speak to her and she just misses. She never apologizes. Or she tries to talk to him and he don't know how to talk to her. Eventually, she's all emotionally overwhelmed and she talks to Slick Jimmy at the job and he's a great listener. Next thing you know, Slick Jimmy takes his girl. Alcohol, overly drinking, overly eating. She weighed 125 when you married her. Now she weighs 325.
That didn't happen overnight.
Unrealistic
You should
expectations.
have talked to her like 200 pounds ago.
You're right, but he don't want to talk. He just keeps saying, "You're beautiful, baby. You're beautiful, baby. You're beautiful, baby." And then she's 300 pounds. Then he gets mad and wants to talk. And he was the one taking her to the buffet.
So he was
What's
blowing his
another one?
money at the buffet.
Shouldn't people agree that if you venture off from your looks that I was attracted to, we got a problem? Shouldn't people establish that in the beginning?
Expectations. You're correct. You should get a 20%
I mean, I think
margin.
that that's the beginning. Like that can be the driver of why someone is attracted to you, but there has to be more. There has to be substance that you can build off of, because those looks will eventually start to fade. That's not to say that you're not keeping yourself up, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just thinking.
But when a partner is negligent, like quote unquote, let themselves go,
Yeah, I think
right?
that
I think it's important to communicate that.
I do
Hey,
too. I do too. I believe in
Yes.
looking your best for your spouse. I do. I know people go through changes, but those are things that you can, work through.
Yeah.
I think what
a balance
scam.
factor. Oh, go ahead. Whoever's speaking.
No, I was gonna say I think what scam is saying without he's saying it, but not necessarily saying it, because I understand what he's saying is the negligent things, the small little tiny things that build up, the small little frustrations that build up day after day after day will eventually lead into that conversation of you're not making enough. You're not doing this. You're not doing that.
That is true. Well, expectations matter. I talk to a lot of people who always tell me when I ask them, "Did you know what you were getting into when you got married?" And they say no. When they were 22 and 25 and got married, they thought that the marriage was going to look like this, and they didn't know that eventually it's going to look like that. And one big one that people don't talk about: what happens when a kid comes out? And you don't get to pick what comes out when the kids come. You don't get to pick the gender. You don't get to pick their health. You don't get to pick what shift y'all are going to be working. And now people have to do the changes and get into the figuring it out stage.
How people don't get to pick those things, Busto?
Pick the gender?
But besides gender,
pick the
of course.
personality of the...
Well, we can pick the gender.
Okay.
In 2026.
You can't pick if your kid is healthy or not based on the diet you live, based on your exercise, based on what you eat, based on like your habits, based on like the type of content those can't dictate the quality of the child.
Not always.
Hold on, that's management, and I agree.
Hold on, so you telling me if you are alcoholic and you have a baby, the baby's gonna have health?
That's different.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you can't pick if your kid is an introvert, extrovert. If you got 3 girls, 3 boys, left-handed, right-handed, autistic, sickle cell.
Bro, a lot of those are related to diet, bro. The left-handed, right-handed stuff, of course, gender, of course, but like some of that other stuff is related to diet, brother.
No, I'm a big diet person. What I'm saying is mainly personality, parenting styles and stuff that you can't pick. And now you
can't pick your parenting style?
You can prepare your parenting styles, but you can't pick your parenting.
How you not? So then who pick your parenting style for you?
You get what I said when I say prepare but not pick?
You can't. That doesn't make. Who picks your parenting style for you, Dusta? If not you.
When I say prepare, okay, this is what I mean by that. Prepare means you have what you believe that you're going to do. Then it's only going to be 80-90% of that when the kid gets here, because you don't know what kid you're going to get.
Okay, I think I
please just directly answer the question. Who picks your parenting style for you?
You're missing what I'm saying.
I got what you're saying, that you're going to prepare one way, but even if your preparations go wrong and you have to adjust, you're the one who gets to pick what you adjust to.
I agree with that.
So then you pick your parenting style.
Okay, yes, I agree with that.
So then why would you say you don't?
Okay, it's just wording. We're saying
It's
the
not
same
wording,
thing. It's
brother.
just
You
wording.
confusing the conversation.
Wow.
You sprinkling dust.
Does everybody else understand what I'm saying?
I have an example in mind based on what you said. My example is asthma. Like a parent can actually plan a child's life in advance with the fullest amount of intelligence there is to behold. But here you are, your child has asthma. And you have to adjust the schedules and
Hold on. So you telling me
emergency
asthma doesn't
room
come
visits.
from conditions in the environment?
There are
It's not always the parent's fault.
circumstances where that is true, and then there
What
are
other
circumstances.
things create asthma?
I think can't you be
Okay.
born with some type of respiratory?
There are children that are born with respiratory vulnerabilities compared to other children.
Right. And what was the environment like when those children were conceived and born?
Okay.
Do we just not take any responsibility? I'm kind of confused.
I'm telling you, there are siblings
Unless
that
you
are
did-
completely healthy, and then it can be one that's unhealthy, and both parents are healthy.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Mo, but what's the environment? Do they live in a smog-filled community? Do they live in the South Bronx? Do they where do they live? Like these things matter. Children aren't just conceived with diseases for no reason.
Definitely a sensitive.
Bro, you can be born with
that's a
deficiencies,
sensitive
bro.
subject because
For nothing though. We're saying that children are just randomly born with deficiencies for nothing. That's not true. Y'all got that. Science don't say that, guys. Science don't say that. That's feelings. That's not science.
Bro, that's exactly what science is. Nature is not 100% right. We have diseases because nature has flaws. You know what I'm saying?
No, we have diseases because man has created things against nature.
No, that's not true, bro. That's not
Even if
That's
that is
not true. That's not true.
Even if it is true, we can't go and get rid of it.
Look it up right
We
now.
can't change the
I will gladly look that up for you, brother.
Hello.
As a father who's dealt with a child with asthma, I've literally thoroughly researched this. I'm telling you, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I believe you. What I'm indicating is there are C-sections and there's natural birth. There's infant formula versus breastfeeding. There's all types of different variables that encompass
Nature versus nurture. Yes, ma'am.
whether or not a child has the immunity that is optimal. That's all
Right.
I'm saying.
And most of the time when a child's immunity is not optimal, is that man's issue, or was it that nature intended for that child to have suboptimal immunity?
We have to adjust to whatever the child is at.
Right, but I'm asking, what is the precursor?
We don't always know.
What is the precursor for that? Is that man, or was that nature that made it that way?
Oftentimes, it's both.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's not true.
This is too much, man.
We don't want to take responsibility for our behavior, and that's literally the crux of this entire conversation.
I've studied nutrition, okay?
It's not.
I know
because of a
what
particular
nutrition is.
behavior. That's not always the determining factor of why a child may be unhealthy.
So, like I said, a child could be born with smaller than average airways. It can be genetics. You know what I'm saying? There's ways you can get it without the environment. A child can have asthma without the environment.
I agree.
Like I said, nature
What's
is
the
not
percentage of that versus the percentage of generally why children get asthma?
So what are you gonna do? Stick them back in the womb? I mean, how far are we gonna go, man?
No, I'm talking about taking accountability. I thought that was the initial point of the conversation. People not taking
I'll tell
accountability.
you what, you're right. We're not. How about this? We're not accountable. Hell
We're
with
not,
it.
and
We're all
that's true, and that's why we keep going through these things. And we want to blame everything
We're
else
all
but ourselves.
screw-ups. Cool.
We are, but
You know
that's
what?
the point.
How
The
about
Bible
this?
allows us to change from our
Cool,
screw
let's
ups
blame
and change our
ourselves.
ways and then
ghetto
live better
point of
and
view.
teach our children better. Like that's the whole
Cool.
point.
We're blaming ourselves now. Cool.
Well, we're not though. We're blaming
Matter of fact,
everything
if
else.
not, blame me.
We
I
should
did it.
take
No, you know what?
responsibility.
No. I did it, man. Blame me. No, blame me.
Why would I blame you, Gusto? You don't have that much power.
If you
You,
Well,
you
the
ain't even got the power to
scripture
give me my
says
cans,
that we are
bro.
fearfully and
You ain't even
wonderfully
got the power to
made.
give
Y'all are
me my
doing too
cans.
much. You're doing too much, man.
We are fearfully and wonderfully made. End of sentence. And the scripture indicates, I'll repeat it, we are fearfully and wonderfully made.
Right. We're not made disease ridden.
Except as
But
children.
No, we're not made disease ridden.
children being born with certain ailments does not mean that there's always a lack of accountability either.
True.
What is the percentage? Can you give me the percentage of children who are just born with random abnormalities versus the children who are born in environments?
I would have to look.
97.31.
Yeah, 97% is the environment and what we do, and the 0.229% is these random abnormalities. I would agree with
Cool. We're
How
all
do you
going to
know
bring
that?
our kids
everybody
into
choose
an
out
area
there
that's
just
on there.
0.2%.
What about the food? What about the food?
You know what a
No
church lady
smoking, no
told me?
smoking, no drinking. What about the food?
You know what a church lady told me, you guys? She said that her son was born with a club foot. And I was like, what's a club foot? She was like, his foot was just a little inverted. And you know what I did, young lady? I put the hard bottom shoes on backwards. And he's just as good as it can be. It's like, there's some natural remedies out here.
So she decided to change his environment to make it better.
She found a way to
Right. She
adjust.
adapted his environment to improve him instead of
found a way to
allowing it
adjust.
to be a problem. You see that? Nature versus nurture.
Approximately 50.
So there's always
Hold on, real quick. Approximately 50 to 70% of birth defects have no known or identifiable cause. These are considered sporadic or random occurring due to unknown factors.
50%.
I would agree with that.
Known causes are 30 to 35%. Approximately 20 to 25% are caused by genetic factors, and 10 to 13% have purely environmental causes. Again, that's a total of 30 to 35. 50 to 70 are have no known or identifiable cause.
50 to 70.
I just learned something.
I would say this.
That great.
That's a
I would say this: from 2013 to 2017, I worked with the United States Military Department of Defense, reading autism clinicals all day, every day. That was my 9 to 5. Then after that, I went into working with pharmaceuticals for the next 4 years. I will say this, in my own personal research, what I found is that there's no consequential cause of anything. I mean, there are things that you could do to lessen birth defects. Yes, clean diet, no smoking, no drinking, not being around secondhand smoke, eating certain foods. But even if you go to Sprouts or farmers markets, there's always going to be a problem with pesticides if you're eating any type of food in the United States of America. Point blank, period.
You got that right.
So in those clinicals, it's just clinical information. Mm-hmm. That's why I ended up getting out of the healthcare field for just a bit, because I'm like, this is all BS. It's the same stuff over and over and over.
And I don't know if I believe the 50 to 70. That's just what the information they're going to put on Google. I don't believe that.
Yeah, it's the healthcare system has flaws. So those statistics could be off a little bit.
I will say this, there are things you can do to prevent that, but in the age of modern science and things of that nature, there's still a lot of research. Just like, for instance, there's still a lot of research going on behind the C-19. There's still a lot.
Well, they made that up, but I don't want to
get a lot of stuff. You're not going to hear me say positive.
Y'all keep talking about man-made stuff and trying to conjecture it as nature. Y'all said the pesticides. Pesticide is a man-made thing that was to deter the natural way that
was nature.
Hey,
we're
talking about that's a problem. I didn't cut you off, brother.
Yeah, but no one's growing anything anymore in their backyard.
Nobody's growing anything.
Nobody, not in mass. No,
people just because people don't do things. Okay,
not in mass. Not
you,
in
you
marriage.
guys keep talking about the solutions like they're problems. You just said nobody's growing. Well, then maybe people should grow more, brother.
I agree.
So we talk about those things like they're problems instead of solutions.
I agree. There's solutions. There's solutions. My grandparents grew things in the backyard. I don't, to my knowledge, I don't have any type of birth defects that I, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are things that people can do to mitigate the risk, but America is a really dirty system.
Do you have to participate in every single piece of the system if you can recognize that there are things that may not benefit you or your offspring?
If your kid goes into a public education system, you're gonna be a part of almost every system.
That's a if. You don't have to put your kid in public school. There's private school, there's homeschool, there's online school. Why you got to put your kid in public school?
So pretty much what you're saying is all we got to do is be perfect and we don't have these problems. No.
Well, the Bible does say be perfect, but that's a again, we not trying to be rooted in the Bible. You're literally poo-pooing on the Bible when you say that, brother.
Do you think that God made nature to be perfect?
Are you asking me if I think if God made nature perfectly? 100%.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, honestly.
That's your perspective, and I respect that.
It wouldn't make any sense to all the trials and tribulations that we have.
I get it.
What do you mean trials and tribulations? What trials and tribulations is nature putting us through?
God forbid that your kid is born with some type of issues.
What do you mean?
Well, he'll be wheelchair bound for the rest of his life.
Hey, Prime, this is the internet.
If
all
my
we
child,
gotta do is be
God
perfect.
forbid, was
and
wheelchair bound for the rest of their life, and that's something that we would deal with. I would deal with it with the patience that the Bible tells me to have, the loving hand, the temperance. Like, I would have the understanding, the humility. I would take it to God. Like, as the Bible would say, I would hope my child falls into the hands of a good physician when they have that type of ailment. Like, because the Bible talks about all of these things that we pretend it doesn't.
I would agree.
Yes, it does. And it tells you that, it all comes down to the fact that things are not perfect, but under God's grace, we can be.
That's not what the Bible says, though. It says be perfect.
My children didn't start going to a public school until high school.
That's excellent, sir. I don't understand. That was a man-made decision.
But what I'm saying is, in that school that they went to, there were still children who never went to an American public school because it was a Muslim school. It was a Muslim science academy that never attended any type of like public American school.
Beautiful.
There were children with all types of deformities up in that joint.
I don't know, bro.
I don't understand what's the point of that, brother.
These are parents that don't believe in going to an American hospital or anything like that.
I'm not sure of your point, sir.
No, what I'm saying is, like, you can, like, there are things that we could do to prevent, try and prevent certain things, but nothing's 100% guaranteed. That's what I'm saying.
You said these kids are like Muslim kids. Like, did they come from like Muslim countries, which are like run down, don't have like clean running water? Like, I'm confused. What are you saying? Were they born in disease-ridden conditions? Like, what are you saying? I don't understand.
Some of them were born in America. Some of them were born overseas in the Middle East.
Right. So what were the health conditions over there? Or you don't know, and you just know that now they have health conditions.
Paragon Science Academy, Chandler, Arizona. You can go look it up. Pretty good school.
I'm not, sir. The question was, you guys mix stuff up a lot. I get it. That's what men do when we just can't have straight conversations, unfortunately. And then we do that in front of sisters and wonder why sisters be confused about our leadership qualities. But it's sad. But go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like both. I feel like this has been a pretty good, productive discussion. I'm trying to figure out, like, what is the basis of the conversation we're having right now? Like, I feel like
I'm not really sure. It went all over the place because we didn't want to deal with whether men should have money or not before they get into marriage. So we just took it to this whole other place. That's where the conversation initially turned.
Well, just get a house.
And who was it that turned that conversation?
The other gentleman who asked, so should men have money or not before they get married? What about poor people? Those were the questions he asked, and then I asked. So we're not supposed to answer when people ask us questions, Scammo, because it makes you feel bad?
Who sabotaged the conversation?
You, Dusto, as always. You sprinkling dust.
Well said. The problem men have, the problem that men have on the earth stems from the disobedience of man, which is sin.
Teach, sir. Teach.
Absolutely, 100%.
I would agree.
We went away from the diet that, like, we've even been given dietary law. Like, how many people here follow the dietary law? People eat shrimp. Oh, I'm gonna eat my shrimp. You can't tell me nothing. I'm gonna eat my crab. I'm gonna eat my lot. Like, come on, we being silly, guys. We're being silly, guys.
Some people believe in the, new dietary law.
You can't tell me nothing about my shrimps.
You know what I'm saying?
These people Red Lobster got unlimited shrimp baskets coming back. They know who coming to eat that.
And I'm gonna be straight up. Nobody has been able to come with straight scriptural fact that will.
The problem you still run into is, what about the vegan or the vegetarian that still
discredits the
what do you mean?
The New Testament's dietary situation.
But what about the vegan or the vegetarian
the
that still gets
Bible
cancer?
originally, we're not supposed to eat those things from the bottom of the sea. It's in the New Testament, I guess, says that you can, but it doesn't change the fact that it's very unhealthy.
That is bad for you. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but it's a picky subject, man.
And then what about the grandparent that eats pork until they're 113 and never gets cancer?
Well, I mean, that has to do with genetics, location. Because you got Italians who smoke cigarettes and drink wine and be living long as hell.
And that's what I'm saying.
So that's just.
I would argue they probably came from good stock, as we like to call it.
Well, genetics, yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, sir. I was just adding on.
I like what people say. I like that good stock. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Who first said that?
I think this is a really good conversation. That's what I really think, and I think a lot of young men need to go back and listen to this conversation. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm not against people making sure they got their finances in order before they get married.
I'm not against it either, but sometimes it doesn't always pan out that way.
Yeah, it's not every.
I don't think people have to have $1 million, 100%. But you don't think a brother should at least be like, yo, I'm in school to be a welder. Oh, I'm in school to be an engineer. I have this trajectory path, which is going to put us on such and such.
Yeah, when he met my mom, they began to build together. Again, she was 18, he was 25, 26. And they grew together. Now they own several things, but that took time. I'm just saying it won't always look the ideal way. Most people don't go into a marriage having money, especially when they marry young.
Yeah. My argument wasn't about people having finances in order. My argument is the financial cop-outs of saying why relationships aren't working.
I agree.
Now, here's the thing. We got welders on the dust panels sending $500 super chats. We got engineers, executives, business owners sending super chats, talking stupid stuff, complaining about women all day too. And their finances way in order. But them connecting and sitting down with that woman that they want is a problem. And money can't fix it.
Money doesn't make you a good person, but it is ridiculous to say that you can have a good, stable household and your finances be all awry.
No, you can. Some of these dudes are loaded. You got 3-4 houses, 18 houses, and can't get a woman to show up in the parking lot.
I agree with you that finances don't make you a good person, but what I said was finances being completely all over the place, thinking you're going to have a good marriage and a strong union, and that's not going to cause y'all problems and strife. That's unrealistic, sir.
It will. Yeah.
We agree with that.
But shoot, I mean, they might have it good compared to the marriage that's rich and dude cheating and giving her STDs.
Yeah,
she's struggling to stay there.
Yeah.
So are we okay? Is your position that there are no people of finance that also are people of substance and character?
No, we're not saying that.
But that's what he just. It sounded like he was saying, "Oh, it'd be better for her to be married."
No, it's not.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
maybe I didn't understand.
okay, it's not demonizing the saying that the men who got money are going to do you bad, but it's just more saying don't glorify and worship money because there's still 5 or 15 other things you need to worry about. That's all he's saying.
The love of money
And
is
I'm
the
also
rule of all
saying,
evil, 100%.
remember, the Bible speaks highly about the poor, how we should think, empathize with them. You know, and you can't say that, no, you can't, you shouldn't get married, you shouldn't
I'm so
have
sorry, you broke
kids.
up, brother. Say that one more time.
I said the Bible speaks highly about the poor and how we should empathize with them, right? So we shouldn't be like, you
The
shouldn't get
Bible
married
also
or don't
says it's
have
better to die
kids.
than live a life of a beggar, sir. The Bible also says it's better to die than
Who
live the
says
life
that
of a
person?
beggar,
Who
sir.
says that? Who says that beggar has to? Who says the poor has to beg?
I
You know what I'm
don't
saying? You can just
disagree
be in
with you.
poverty line. You know what
And who
I'm saying?
says he has to stay there?
No, you should not be. You should not have an impoverished poverty and wealth of mentality. A lot of people who've had money lose it, and because they have the right mentality, they can get it back up. Like that should
Yo, I
be the
resonate with you,
foundation.
dog. Cause you
So
sound like me, dog. Like I'm in my strive. I'm striving. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my thing right now. You know what I mean? And I was saying the same things, but then I had to remember, yo, everybody can't. Not everybody's capable of day trading. Not everybody's capable of fixing things and all this. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's
That's
capable
not
of
true.
that.
God has blessed us all with individual talents, and if we would like
You know
focus
what?
on the things
People
that
go
we're good
their
at,
whole lives
we
without
could all
knowing what those
actually
talents
live pretty
are.
well.
People
Now
go
we
their
all
whole
not going to
lives
be
without
millionaires and
knowing.
billionaires, but some of us is good with our hands. Some of us is good with writing. Some of us is good at cooking. Some of us is good at crocheting, sewing, fashion. Some of us is good at
And
like
Y'all
putting
understand
colors and
Scam
textiles together. I'm sorry, go ahead.
what Scam is saying.
I
There's
didn't
women
get
that
it
live.
because
There's women
I
that
don't
live
know.
under highways and in tents with their men. When these women know
And
they
God
don't have
bless those women. What's up?
these
I
women
don't
know that
poo-poo
these
them.
women know that they can go on OF or
No, they can't.
resort to alternative lifestyles to make money, but they're living under highways and in tents with their men. Some of these men were good
I'm
I
not
don't
men.
going
disagree
that
with that.
far.
But
I'm
what I'm
not
I don't
going
saying,
that
disagree with
far,
that.
but I
That's the
get your
reality.
point.
That's the reality, though. That's the reality.
it's an exaggeration, but it happens. It's
Yeah,
reality.
I
That's
got
an
you.
extreme exaggeration to make a point, but
What I'm
that's not
saying is
the average
I
of
got you,
people.
Prime.
Most people are not homeless.
before the finance. If that woman is not in lock and step with you, there's going to come a point in time where that finance is going to be the first thing she throws in your face.
I don't disagree
But
with
hold
that.
on.
And we talked about that
Hold
earlier.
on.
Like if you lose your job, if like we did talk about that
No,
earlier.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
The order that you just said it. If that woman is not in lock and step with you, that came before her throwing the finances. So they need to fix the lock and step, not the finances.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
100%. I don't
No, hold
disagree.
on. You need to fix the finances, but you need to fix the lock and step first.
Yes.
Why would you need to lock and step with anybody before you have yourself in order, though?
Hold up. All these rich YouTubers, y'all on here talking about
Rich
y'all can't
YouTubers.
do
This is not about rich
ain't no
YouTubers.
order,
Man.
ain't nobody supported the show.
Ain't nobody. I got a few
What's going on with that? What?
I ain't tripping.
I live under a bridge.
Scam, how dare you?
We got all this scripture going on about finances, and can't nobody
All this
finance the
scripture
show.
about going on about finances. Do me a favor. When all of y'all give me the coats and cans y'all owe me, then we can talk about me cutting checks to all y'all shows. Until then, like, understand all my money going to helping like people who actually need it, not a bunch of people who got money to sit online. So.
Okay,
Damn,
so
bro.
Paulo said the Lord wants us to prepare before we get into anything, whether it be marriages, jobs, etc. As for the dietary laws, God gave them to man. However, man's hearts were not sincere.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
We supposed to prepare before we get into anything. Thank you, Bolo.
No, I talked about preparation earlier.
But y'all also are saying forget preparation. We should have the woman first.
No, we gotta preparate a cash app. That's what we got a preparation for.
No, I never said that.
Nah, y'all gotta prepare these coats and these books for these kids. Like, what's up?
Yo, on your show we can do that. How about that? On your show we do that, but we on Mo Love show. What's the cash app?
But when we talk about preparing for a
What's your cash
relationship,
app,
why is the
Molo?
first thing always money?
Since these people want to shame people into paying money that they haven't paid, what's your cash app, Molo?
It's okay. You can hit the super chat or my love 8686. Thank you so much, Zone.
Hold up, say that one more time.
It's Mo Love 8686.
Gotcha. These people are horrible.
Whoa, come on now, that's not godly.
It's not godly to say y'all horrible. Nah, it is actually godly to say judge people what they are. That's actually pretty godly. But go ahead.
Whoa.
Hey, TT, I see you put a lot of interesting chats. I like some of the comments, but I saw you go off on somebody. I don't know what's going on.
Love 8686, right?
Yes.
Hey, look at Zone, man. Hey, Zone. Appreciate you, dog.
I try.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I send my cash app too.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, TT, the Bible is definitely real talk. Bolo said when Christ came, he now wants it to be something. When Christ comes, he now wants it to be something that you want to do as opposed to something you have to do. This statement is for the dietary law. You have to want to live healthy the same way. Absolutely.
Oh,
I don't disagree with wanting to live. We have to want to live healthy, 100%.
Appreciate that, Bolo.
That's real.
But if we don't want to live healthy, shouldn't we also accept the accountability when we bring diseases on ourselves?
I agree.
Yeah,
but the very sensitive part is when you don't bring the disease on yourself and you actually did things to live healthy, and it doesn't always pan out that way.
Yeah. What's the percentage of that though, Mo Love? I think we're talking about very small anecdotal percentages.
Yeah, but it's definitely
It can be a lot because of genetics.
You'll be surprised.
That's not. I don't think I'd be surprised. Y'all got to show me some numbers with that, because I think we talk about very small anecdotal things, and the most of us can take care of ourselves and our children by our environment and by our diet.
Right, but the parents are healthy. The mom gave a really good example. Diet, she's healthy. Husband is healthy. Your siblings are healthy, and then you come out with something wrong with you. Those things happen.
Yeah.
I think
what is the family line? Did my grandfather have it? Did my aunt have it? Like, or this just out of
something
nowhere?
like that. You get diseases,
But
just like
even
that.
something as slight as autism, right? Like for prime example, like just out of my grandparents' children. Just out of my grandparents' children, right? Like you have my uncle who's the oldest, then you have my aunt who's the second oldest, then you have my father who's the youngest. Now my uncle, the oldest, he's never been diagnosed with anything, but we know that there's something off with him, right? And then you have on my cousin's side, you have my cousin who's the oldest, who's a male, and then you have my cousin who's a female, who's the oldest. My cousin who's a male, who's the second oldest, and then you have my cousin who's a male, who's the youngest. Something is definitely off with him, but he's never been formally diagnosed with anything. But we know that there's something off.
Something. Right.
Schizophrenia is hereditary.
I do want to say,
so not everybody gets diagnosed, but you know, if you spend enough time in the company with someone, friend, family, whatever, you know that something's off. You know that something's different.
Yeah.
Like just know.
I do want to say that, and that's very true. I want to say thank you to Zone. Thank you to His Ghetto Point of View. Thank you to Scam. I appreciate y'all so much for supporting the show. And then I do want to read some of the comments.
That's what's up.
And shout out to Nav. I'm so mad at what you just said. You racist. Thank you so much for shout out to you, Nav. Thank you so much for the cash app. Okay, so Bolo said when Christ came. Oh no, I read that one. I missed one. So the same way you have to want to serve Christ, it's about choice for you. Choice for your spiritual health and your physical health is a choice.
100%. Like, shout to, I don't know if how many people like as in supported this dude. You know, he's touch and go with me on certain political topics, but like RFK, the River Watchers initiative that he used to run in Harlem in the Bronx, New York, with all those attorneys who would literally go around in the water and like identifying the companies that were like flooding those rivers and lakes full of bad toxins, and those toxins were going into pipes and streams that specifically went into drinking in the hood. But these white boys who don't have to give a damn, taking their legal time and they're, you know, using their law jurisdiction to come and like put themselves in boats and like go around the water. Like they did this because they felt that was their godly duty to help these poor low-income people who don't look like them get better drinking water in their community, because that drinking water was only irrigated to the lower income areas. Why don't we feel that's also our responsibility?
Hold on, like where at again?
The water that was the water that was being illegally dumped in was specifically being irrigated to Harlem and the South Bronx and other areas of like Manhattan where like poor black people live, essentially.
Because we don't speak about this enough, man. We'll boycott Target, but we're not gonna, you know, boycott these data centers and like stuff like that.
But those are real environmental issues that cause us sickness.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I mean, yes, that's true. But again, social engineering.
And why is it somebody like RFK job to come down to the community and do what we won't do for ourselves?
Well, a lot of us are uneducated about those issues. The Bronx, it wasn't
We
always
choose to not be educated about these issues, brother.
The Bronx, it wasn't always blacks and Puerto Ricans there. Before it was there, it was.
I know it was small hats that had the projects first. I understand.
Yeah, same thing with Manhattan, wealthy people.
And this conversation has been very interesting. Yoli said,
world class boy, if you don't sit your ass down somewhere.
Yoli or Yali, good to see you. They said black people need to repent.
Everybody needs to repent.
I agree. Yeah, everybody. I agree with that too. Yeah. TT said, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Yeah.
But do we not think that's something we could be like, you know, taking more initiative of in our own communities? Do we necessarily always need, quote unquote, the outsiders, those who may, quote unquote, look down on us, those who may, quote unquote, be racist, to come in and like spearhead these initiatives?
Yeah, I guarantee we're not active enough. You're right. We're not active enough. It's only like a small percentage who actually go to these city council meetings. I'm one of them.
Well, people are uneducated just about these issues and in general. I mean, it's only because of Exxon and, you know, all of these other companies that we even need to do that in the first place. Black people are thinking about Exxon and BP and you know, all of these other energy renewal places using the water. They're just our level of thinking is different than theirs. So that, you know, this is why you know, Louis Farrakhan told us you know, if you want to be successful, this is what he said. You need a Jewish business plan. But that doesn't just translate into Jewish people. That means that whatever they're looking at, you need to look into. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, they was forced to crack the code.
So is our community not forced to crack the code? Are we the exception that we allowed to just put our feet up?
No. Every time we did, we got down reset. They hit the reset button on us.
Oh,
so now they're not resetting
doing
it
that, are we?
World
No,
class.
no. I get to you.
We used to listen to your own smart people. So is that true about us? We listen to every other race and culture outside of our own.
I do think there's a lack of trust among us, 100%.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I would also say that let's not act like who programs the algorithms. It's not us. So when Neil deGrasse
Tyson, a lot of us work at Google, brother. I don't know what you mean.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out and says something phenomenal, the first one to say it, his algorithm is going to get buried at the bottom of the algorithm. Bill Nye the Science Guy is going to come out and say what Neil deGrasse Tyson said afterwards, and make it seem like he said it first.
Neff said,
I think we got the victim mentality.
Uneducated,
not at all.
and misled.
We can talk.
They are fighting additional data centers in Prince William County, VA, and finally now in Prince George County, Maryland. Initially, they come in with the promise of new jobs.
I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm black first. I can't speak about the rest of everybody else on the panel. My grandfather has his own day, June 8th, Greenville, South Carolina. Edward Roberts. He has his own day in Greenville, South Carolina. So
hey, my
there's no victim mentality over here.
Yeah.
When we're saying that we tried to do something and then they reset it, that almost alludes to a victim mentality, brother.
All right, yo, how old are you?
37.
No, I'm talking about his ghetto point of view.
Oh, 42.
Okay. That's not what I was expecting. All right. So I was saying that not just so we can be like, oh, wow, always me. I didn't even get a chance to finish that.
I'm sorry, Prime.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting it either. But I wasn't saying it because of that. I was saying because now that we're at a point where we're not completely left alone, but they can't stop us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's like I don't know.
I don't know if they could ever stop us.
That's
a different conversation.
No, they can't. They can't stop us. But it's like, yo, after being reset so many times, it's like, yo, what do you do?
What do you mean reset, though, brother?
I don't disagree with ghetto point of view. I just
the bombings.
I'm not disagreeing. I just challenge
the bombing,
the assassinations, the bombings, the everything. Yeah, that's what I meant by reset.
I mean, we could argue and debate that. I would argue that we have dropped the ball in defending a lot of our infrastructure.
Agreed.
And we expect outsiders to defend our infrastructure the way they defend their own. And that doesn't make any sense. We can't say that somebody is an enemy and also expect them to defend us.
Agreed.
It's like we're talking out of both sides of our neck, as they would say.
Agreed.
Well, you can't say the white man is the enemy. Well, racism is.
So Neff said, exactly. Too many of us focus on white people. Like, bruh, who cares? Who cares what they're doing and what they got going on? And what does that have to do with accountability and standards in the Black community?
Amen.
No, world class. I don't want to get in there.
My thing is just, again, and I don't attack anyone when it comes to these panels. Like, no black man is my enemy. I'm sorry. Point blank, period. That's just how I feel about it, whether you hate me or not. I just like to have the conversation. That's it. I'm not always right. I don't have all the answers. I don't. I'm falling short on all of my obligations that I'm supposed to do. Like, like I'm not even going to deny that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Like,
So I don't.
wanna
My
get
thing is, I
involved.
just don't ever want to be in that victim mentality thing, because I got a very historic, just like a lot of us do, background as far as family. So I can't allow that.
Family fighting for our rights, protesting. I've done that plenty of times, protesting, being a part of rioting stuff, writing letters to the government, stuff like that. And I think I do want to join the new Black Panther Party, but I heard it's not the right one. I've always heard
the new Pride Party. You know what I mean? The new Pride Party. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you can't say it on YouTube or something?
No, I'm just saying you don't always gotta like do what they doing. Like we need new.
No.
I mean?
I really do, because in case something happened, I want to be in contact. Yeah, we be in contact.
Hey,
I think
Liberty,
in case
good
it
to
pops
see
off.
you.
I mean, that's
Y'all,
I'm sorry.
I don't think that Black people are looking for white people to give them salvation. I don't know where.
I disagree. I think we are.
I don't. Can you explain?
Because a lot of the things that other communities are willing to do for themselves, only small pockets of us are willing to do for ourselves. And the majority of us, unfortunately, whether it be our political or religious ideologies, we have more of a handout, we're owed, we're due perspective, instead of putting our hands and our feet in the soil and seeing what we can dig out.
Yo, I agree with you on that, except for with reparations. Like, when the world says
But everybody ain't do reparations.
Yeah, true. But when the world says that it's the greatest crime of humanity and that we are due those,
But everybody's not due reparations.
Yeah.
And us trying to find out who's due it is going to start a fight.
Everybody's not due reparations. Okay.
No, which is why Biden had to just put it on the applications. I don't know if y'all noticed, but Biden started putting it on applications. Do your family actually have slavery ancestry? Everybody's family don't have slavery ancestry. Some of us even with slave masters. And I know we don't want to deal with that. We want to, everybody's supposed to get a check. No, some of us is not due a check. Some of us just was never slaves. Some of us were slaves. Other people were slave masters. And I feel that's going to start a huge fight among us when we really find out whose family was who.
No, not really. You can do a genealogy for that.
And you don't think it's going to start a fight?
But it's necessary.
It's necessary.
It's necessary, just like between the Irish and the Germans. It's in America. It's necessary.
But that would the Irish and the Germans are two separate nations. We are all espousing to be one unique nation now. So if we saying, now we gonna fight between who was slaves and who wasn't, and who was freedmen and who was natives, and who was native slaves under the freedmen rolls, and who was on this and who was on that, and who was under the English people and who was under the French people, we're going to start fighting a ton of infighting.
That's
fine. You're right. The problem is the people just want to fight because they're mad because they're just fighting people. Because it ain't even no money there and they're already fighting. They're practicing. They fight. No, literally. Light skin, dark skin, blickety blackety. What's up? They're mad because I don't know what it is. An ugly dude, an ugly Yugoslavian man banged their chick and they can't get over it. So they want to go and beef over anything. Because they're just mad because their life sucks and they want to drag you into it.
Yeah.
And why not add reparations? Why not throw that in there too? Money that they can somebody give me a dollar amount of reparations?
If we can get past reparations, we'll be a much better society. That's my opinion.
How?
So
They fighting over $0.
Do it and from who?
Why are y'all against it? And what negative has it done?
Against it at all.
I'm not against reparations. I'm against the fighting.
Get the legislation, and
I'm against
you
the
know, be like,
arguments.
oh, you got to take a blood test, and if you're 30% or more, whatever, you get 250,000, $1 million, whatever. If we can get past that, if we can get something in the legislation and then get past it, then I think we'll be better. Point blank, because you're going to spend your money on Jordans or you're going to buy a Corvette. So what? It's going to help the economy. So what?
No,
what
Prime. Do you want to see
the
the fight
be the
that
Chappelle
happened?
show, man?
Do you want to see the fights that go on at the blood bank in the parking lot? Do you want to see what goes on there? Look at how they fight on the internet already. Like, look, man, keep that check. I ain't getting killed over it.
Man,
are we actually ready to deal with that though? That everybody's not due a check? Or are we still going around with this narrative that we all have this shared ancestry?
I'm gonna get my check at 2:00 in the morning when ain't nobody there. I know that.
He said I'm going early before they get up.
Whatever you gotta do, get it.
Listen, dude.
He said 2:00 in the morning. I feel you.
Yeah, I ain't dealing with them fools.
Yeah, wow.
Please,
just like how when you move in the hood, you move in at night.
Unless it's direct deposit, he issuing nothing after 4:30 p.m. Unless it's direct deposit.
People want to fight over anything.
He said people are running out on food bills. They not giving niggas no lump sum money. We gotta move on.
No, we don't have to move on.
No, we don't. The world just said, the whole world except for America, Argentina, and Israel said that we are due reparations. That is a huge strive.
That is
that's
not what they said.
Ghana said we do reparations.
They said that it's the biggest crime in humanity, right? Which is also including that we should get reparations. So, FBA, where you at? Y'all ain't standing on shit. My bad. I'm sorry. That's the first time I cussed on here. Y'all ain't standing on nothing.
FBA and whatever FBA versus whatever is probably second stupidest organization ever founded.
Disagree.
So since the UN felt that way, why didn't the UN cut checks?
It would be stupid if you didn't have tribal codes. If you didn't have tribal codes, it would be stupid.
That's America.
Yeah.
FBA is the backup unit for the Klan.
Say it again.
FBA is tribal.
FBA is let's get up here and find some black people to fight because of black. That's what it really is.
So who y'all expecting to get the check from, man? I please know from everybody on the panel if that would be okay. Like, who in particular do y'all think is responsible for cutting this check? And who it should go to?
I'm about to look everything up right now, okay?
Hey, Sugar Bum, good to see you.
My brother's 50% American, gets Navajo, gets a $30,000 scholarship.
Hold on, what did you just say? FBA is what? Do you know people will buy
FBA is the backup unit or the reserve unit for the Klan. Let's get on the internet.
Okay, I know some people have a problem with FBA, but regardless
FBA stands for Fight Black Americans.
You said FBA is the dumbest something. Do you know people will virtually body slam you on YouTube?
But here's the thing.
I think, Mo Love, don't you think that's the problem?
Here's the thing. They said the same thing about the Seminole, the Cherokee, all of these other tribal names. They laughed at that until it got recognized and put in law. And now
recognized to do
hold on.
Find black people to fight because of black.
Wait. And then when those names got recognized, my brother got a $30,000 scholarship to Arizona State University.
You're proving my point. So let's black people get together and fight black people because of black, and then go get the check from the white man.
It's not about fighting black people because of black. It's about getting recognized.
All I ever see FBAs and the youth. Never heard of a stupid tether till I came in there.
That's what you see, but you're
black
missing.
on black. So the Klan can go take a vacation. The Klan said, "Man, let's go get them blackers." Then they came and they said, "FBA."
I'll take scams.
Side black. They're like, hey,
reparations. I'll take his check.
Tom, we can take a vacation. They're gonna beat each other up.
Man, we've been giving them a reason to take a vacation for a while now. When we ain't blooding and cripping.
Yeah, they're like, well, dang.
We always giving them a reason to take a vacation.
Hey man, let's focus on the Mexicans now. They got that.
Why they getting
FBA
fat? A lot of these rednecks getting fat because they don't gotta chase us down no more. We don't hunt each other down in the streets now.
They got reparations in America. They got reparations in America under Biden and Kamala. Yes.
And here's the worst thing about it.
They got free housing and they got free food, and we gave it to them. Yes.
They're fighting each other, cutting each other, and ain't even no money on the table yet.
Imagine when it becomes some money on the table.
They fighting over air.
Niggas gonna have.
Could you imagine giving everybody $200,000? It's going to be It's going to be outrageous amounts of violence in the streets.
I'm like, at least in Ecuador and whatever, all them kids, Venezuela, they killing over some real money. But the
No, they're
FBA
not.
people, they're killing for
They're
free.
pulling over no
It's
real
practice.
money in Venezuela and Ecuador.
That's
If
what you
you
think?
give people money in mass without changing the mentality of the people, aren't you asking for a bloodbath?
So give them air and let them. Okay, instead give them a YouTube talking
They
point. And let them
are.
kill each other for free.
They about to call you.
No, but
am I wrong?
Hey, so the UK have recently agreed to meaningful conversations about reparatory justice and other meanings like Commonwealth Summit, but they didn't sign a specific declaration of reparations. But
because they don't intend to. It's a talking point every time it's a new election.
The votes are leading towards it. You know what I'm saying?
There will
123
never be
countries
this.
versus 3 countries. FBA should be on America's ass right now.
No, there is one thing dumber than the
Do you
FBA
understand that there was
conversation.
already a court case for reparations?
The one thing that's dumber is light skin, dark skin.
There was
That's
never a world
number one
vote.
stupidest.
Yeah, I think that's pretty.
Number two is FBA.
Y'all do understand that a black lawyer, she was very intelligent. I think this was in the 80s. She had already taken this case to court. I believe her name was White House Farmer or Thomas Farmer, something like that. Like, I'll look it up and put it in the chat. But like, she had already taken this case to court, and like, you can literally look at the court notes. Like, you have to prove the genealogies of the people. You can't just say everybody is due this money. Like, that's the same defense they used then. That's the defense they're going to use now.
That's not the same thing as what I'm talking
The
about.
money don't even exist yet. Ain't even no money. How much?
They came out
How
with
much?
$2 trillion for a pandemic. That was kind of fake. They come up
But
with
that was in
whatever
there
money
because
they-
that's what they wanted to
whatever
do to make
they
money.
They come up with.
Because they needed to do that to make money. Why do they need? They don't need to give you reparations to make money.
Especially when you kill each other for free.
We kill each other for nothing.
I'm not gonna let it go either. Why you call for reparations and it ain't even no money there?
You're not helping our case at all.
So Cam, you're saying
folks will
that
listen.
reparations shouldn't be a thing.
No, what I'm saying is me and Prime, if I'm saying, man, you Jamaican, you African, Yugoslavia blood, if we gonna fight, let it be $6,000 on the table. But why am I gonna stab this man and ain't even no money there? That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
The money ain't even there if people fight about it.
Like, I'm not even for
But Scared,
FBA.
don't you think that's a reason why we would never get?
God damn, that's going to be a horrible line.
My reparations for
Like,
Britain
dudes fighting.
and America and
The
Ghana,
banks-
whatever
I'm
Western
saying the bank is open 8 to 5 and the people is fighting at 12 o'clock on the weekend. People like, what the hell they doing in the parking lot fighting? Bank closed.
Here's my question. Why be against
Y'all
reparations?
are making light of.
Why be against?
Because
I'm not against
there's
reparations.
really
I'm
serious
against-
questions that nobody want to answer. So
I'm
how
not
can we
against
even take it
reparations.
serious until we address the seriousness of the questions?
I'm
Okay,
against
cool.
the
Let them
stupidity
mail the
behind
check.
it.
They can mail the check. All right, let them mail the check.
It's still
There
going
ain't
to
no
be
check.
widespread violence. And who is owed a check? Who is owed a check?
If you
How you
have
gonna mail a check when the
This is
two?
why you have to set up the processes to get to that. The
yeah, and we
Japanese-
already have the technology for that.
Japanese Americans in World War II got reparations.
But
I
they
think
because
step
they
one
are a
is
collective
get the
group
money.
that experienced a single thing. You're talking about several diverse people who did not all experience the same thing.
I'm talking about Americans that got
I
reparations.
like that thought process too. We don't need their money. I like that.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I want them. I
But
could use that
nothing
money.
is wrong with saying, okay, we're due.
Yeah, there's nothing
But
wrong with
who
that.
is due?
No, I think when she said we don't need their money, that's right. We can fight without the money. I think that's what she was
I
saying.
mean, you can make your own money, sure, but I mean, hey, if you want to deposit $250,000 in my account, I got no problem with that. If you want to deposit $250,000 in my mother's side, my great grandmother, whatever, okay, I got no problem with that. We can use that.
No, I'm just saying. Step one, get together. Step two, find the money. Step three, fight for it. Why is
Well, we
it
got the money.
fight
The
for
money's
it?
there.
Why is it right now? Fight for it. Beat each other up, and then it ain't no money. Ain't that backwards?
No, we're not talking about beating anybody up.
So
not talking
World
about
Class
beating up.
said they don't have any money, and you're not about to pay me with my ish.
Well, where did the PPP come from?
But
that was at least some money.
Hey, can I
I'm
ask a
just saying.
biblical question?
Mm-hmm.
Where in Deuteronomy 28 does it say that we was going to get money at the end?
I don't know. That's what was in front of me. Liberated, you're
Deuteronomy
right. I'm
28
gonna
and 68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I speak unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Where does it say that if that's what we subscribing is the history? Where does it say that is that you're gonna get money?
Well, I don't think it says that specifically, but it was prophesied in Isaiah, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were. And
Yes, 100%.
Over their
100%.
Is Scam
100%.
would Scam consider himself FBA?
But that so you're talking about
I
like
ain't none of
a
that.
end time prophecy though.
I'm not FBA, Tether, and
Are you
I
saying
ain't
we
none
in
of
the
that
end
dumb
times?
shit.
We're not talking about Tether. We're talking about FBA because you got FBAs
I ain't none of it. None of the above.
Now divine reversal, or am
Did you have family that was slavery in America?
I don't know.
I'm opted out.
Were your family,
I'm
any of your
opt out.
family members slaves in America?
Me, I've opted out.
Were any of
Scam's
your
family was slave
were any of
masters
your
in America.
family members slaves in America? In the
Scam's
1700s?
family was slave masters in America.
Opted out. None of the above.
Oh well, then respectfully, your
FDA, Tether, Smith, all of them trolling them all. Light skin, dark skin. Anybody who just jumps up and says, I'm mad because of black.
Okay,
So I'm gonna go find black
let me
people
ask
to
you
beat
this
up.
question: was any of your
I'm
family
trolling them.
slaves in the 1600s or 1700s in America?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, I respect that answer.
Some of them probably still. Some of them probably still slaves now. I don't know.
When I think about the hardship and the pain and the suffering that they endured, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's major. There has to be a balance between not having victim mindset and also not turning a blind eye to the suffering that they endured.
What suffering did they endure specifically, Mo? And who is they?
Most of your Fortune 100 companies were founded within slavery.
What do you mean by that?
Macy's. I mean,
how did Macy's participate in slavery specifically?
So how do we fix that by beating each other up over no money? How does that fix slavery?
No, what I'm trying to get you to do is backtrack for me who specifically they enslaved. Because I'm all for the schools that have been like giving out checks to the families that they can actually prove they had slaves for. Like I believe Brown did that and a couple of the other prominent universities, because they could prove which families actually they particularly enslaved or helped finance the enslaving of. What I'm asking is if you could tell me who Macy's, or if it was A&S back then, what families they enslaved and who they owe specifically.
That's why I said I'm not opposed with us moving forward to get legislation in process to get the process started. I don't have
But does Macy's owe all of us?
No, they don't.
No, Macy's
so why do we talk like there is a
Macy's-
collective that is collectively owned by everybody?
Why do you talk like we can't figure out who the ancestor was?
Because we will never figure it out, because we don't even want to deal with the fact that all of us is not due money.
Just we got
opinion.
Hold on, stop. Do we accept the fact that all of us are not due money?
I accept that fact. Yes.
I might not.
So what do we do with those people when they want to fight?
Nothing.
Get to nothing.
Nothing. The money. Because the economy's.
So let me get this right. When there's no money, y'all want to fight, but when the money is there, you don't want to fight. I got it.
When we get a stimulus check and people spend their money, nobody say nothing.
Stop it. That's not how it works.
People were getting $600 unemployment checks during the pandemic that really didn't need it. We didn't say anything.
No, you got a point. Let's not fight over. Let's not fight over the real money. But let's fight over the free.
Come on, man. Y'all know how this go.
No fight to the unemployment office. No fight to the
tons of fights at the unemployment office.
But we're gonna fight over reparations that don't exist at the beach.
People are gonna get stabbed, man. Y'all crazy.
Y'all laughing like y'all on that good dope, man. Y'all
people gonna die. This is not gonna end well. Y'all know this.
I need to be on that dope.
Doesn't make sense.
Y'all feeling real nice right now. You know what I'm saying?
We're getting all the way to blood testing people. Your great granddaddy wasn't a slave, and
Why
he's
not?
been dead.
Why
And
not?
He wasn't even fighting, and they're gonna fight that dude in the parking lot.
Blood testing, census records, whatever real estate records we can drum
Right,
up.
and when that proves that so many of us don't have this slave ancestry, then what?
You're right.
How about this? How about how about when it proves that some of us actually were slave masters and we owe money? Then what?
So what?
Should we have to cut checks? Hold on. Are we ready for some of us to have to cut checks?
Afterwards, once we
I
get
guess
this
that's a
all
no.
this out of the way, we will be a better nation afterwards. Point blank, period.
I disagree. We're going to be a far more divided nation. We're going to be far more divided.
You can disagree. Notice
You don't think that's going to divide the people further? If the point is unity, how does that create unity?
Why should I pay $30 to take a blood test to go fight for free? I'm just saying.
You opted out. But you opted out, Scam.
Yeah, because it don't make financial sense.
So the point is not unity anymore. So it's not black solidarity. All this. So all that stuff is just a front to get to some money.
I think you're making it way more.
How you gonna have an interracial
I'm asking actual questions. All that is just a front to get to a bag of money.
Bro,
the bag ain't there. Where's the bag?
Don't worry about it. You don't get no money. Don't worry
Is it yes or no? Is all of that just a front to get to a bag of money? We really not trying to be a unified group of people. We really just trying to get to a bag. I'm just asking.
What's the point? Get a bag with no reparations. What's the point?
So then why are we doing this to one another then? So why would we do this to one another then?
Yo, we're trying to get the bag so we can grow.
So then we're not going to grow. We're going to hurt each other and divide over money.
No, argument to the government. That's what we're doing. That doesn't involve you.
It doesn't involve the government.
It involves us and the government.
How? But you just conceded that it was the individual schools that had to pay out to these people. It does not involve the government because the government wasn't as it currently is constituted until 1776.
Let me say this again to you. We need to get legislation in progress.
You're trying to sue a government that wasn't even in power when slavery was going on. How can you do that? Break that down for me step by step like I'm a kindergartner.
You got your Googles in front of you. I'm not going to waste my time.
Break down for me step by step like I'm a kindergartner. How do you sue a government that was not in power during the time of slavery? Please.
You want me to explain that to you?
Yes, I really want to know because these are the things you're going to have to bring in court.
Explain it to you in two words.
These are the things you're going to have to bring in court in a organized fashion under the law. So you gotta break it down for me like I'm a kindergartner because I don't have a law degree.
Are you a lawyer?
Right, that's why I need it like a kindergartner because I don't know.
Are you a lawyer?
I don't know jurisprudence. So break it down for me like I'm a kindergartner.
I went to school for audio production. I went to college for audio production and music. Are you a lawyer? Exactly.
I just said I'm not. I'm agreeing with you. You don't even hear my question, sir? You're literally regurgitating my question.
You said break it down to you like it was in elementary school or kindergarten.
Right, because I'm not a lawyer. So I need you to break it down for me like I'm a little kid.
How can I break it down if I'm not a lawyer?
Oh my gosh. Because you saying that we can sue for this. So tell me how. And tell me how in a plain way that I understand.
There's task forces in
make it real easy for me to understand.
How do you not know this?
Use small words.
How do you not know this in 2026?
I do want to say thank you to Tiffany. Thank you for the 1999 super chat. She said, "Hi, Mo Love panelists in chat. Finally caught a live look at God. Hope everyone is well. Don't forget to like, subscribe, donate." and share. Stay safe. Be kind. Let all you do be done in love. 1 Corinthians 16:14. Till next time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm so glad you were able to catch a show.
That's what's up, keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love, that you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support, keep it going.
Thanks so much again. Hey, Distant Lights, good to see you.
Salute to everybody who support the show, man. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys so much.
Amen to that.
But yeah,
Now
because I'm so sorry.
this conversation is about sensationalizing. There's no real meaning. Our way beyond emotion. World Class said this country. Good to see you again, Distant Lights. World Class said this country existed during the genocide, denationalization, dehumanization, and violation of every treaty that they signed.
They didn't sign those treaties. Stop it.
Liberated.
What country are they saying signed treaties? You see, now we having a different conversation because a lot of those treaties were signed by what, French people with the Indians. Again, what are we saying? We're not even thinking about what we're saying. A lot of the country was bought from the French, like in the Louisiana Purchase. Like they sold the equivalent of 20 countries. The whole middle of the country was sold by France to America. Like France was the one that took over a bunch of this country. So are we suing France? Like, what are we doing?
That's why I said he's missing the point. That's why I said we need legislation to get certain steps legalized, so that.
But legislation versus who?
Legislation versus the United States or whoever else we need to include in the legislation.
But if the United States, that's crazy. That's not gonna work.
So okay,
the
so
majority of the United States doesn't even own itself.
So Asian Americans,
the United States didn't exist as we currently see it during these times.
Can get a hate crime bill. They can explore how to get a hate crime bill in America. But if FBA, ADOS, whatever you want to call it, but if we want to try to explore,
all these random names is literally the problem to begin with.
We're wrong for that. We're wrong for that, right?
Sir, we keep scrambling the problem.
Hate crime bill. We're wrong for exploring what we can get in
Asians. You mean like so you talk about the Chinese hate crime bill? What?
Americans. Tell me where it says Chinese in that bill specifically.
Is it an Asian American bill specifically?
It lists a whole bunch of groups in that bill.
Of what descent?
They can go and get
what descent, sir?
Hate crime bills. If LGBT can get hate crime bills, all this kind
Asia is a swath of countries. Tell me the country of FBA. What is the nation of FBA? Who are these people, and what do we direct to them legally?
You don't know who the LGBT is?
I said FBA.
You don't know who the Asians are? You don't know who the Asians are?
I said the Asians are please listen to the question again, sir. I said that Asia is a series of countries. Those countries have groups of nations that you can identify the people as. Tell me the country of FBA. Here we go. You see, anytime we try to have an actual conversation, this is what they do. They start emoting emotion. They don't want to deal with answers. How are they going to take this to the government and they can't even take it to each other as brother and sister?
Okay, well, guess what? You
this
sit
is
at
what
home.
I'm talking about. None of this makes no sense.
You sit at home.
This ain't about unity. It's just about getting the bag and more fighting.
You let me and whoever else, want to go to California Task Reparations Force, New York Task Reparations Force, you let Florida Task Reparations, you let us do it while you watch us do it. How about that?
When have you done this already, sir?
You let us do it while you sit at home. How about that?
When do you intend to do that? I don't sit at home. I do a lot for the community.
What I'm saying, you do whatever you do while you watch people who
I'm too busy doing trying to actually help the community to try to sit here and ask for stuff.
And when we're done, and
from the government that is not going to give us a thing. It has made it a history that they are not going to give us a thing just because we beg. But now if we put together a 501c3 or a 501c6, or we put together some organizations and come with some plans, now maybe we can get some of the money that's allocated for street safety, for police projects, allocated to our nonprofit initiatives to help the community. But just say, hey, we were slaves, we can't prove that, but
why are you not trying to push that through? Why are you not trying to go through any one of these reparation task force to get that through then?
Why would I be trying to go to a reparations task force?
Why are you not trying to push
the Office of Public Safety has money allocated for the city that gives to nonprofit programs that help the city. Why would I waste my time going to a reparations task force?
Why are you not trying to push that through a court system instead of arguing with me?
You're not listening to me. I literally just answered your question, brother.
I'm rebutting everything you say.
So if I go to the Office of Public Safety, why would I go to the Office of the Reparations? For what? Tell me.
Why would you go to the Office of Public Safety?
He didn't hear nothing I just said. God bless him.
Did you just say Office of Reparations? I think they're closed. I'm just saying. They're closed due to lack of funding.
This is crazy, man.
And I'm listening.
Again, you go Office of Public Safety. Under most police jurisdictions in most communities, they have funds allocated for things like PAL, back to school. They those are the people that you would go see for stuff like that.
So why aren't you doing something about it instead of arguing with
so
me?
Why would I be going to the reparations task force, brother? That's not the bucket I'm carrying.
To know nothing about that.
That's why I answered it for you 3 times.
Listen, I'm open to being educated. I'm not just shooting people down when they have ideas and all of this kind of stuff. I don't know.
But I said it 3 times, King, and you kept saying, well, why wouldn't you go to reparate? And I said 3 times, sir, respectfully, I wouldn't go there because I'm trying to do this, and this is what they would help me do.
Okay. I respect that. Just keep us posted on any progress that you find out about that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Lord have mercy.
Can I ask y'all a question? Because y'all been fighting for about 15 minutes. How much money are y'all fighting for?
Dusto, don't you start.
Well, I'm not fighting for no money. I'll take my payment in Coke and canned goods personally.
Exactly.
I take my payment in Coke, canned goods, basketballs, books. I'll be doing the book job. You know, kids need pens, pencils. I don't know if y'all saw they mamas, they didn't want to give nothing to the schools at the beginning of the school year. They didn't want to give Kleenex boxes of tissue with nothing. Like it's real crazy out here. So you know, those are the things I'd be focused on.
No, that what happens, which is true. I was a teacher. The parents caught on to the whole thing where you start asking them to give a whole bunch of supplies. Because what you do is you take all of it and disperse it to all the kids, and they don't like that.
But that's what you're supposed to do. You're complaining that they do it with parity and they evenly distribute it to the kids. Oh, the nerve of them.
Yeah. But most of the stuff that my kids had came
I don't want you evenly giving the stuff I gave to the kids. I don't want you teaching them to share. What?
No, I kind of get it on both sides.
Is nuts.
But most of the stuff,
I don't want you teaching my kids to share.
Most of the school supplies, I bought them myself.
Likewise, I had to buy all type of stuff. The school don't be giving you all your money back.
Yeah, well, I mean, simple thing. Like I bought a whole bunch of mechanical pencils because otherwise they're gonna keep.
Well, I taught media, so I had to buy all the films that I had to show them in my library. I had to buy like different movie trips and stuff like.
Yeah, it's just easy to just buy the stuff. Like
pieces
I wanted
of
all
gear.
my
Yeah, because like it's ridiculous to go through all of the school
stuff,
like nonsense.
stuff.
Yeah, every single year.
So when's the best time to give to your organization or donation?
I mean, it's the summertime coming up right now, bro. School is out. But the only we got coming up soon is the back to school drive. That'll be around August. So I'll definitely be bothering people around August on my back to school drive.
I'm saying you got a Cash App or Venmo or website?
Yeah. I mean, the Cash App is $ his ghetto point of view. But yeah, I'll be, as we get closer to August, telling everybody about the back to school drive and what specifically we'll be targeting for the kids. So trust me, I'll definitely be bothering people about it. But yeah, you can just keep up with me on my channel. I'll be posting the videos about it. And then his ghetto point of view at Gmail is my email, and then that's also the Cash App. And I mean, everything is just under his ghetto point of view.
Got you.
Oh, world class. It was the usual. People, was it last week?
Oh,
People advocate for
I gotta send it to you.
Yeah, because you know I'm never gonna let it go about beating kids. My office is always open to dust off people who keep advocating for beating kids. What's so funny?
Told you, man, he got that good dope from the 80s, man. I don't know what's going on.
Nah, I can only imagine how Dusto's classes was. Like, I know he had them kids in there going crazy, but I know he was teaching them too, because Dusto's mad intelligent, but he be sprinkling dust on everything. So like he be slipping the intelligence in there in between the dust and like be thinking, no, you don't catch it. But that's a good way to teach people, because it keeps them captivated.
I heard him. So if you in a relationship and dude is going upside the head with a bat, you can take his stuff to the extreme, man. I hear him like he do it all the time. He do it all the time, man. I be in the shadows
really
listening.
good things, and other times I'm like, what the heck?
So I can only imagine being a kid, like a young teenager in Dusto's classroom. Oh my God, that's what made me laugh.
About the beating of the kids, yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
So if a tsunami tidal wave was to come and wash away all the men, you mean to tell me it wouldn't be the women's fault? Like that, I be hearing them, man. I be hearing them.
Well, that's only when they just go too far. Blame, like, I remember, I think it was Hamp's panel. I asked the people, what is the worst talking point that you just could, and he was like, Hamp himself was like, man, I ain't never heard grown men act like it's the woman's fault that they can't put a condom on.
Oh my gosh, that's a good point.
Wait,
it's a woman's fault you couldn't put a damn condom on?
It's what? Say that again?
Because they blame women for everything. And sometimes you're like, okay, yeah, whatever. But then when you didn't put a condom on and it's her fault, he's like, come on, man.
Kind of is her fault a little bit, though.
Explain.
It's her fault you couldn't put a condom on?
That's disgusting.
Like, really, bro?
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? She shouldn't be letting that happen.
She might got fingernails. What are you talking about?
Well, what
you gonna pop a hole in it?
That's crazy work.
Somebody that she loves and that she trusts. Even though we know marriage is you should be married. But if you're not married and you've been with somebody for a long time and y'all decide that y'all trust each other, y'all are not using protection. So we're only blaming the woman. We're not holding both parties accountable.
I'm holding both parties accountable, but I also have 2 daughters. So the same way that dudes call themselves, oh, I'm gonna give my son the game. You know what I'm saying? I give my daughters the game. You see what I'm saying? I know my daughters, they are sinners just like their dad is. I'll say it that way. Right? I cannot be there every second of the day. Right? I got one in college right now. Right? So I give them the game. You know, I know things is going to go down. So you need to make sure that when they go down, that is on there.
Of course, like, I agree with that. But the man also plays
Yes, yes.
important role. He has the option to say, I'm not doing this without protection.
Yes, I agree. I
And
agree.
I agree with that woman. I mean, she does allow access, but I cannot
But Mo,
greater blame on one over
let me
the
ask you
other.
this.
It
Let me
doesn't
ask you
make
this.
sense.
I'm 37, right? I'm talking like I'm 67, but I'm 37, right?
Mhm.
Growing up, right? You always had these PSA commercials that talked about safe sex and dudes. I ain't never really seen any PSAs talking about the women protecting themselves. I'm not
Don't
taking anything
women watch
away
the
from
same?
men.
No, hold on. Don't the women watch the same commercial?
Like at the end of the day, the decision making should be done in the bedroom, and a lot of people act surprised when babies come about. You
Yes.
know, you know what it is. You know
Yes,
you
yes,
didn't
I
use
agree.
protection, sir, and you know that a baby can come from that, ma'am. You know exactly what you did. You let him insert without protection, so don't look crazy in 6 weeks when the test
Yes.
is positive. And so many people do, and then the children suffer. You know.
I agree.
Hey Mo,
I agree.
hey Mo Left. One of
Yes.
these panel, I think it was Freezy's show about a year ago. Somebody was arguing with me. They said that dudes going raw aren't trying to make a baby. That's not what they're trying to do. And I asked them.
Well, I mean,
No, here's the thing that I asked them. If you were trying to have a baby, what would you do?
You have to know that that's one of the possible outcomes. That's why I say lust is a very dangerous thing, because it feels good in the moment, but you're not thinking
Weak
about
men is a very dangerous thing too, Mo.
the long-term effects of that feel good few minutes. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, being realistic.
Yes.
If you're going to stick your meat in there raw, know what it is that you're doing, but don't go when she gets pregnant and act like it's, I don't know how that happened. It's her fault. What are
Women
we talking
do it
about?
too. Men and
Even women.
Everybody play dumb.
Women
Like
too.
they don't know what they did.
She let Bear Meat Bobby dive bomb into the vagina until his
Bear
forearm was hanging
Meat
out the
Bobby.
side. Yeah, Bearwood Bobby dove in there.
Bearwood Bobby. Jesus.
I told both my daughters in high school, when you do it unprotected, you're ready to become a parent. That's what I told them both. And being a parent right now is not something that they want to do, as far as I know.
Right.
But I just put them up on game, like, hey, you're gonna be taking care of that, not me.
Yeah, I got friends who've done it and ended up with you, but they'll tell you, man, I stuck my meat in there and I got her pregnant, and it is what it is. That's what they'll tell you. They won't say, man, it's the system, the reparations, the CIA, the Oklahoma bombing, the GI Bill.
So silly.
But blaming women, like, come on. She got pregnant by doing what you asked her to do.
Said, or prevented with birth control, but that always gets skipped over in these conversations. That's not always a guarantee either, unless you take it the exact same time every day. But yeah,
I got pregnant using birth control.
See what I'm saying?
So that's not always a guarantee.
Yeah, that's at least a start, though.
I think the weakness
I'm
of
just
men
talking
is
about
really
reckless
destroying
running.
society, Mo.
Yeah, I was the one that wasn't really
Weakness of
planned.
men is really destroying society.
My mom was on birth control because my sister was only 2, and they just wanted to take their time. My mom looked up and she said, I missed one day, and here I am.
Y'all was supposed to be here. That's why that happened.
Of course. Of course.
Wasn't no denying your existence.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I was
don't
unplanned also.
the blame game with the whole,
Yeah, my mom went to the. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My brother was born, then sister born. Then my mom was all sick, went to the hospital, had this tumor, which are hereditary in the family. Then it's like, man, it's tumors over on this side, now it's on that side. Oh, I'm pain, oh, it hurts. Went and did some tests. It's like, you said the tumor's moving around in your belly. That tumor is a baby. What?
Wow.
I'm pregnant. How did that happen? I think you should go ask your husband. That's what the doctor told her.
So
you might want to go ask him.
Right. So World Class said, "Well, I've always held men responsible for their sperm. I get the contraceptive argument, but that has nothing to do with you controlling yourself. Let a woman make that argument. The controlling yourself applies to both parties.
Both parties. Yeah.
Facts.
I would agree.
One.
The whole thing is both parties. Unless
say
there's some
this.
scamming and manipulation.
Adults, nobody has been raped. I mean, what's the problem?
Listen, I agree with that statement, but I will say this: as a father of 2 daughters, could be more in the future. I want sons, but could be more. Who knows? I will say this: parents, they don't talk to young girls, young women about safe sex and sex the way that parents talk to boys about it. They just don't.
My parents did.
I've heard.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm just saying, like
I don't know about that either.
This is just my personal opinion. Like I've talked to numerous birthday parties with other parents and dance recitals and gymnastics, and they try to avoid those conversations as long they avoid them to the point that it's like right before, you know what I'm saying, like when they 26 they start having the conversations. I'm just saying, like, out of all the girls that my daughters went to school with, I talked to my daughter, they'd be like, no, my such and such is never. That's just my opinion though.
No, two things.
That
Number
happened
one,
with me. That happened with me. Like my mom never talked to me about that. She never did. She always avoided it.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The way that my mom, I guess, addressed it when we were younger, she would say, if y'all rub up to a boy too close, you can end up pregnant. And that wasn't really, you get what I'm saying? I get it.
Was it fear-based, more love? Let's be real.
Absolutely.
Where I came from, they talked to the boys and the girls. The problem was it was all fear-based.
She was saying, y'all can rub up close to a boy. Y'all can get too close to a boy and end up pregnant. And not only pregnant, y'all can end up with diseases and y'all end up dead somewhere. Like it was, but it was fear-based. She was telling the truth somewhat, but I was like, now that I'm grown, I'm like, that was a little dramatic. Well, pertaining to the diseases, not so much, but yeah. But shout out to my mama. It's my best friend. She just didn't want us to end up,
Yeah, I think the conversation should be revamped. Like, dudes talk all this big talk, all these men, until their daughter turns 13 and got titties and ass. Then here comes all the fear in the world. They turn them into the biggest feminist you ever seen. Oh, don't even look at that boy, because they scared. Or the moms who got Pretty Boy Sam, they don't tell them about how to be disciplined, be focused, or whatever. All they say is all them trifling women gonna get you. They're gonna pin 4 babies on you. It's all fear-based. But we're not talk about regulation. Be managing
There's no
yourself.
teaching of discipline.
Right.
Going home at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Refraining from certain conversations. Don't dare watch a perv video. Like certain things that can, like, where's the actual real guidance versus, man, you're going to be blister dick Bobby if you go in that. Instead, they show you a tree with scab. They show you some kind of tree or a molded fruit and say that's what your dick gonna look like. Try to scare you to death. Show you a vagina somebody didn't pour bleach on. Huh?
I think that could be a way.
Say what?
I think that can also be an effective way,
Okay. How can I say it? Express all angle. A girl I used to date was telling me that she knew a couple of people who got so gloom doomed out. Parents kept telling her all sex is bad. All them penises are gonna kill you. They're gonna stab you with the penis. They're gonna shoot you with it. Run. Get away from the penis. To the point where they got in relationships and eventually got married, and they don't even want to have sex. The first thing in their mind is the gloom doom for the almighty demonic penis.
Yeah, that's very extreme.
Or
I
men
would
are
say
bad. Men are bad. Women are bad.
See, this is why with my daughters, this is why I didn't even go the penis route. I just went to, you're going to be taking care of a baby. Because to me, just helped that them.
Too.
Yeah, it put that more in perspective. Like, oh shoot, I'm in high school. You know what I mean? Or, I don't got no job. How I'm gonna do this? Or I'm gonna have to drop out of school. Or I'm young. So it just puts them in the mindset. And granted, there's no guarantees. I cannot. My youngest daughter, she's about to be 18 in October. She's about to graduate high school in 2 weeks. So
congratulations, sir.
Appreciate
my
it.
son is graduating in like a month.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Mo.
Yeah. Congratulations. So I just put it in perspective to him. Like, I just don't want to be fake with him and just be like, I don't ever want them to be like, yo, you never told me about. I'm telling you that if you have a baby in there, that you gonna be taking care of it. Okay. All right. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, let's also not lie to them. Look, sex is a beautiful thing. Let's not lie and pretend like it's all like. Look, it's, but it's also very dangerous emotionally.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Starting it and stopping it, it is a dangerous thing. Like, know what this really is.
I think that's like a more well balanced approach.
And then getting it and not getting it no more. Withdrawal. Oh man, not easy. There's a real conversations to go with this.
It is.
Like, they're not telling men, look, man, you 15, 16, you hit the right one or you get in, it's going to change you. I was late. I was 22, but even then, like it's more to it than just sliding in something and then going and eating the sandwich. Like, no, you're going to be altered a little bit. You're going to be thinking about that woman or thinking about some things. You're going to start looking at women like it's a lot more to it than just you have sex, your dick gonna look like the moon. Have sex, baby, child support, robot, women, baby, women, men are bad.
Look, I don't have any sons yet, right? But this what I do, like, for myself, because I lost my card or whatever when I was 15, right? This is what I would do. If my son is in the Xbox, PlayStation, whatever, I would just keep him martial arts, keep him on that path. Because in my time, and I'm speaking like I'm 67, but I'm really 37. It was like a rite of passage to get that. Yeah. And and see, my son, I would tell my son, yo, yeah, other dudes your age, they might be doing that, but they don't got the grades you got. Like, they don't got the smarts you got. And if you do that, it's going to take you off the path that you on. They're not going to be on the same path that you on. You know what I'm saying? So I would just keep my son, kind of like grossed out and disgusted. Like, yo, I'd rather just play my Xbox or hang out or, you know what I mean? And let him get into that later. Because I think that's something that we have to just we have to get out of, that rite of passage that, yo, if you 15 or 16 or 17, even 18, if you ain't no real young man, like, that's not where your focus should be.
Exactly.
Well, the real man talk is really toxic anyway. That you ain't a real man till you go bust some vagina open. That's not
right.
That's not cool.
That's so.
Yeah, I think we set men on a bad path when we do that.
Yeah, I got an uncle who was talking. Now both kids were grown, only a year apart. Uncle was talking son was there, and he's told him, yeah, man, I got this lady here, then there's that one there, then there's this, and he just like, my mom was in there listening. He's just like, yeah, son, get them all, get them all. And then his daughter walked in. Yeah, daughter, get it. My mom was like, hey, daughter, get it all, get it all, get it all. Uncle Dripper, hey, whoa. He's like, oh, you're going to tell your son to get it all, but you tell your daughter don't do nothing. Like, man, like, what are we doing? And he got the point. But it kind of got to be balanced. You kind of got to know, like, what message you're really saying. Like, how you tell one kid, hey, man, go knock him down, and then the other one, oh, stay a virgin. It don't make sense.
That's true. I never understood. Like, my dad was so strict with me and my sister. When it came to my younger brother, it was, everything was all good.
I think we need to be even more strict with the boys.
Agreed.
Because I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I said agreed. I agree.
Oh, yeah. Because if we know how it's gonna be for them when they grow up to be men and the type of responsibilities that's gonna be expected of them.
Well, there's a lie in the internet.
Let them take all of those prime young years where they got all this energy and just squander. Like, this is when they should be super focused on learning a craft.
You're breaking up.
Figuring out their passion,
Is his phone cutting out?
They love, so provide for a family one day.
Is that his phone cutting
My
out?
fault. Can y'all hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I was saying that. Hello.
Okay, I thought it was mine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Cutting out.
Yeah, your phone was cutting in and out. I was thinking it was mine. But go ahead, you got it.
My fault. Yeah, it do sound like it's cutting out a little bit. But yeah, I was just saying, just in agreement that we just need to use those years to make sure that they're learning things so that when they get older, they have the skills to take care of themselves. And if they choose to, other people, that was it.
Yeah.
Well, some of those skills are relationship skills. So they tell them, boys or girls, don't date till you're 26. Well, now they're 26 with the mindset of a 12-year-old. They don't know how to date. They don't know how to deal with the opposite sex. I'm still paying the price for getting out there late. I didn't start dating until 18, 19. So I'm trying to talk to girls. I got a mindset of a 13-year-old. It's a problem.
You think so?
Man, I led the league in fumbles. I went to the Army first, then I was in college. So I started school at 20. 21, 22, 23 in college. I was getting ladies. That wasn't no problem. But I didn't know how to hold no real phone conversations or the I'll call you back. I didn't know the basic stuff you learn as a teenager. 22, 23.
Okay.
Phone games, woman wanting to listen, wanting to talk, basic stuff, 5, 6 years behind. And worse, which probably saved me, girls that wanted to hand me some buns on a silver platter. And I didn't know what they were doing. Well, can I come over tomorrow night? And I'm thinking, no, I got a lot of homework. You should be sleeping at 1 in the morning. It's different when you don't know what you're doing and saying versus choosing not to go that route. I just didn't know nothing.
But it wasn't. I don't think that's a negative.
It's a negative. Okay. Turning down a girl trying to give me something is different. Huh?
It's not like you said that you were 40,
Well, the problem was, I'm trying to connect, get in relationships, and I don't know what I'm doing. Because I didn't know what I needed to know. That was the bigger problem.
Yeah.
And then because I don't know what I know at 21, at 23, I still don't know what I need to know because I'm still 3 years behind. So at 21, mindset of a 14-year-old. At 25, mindset of a 20-year-old. It still always was behind. It took forever to catch up.
But they tell a lot of
A lot
men
of
all
us
they got to
catch
do
and
is,
play. Mm-hmm.
yeah, they tell a men all they got to do, don't worry about women, just get a job. And then the women gonna come out the sky and start liking. That's a lie. Or the women, all the men are bad right now. They're just bad, bad, bad. Wait till you're 26. And the truth is, you're just scared. Now they 26, they don't know how to tell Slick Meat Jimmy from the pastor. Or Slick Meat Jimmy the pastor. They don't know.
Right. That's very true.
Like, we got to know something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we hear 40, 50, 60-year-old men talking about some basic stuff that even 13-year-olds like, really, bro?
Basic. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Where, what's his name went? Let me troll somebody. Where a ghetto point of view went.
Oh, I'm about to end it in a second, but
He must have went to.
I'm gonna do
He went
final
to pick up his
thoughts.
reparation check.
I appreciate you guys for tuning in, but yeah, I'm gonna do final thoughts. Let's get up point of view. It was great dialogue. I appreciate y'all for supporting the show. Thank y'all.
World class. I'm innocent.
No, with this particular topic.
Hey, Mimi, you have a channel?
Oh, Mimi does have a channel.
I just saw her message in the back, but she hadn't been talking. We've been hogging the mic.
I think Mimi said she was gonna go live. I'm gonna catch Bolo's live in about 5-10 minutes. I think Mimi does have a channel.
Is it safe or is it a dust panel? I have to ask.
I've never been. I have no clue. I don't know. Liberated said my boy was green. Somebody is snoring very good.
It's not me.
It's not me.
I think we might be asleep. But yeah, I was gonna do final thoughts. It's so good to see you again, Tiffany. Mimi, are you there? Again, I appreciate you guys for tuning in to the stream. I will be live this Sunday night at 10:30. Feel free to tune in. Thank you so much, Distant Lights. And feel free to go to Bolo's channel. I don't know if he's doing the stream, but Anthony is also there doing the morning reads. It's very great and encouraging if you guys could tune in. Who wants to give final thoughts first? Scam, his ghetto point of view. Zone.
I can go first.
Okay.
Good conversation. Of course, I'm gonna bring some dust. I mean, I got a quota to meet. I gotta do what I gotta do.
Worse.
But at the end of the day, good discussion. Some mild dust, and nobody got stabbed. Nobody got ganked, and we still respect each other. It's all good.
Yeah.
But as far as relationships, what we was talking about, there's a lot of components, and we can't keep dismissing the actual relationship part. The man and the woman and how they actually move together and make so much stuff about these outside factors. The outside is the outside, but the inside is the real where the relationship is taking place. Reparations, man, ain't what y'all fighting about? Ain't even no money. I'm not gonna leave it alone. And if you're a parent, stop beating your kids. That's all I got.
Please stop beating the babies. Thank you, Scam. Zone, his ghetto point of view.
Yeah. Great show. Great show, Mo Love. Just to touch on the topic for the last show, because I didn't get to make it on the panel for that one. I agree with Scam. In my opinion, beating your kids, it doesn't work. I have my own personal experience with that, but long story short, I got the beatings. My daughter was getting the beatings up until the age of 5. whoopings, I guess you could say spankings, not beatings.
Yeah.
But then I just decided, I'm dad. She gonna listen to my voice regardless. All she got to do is listen to me. She gonna do what I say. And I decided, I said, I'm gonna stop doing this at the age of 5 so that when I'm 25, I can have a relationship with her, because kids remember things like that.
Absolutely.
And, and it could cause resentment as well. But other than that, man, listen, I enjoy everybody's point of view. I'm not here to be right. I'm just here to have the conversation and listen. That's really all I got. And thank you for letting me on your panel.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hopefully, y'all are able to come back Sunday night. His ghetto point of view.
Hey. Listen, always an amazing conversation, Mo Love. I definitely appreciate your channel and the different minds that you allow to feel comfortable and safe in your space to just talk and share discourse. Sometimes, they have a little heated moment, but I definitely got to say, your channel is never one of the places where I see people going too left, or maybe I just be missing those episodes, and if so, that's cool. I'll be missing those episodes, but it seemed like because you try to keep it based in the book, people respect your platform and be like, yo, I know at the end of the day, even if we could be cool up here, she sent it in what she sent it in, so even if we disagree, let's kind of keep it PC, you know what I'm saying? So that's really dope. I like what you cultivate, and I think you got a good space over here, and I think that people agree that your space is a space they could come and just express themselves and know people ain't gonna go too left on them, even when they disagree. So I think that's a testament to you being a good hostess, I guess they would say, right? So like salute to your hostess capabilities and how you be emceeing your channel, for real. But I guess on the topics, again, I feel like a lot of our relationships, because they're not rooted in the word, they be shifty. And this is something that I wasn't always this way. Of course, we was young, we grow up, we silly, whatever. And it take us time to grow into the people we become. You know what I mean? So, and I'm so blessed to have found this way, because I feel like it really has helped change my life, my family life. And, having our kids rooted this way has really, I've seen such a positive impact. I can't even, it speaks volumes, you know what I mean? But other than that, I think more of us, whether we want to be rooted in Christianity, Islam, whatever, I'm not into arguing what people roots is in. I think more people should be rooted in something that's a little more stern, and it would help them in these insane times not to always feel necessary to sway left or right. You know what I mean? Whatever they want to root themselves in. I think that would help us all out overall. Just be a little more level-headed as things get shaky and crazy.
Agree.
You know what I mean? And then I guess as far as the kids whooping thing, I'm not an advocate for people going crazy on their kids, but I do understand the books say not to not discipline them, but I do understand you gotta be cool with that. You gotta kind of check yourself and be in moderation, because just hitting people all the time and not talking to them, not trying to understand them, not trying to see where they at, not trying to see if they're having a problem in school or somebody bullying them, or maybe they feel away that can lead to resentment and anger. Everybody always say, oh, parents, what is it say? Honor thy father and thy mother, that their days may be long upon the earth. But it also say, parents, do not anger your kids, do not bring your kids to wrath and anger against you. It also says to don't be beating them all violent and recklessly, but we don't be talking about the other side as much as what I feel. You know what I mean? We be keeping those parts. We're we'll deal with that part of it later. But so I just feel like there's not enough balance, and so we get extreme, don't do nothing. But some kids is a little unbridled, and if you let an unbridled horse, go crazy, that horse will bring you despair and shame. It'll be a snare to his father. It'll be a blame to his mom. Those things can't happen with unbridled horses. But there's a lot of ways you can rein a kid in without necessarily always having to strike them and feel like you gotta make them feel like, oh, I'm physically dominant over you. You could be mentally more astute than your child. You could show them things that make them feel like, oh, I want to follow your way because I want you to be able to teach me the cool things, So I think there's balances that can be struck. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah.
Everything with temperance and time. You know, people will get it. People will get it.
They will. Again, this was a great show. Thank you all so much. I pray that everyone has a very blessed remainder of the week. Shout out to the chat, the people who came on the panel. I appreciate you guys. And if God says the same, we will be back Sunday, 10:30. All right. Good night, everybody.
Salute, peace, y'all.
Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? If it cool, it's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Telling how you can see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall.